everything that is physical and natural in the world we live in, it all points to intelligent design and a creator. But they'll
Well,
have you
yeah,
believe the opposite.
that's right. Yeah, quantum mechanics itself will steer you towards intelligent design because it's not something that can be accounted for as an accident. You there's not a third option. There's only two options. Either nature did it itself, or an intelligent design, or like a creator created everything. So you got these two options. We can rule this out scientifically. We can prove that we have a creator. It's not hard to do.
This is what you can look this up. It's pretty recent. George Wald. I may have read this before. George Wald, W-A-L-D, in The Origin of Life, Scientific American, August 1954. You'll see that George Wald actually won a Nobel Prize, and he's quoted as saying in this article, "When it comes to the origin of life, we have only two possibilities as how to life arose. One is spontaneous generation arising to evolution. The other is the supernatural creative act of God. There is no third possibility." Spontaneous generation was scientifically disproved over 100 years ago by Louis Pasteur, Spallanzani, Reddy, and others. That leads us scientifically to only one possible conclusion, that life arose as a supernatural creative act of God. I will not accept that philosophically because I do not want to believe in God. Therefore, I choose to believe in that which I know is scientifically impossible. Spontaneous generation arising evolution. It is scientifically impossible we live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space, but because we don't want to believe in God, there is no other option.
They've really tricked people with that word science, with all their fake science and pseudoscience that they've come out with. They've really done a great job of deception with that word too, and just tricking people.
Well, I think they saw that math could be used as a tool to
Absolutely.
replace the scientific method, and modeling things have brought people. I don't know, maybe at some point in time they were tired of not being able to prove a bunch of things, because you couldn't through the scientific method. Because you can observe a natural phenomenon and still not figure out what's causing these things with a cause and effect relationship. So they wanted to model out these things on how they could possibly be happening, and then just let that go to their heads and take over what science is supposed to be. And science is supposed to be proving things with the method that's that we use. That method was through philosophy. They figured out that this is the only possible way. So the scientific method did come from philosophy, but it was the only way to actually prove something, or with no belief required.
It can be argued that science, physics, is meant to disprove God. That's why 90% of physicists are self-proclaimed atheists, because science wants to say, we are gods ourselves, and we know the origin of life. We don't need a God.
Science doesn't have vocal cords.
Yeah, yeah, and you've good people have all heard this. Edwin Hubble. He talked about, such a condition would imply we occupy a unique position in the universe, in a sense, to the ancient conception of a central Earth. This hypothesis cannot be disproved. In other words, a flat Earth, but it is unwelcome and would only be accepted as a last resort in order to save the phenomena. Therefore, we disregard this possibility. Unwelcome position of a favored location, us being the center of the universe, must be avoided at all costs. Such a favored position is intolerable. And so, even the guy who has a telescope named after him, which we know is not up there, has even said it. And Hubble is the one that came up with the ever-expanding universe in the late 1920s with redshift and blue shift. and he assumed everything. The farther you got out, the more it was redshifting, and other than the galaxy Andromeda, which is blue shifting coming toward us, and so now we're told when you Google that the ever expanding universe out at the fringes is expanding at 400 times the speed of light, which is 186,200 miles per second times 400, and that is how fast our ever expanding universe is redshifting or expanding. That's just total crap. Nobody can prove it, but it keeps alive their ball. It keeps up their atheism and their godless world.
Well, I laugh in the face of adversity these days because I have the wherewithal to challenge anyone on their belief in the spinning space monkey ball. And man, I can put them in a corner if I want, or I don't know, feel pretty good about the idea of learning everything that I needed to learn in the layman's terms. So anybody can know what I know. If you want to have a discussion, anyways. Some people just refuse to have the discussion, but it doesn't stop me from talking about it. And yeah, expanding on all of that we were talking about, they don't have a model of the globe Earth. They've modeled phenomenon or phenomena, and pin it to the globe Earth. Like, this is how this phenomena happens on the globe Earth. That's all they can do. They can only model phenomena.
If you were going to make an abomination of the Bible from pillars, foundations, ends of the earth, four corners, immovable, which tends to suggest it's more of a flatter surface. If you were going to make an abomination of that, you would make a circle or a sphere or a globe or a planet. That's what you would do. So it is an abomination to God to think we live on a globe.
It takes our true power away from us too, because then we lose the knowledge that we were created by the Creator and He loves us, and we are very important. We have significance. Our lives do have meaning, and we have a purpose. That's important too.
I think one of the challenges is when sort of globalists come in is, yes, we can talk to them about the scientific method and all that, which is of course awesome, and it improves our skills. But getting them to think in a way that they've been trained, getting them to think in a way that's different than how they've been trained for their whole lives, I think that's the big challenge. And I know that that's a mental challenge, that's a spiritual challenge as well. And to sort of like ask them to think about, look, you're not insignificant, you're not flying around, an asteroid is not going to just blow everything up straight away. The people in authority, yes, they're there for a position or for a purpose, but they're not, the most perfect beings in the world. And this thing that you believe called science is really just scientism. It's nothing to do with actual science or scientific method.
Well, that's why it's important to try to get them to just stick with what they can verify. Stop regurgitating things that you've been told that you can't verify at all. You were just told it and you believe it. They have to accept that, that's a big step. What can you actually prove and verify yourself? What can you do yourself? That's huge.
There was a guy, was it yesterday or day before? He's been around a few times, but he kept saying, like satellites, the maths, the satellites. And when he was pushed on it, okay, what maths? What's the curve? What's the radius? What's the second law of thermodynamics? All the great stuff that we use, right? he couldn't even wrap his mind around all those things. He just sort of like, he seemed to find his identity and value in this satellite thing, and in sort of other people telling him and believing that satellites, in how they describe it in outer space, exist.
I think if I remember correctly, if I was here for that conversation, the one you're talking about, I think didn't he actually say to and admit that he couldn't actually prove any of it, that it is just a belief that he's going to hold, and he was okay with that about satellites? I swear he said that, or it could have been somebody else.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure it was that guy, the previous one, but yeah, his name got changed to satellite mathematics or something like that.
Yeah, I think that was him.
Yeah, and in the end, what was interesting is towards the end of the conversation of many hours, he sort of was happy just to kind of like hang out with us, as though he was like that little brother that was kind of bullied by another group. Then he comes over to our group, and then he sort of gets sort of pushed around a bit, but then he ends up staying with us because he thinks, yeah, maybe there's something here, but he still couldn't wrap his head around the verification, the maths. Because I find that we spend a huge amount of our time teaching the ballers their own model or whatever they believe. That's what it seems like when they come in. What we mostly do now is just educating them on their own thing, and then they say, well, this is your model, this is your flat earth. Then we have to keep saying to them, no, you have to understand your own false reality or whatever you're told. Understand that first before then you can start to verify or challenge it. Which a lot of them, I think, at first anyway, are very incapable of doing. Yeah, so it looks like Jose, I am Kovac, put in like, yeah, maybe we start to have to use like nursery rhymes or something. Show me the curve, show me the spin, show me how to keep gas pressure within. Itsy Bitsy Spider went up the water spout, then he fell down because things go down, not because Itsy Bitsy Spider was going around a flying spinning ball.
Yeah, sometimes for me too, I find it frustrating that we even sort of allow certain discussions to happen, because I've done this before in my private life with people that I know. I'll just stick to that no curvature, and I'll say, show me that curve. And if you can't do that, then we have nothing else to talk about and no other place to go, because it's dead right there with that one thing. And it's easy, it's simple, and anyone can understand it. Earth is 70% water. Water doesn't bend. All the other arguments are important too. Rotation and gas pressure without a container. All that is, yes. But that, they can never have any proof of that curve with the radius we're given.
Does anyone have any sort of recap or clips of Ruhif talking about supposedly he went to California, he measured the curve using a theodolite or something like that? I think that was about 12, 24 hours ago.
Somebody's got to have it.
I'm going to talk to a gentleman in the morning, and two of my questions. One of them is, can a theodolite be manipulated to give the answer that somebody wants? And my immediate response I got from the person, we haven't discussed it, we won't till tomorrow, is that yes, the answer is yes. Just like they are now taking pixels out of cameras and saying pixels will tell you, how much something is, apart or bending or whatever. So you can use pixels in a camera. And they're using that as proof that we live on a spinning space ball. So there's two new things they're giving us. And so, the pixel thing is interesting because obviously you have to get into the resolution of the camera and everything like that. Of course, the globers won't tell you that. But the thing is, Ruhef will say, well, this theodolite is very precise. So you're cutting down a precise instrument to prove curvature of the Earth. And it's just like, yeah, because it can be manipulated. And the biggest ways it can be manipulated in the easiest ways when you watch Austin take on Main Surveyor. And Main Surveyor, uses a theodolite to, look across at a lighthouse, and he does it across water, and he does it on one day, takes one picture. Therefore, the lighthouse that's further away is lower, therefore, and the one farther away is taller, but it's lower, which is clearly perspective. But then you get into, did you go back the next day and look at the lighthouse that was closest, or the next day, or the next day? Because every day it will look different. And Austin brought that up to him. And the guy just said, I was just doing my job or whatever. And the other thing that's fascinating is when they use total stations, which is just a higher level of a theodolite, kind of the theodolite's big brother, is the reason these land surveyors are kind of dunces is because all they do is take the shot, store it into the total station, and when they're done, the total station gives them the curve. It does the work for them. So that's why you can literally be a dunce and be a land surveyor, because the apparatus you're using, whether it's a theodolite or a total station, does all the work for you.
Somebody a couple of days ago brought up I think it was Mark Twain who said it's easier to fool somebody than convince them they've been fooled. And ever since he brought that up, I couldn't stop thinking about it because it's so true.
And I think it was the same guy who said if voting mattered, they wouldn't let us do it. So there you go.
Yeah, right.
And then who knows, it was assigned to Walter Langer who worked for Goebbels, or Goebbels who worked for Hitler. Who knows? Who knows where it came up? People would rather believe a big lie than a little lie. And if you tell the big lie often enough, sooner or later people will come to believe it. So if it gets to enough scientists, gets in a textbook, gets in Wikipedia, gets in Google, and it gets discussed enough, then no matter if it's a lie or not, it can become the truth. And that's exactly what you got going.
You know what's funny about that too, Jim, is even with all that, they still have to constantly advertise it in movies, television, everywhere you look. So that, that's not even enough. They have to constantly throw it in your face everywhere.
I don't know how many of you spent the $6, $8, $10 to go watch Maverick, part 2 last summer from the one in 1986. The new one came out in 2022, and at the very beginning, they did the Universal, they did the Earth, spinning with the Universal coming across the front, and Comcast I think owns Universal. So if you have a Comcast email account or a cable subscription, thank you, Comcast. and then one of the premises is that Maverick, Tom Cruise, is going to take his little airplane and break Mach 10, right? And so he gets in his airplane and he starts going 9.6, 9.7, and his boss comes back. His boss was the head guy of Apollo 13. The guy who was the commander of the of Houston. I forget his name, but he was the commander, and he said, get Tom Cruise back here. Get Maverick back here. And Maverick starts, going, I can't hear you, like that, when he's trying to get to Mach 10, and one of the people in the command center looks up at the guy and goes, well, we can't hear him because he's going over the curvature of the Earth. It's like, give me a break. And then they talked about the rule of gravity towards the middle part of the movie. They talked not the law of gravity, but the rule of gravity. So it's just these little blockbuster hits that come out, and they throw it in there to you. So it's like, oh, okay, Tom Cruise wouldn't lie to us.
Yeah, who was the guy that basically invented the idea of advertising and use all that as a way to infiltrate people's minds?
Yeah, it was Edward. It was
Bernays?
Bernays in 1928 wrote the book called Propaganda. 1928. He was the nephew of Sigmund Freud, I believe. And and he basically, towards the end of his life, when he was quite old, is on video saying that what he did was propaganda. And and it's actually on video that he's sitting around a table with a bunch of people, and he said, yeah, it was just propaganda. Yeah, Edward Bernays, Bernays, and he did come out with a book called Propaganda.
Yeah, it's fascinating too when you look at these large corporations like Pepsi, for instance. Look at how much money they spend a year in advertising, right? And you would think, it's Pepsi. Who doesn't know about Pepsi? Why would they spend that much money a year in advertising? They don't need to advertise. And they have to, because if they didn't, people would eventually forget about Pepsi, and they stop buying Pepsi, and it wouldn't be in their mind. Those commercials, trigger people's minds and make them think about it. And then they see it in the store and they grab it. And they do the same thing with the Globe. That's why they put it in your face all the time in the movies and in the ads you see when you go to whatever platform you use and you get those news feeds. And you'll see all these stories about space and shit. They have to constantly throw it in your face to keep it stuck in your mind so you don't forget it's a Globe.
Yeah, supposedly the story is, back in the 1920s, men were the only one who smoked. Women, it wasn't considered real cool to smoke. So men, you only saw men in Hollywood movies and, around smoking. So I guess the story is that Edward Bernays had, a tie-in to the White House and had a tie-in to Hollywood. So he started having, Hollywood starlets coming out of the White House and coming out of these premieres smoking. And so that's how you got women to start smoking in the United States. And at one time, I think there was 42% of the American population that smoked. 42%. I think it's down to 18 now. But it was interesting. It's up to 42, and of course they got it up that high because they got women to smoke, and that's how they did it.
Yeah, they realized, hey, we're missing out on a huge part of the market here if we're not taking advantage of. And Jim, they did the same thing too with women in the workforce, right? They use the same basic model to break up the family.
They made it so expensive. They made people want to have more goodies. And back we had, I don't know if we had inflation. I'm not that old. I don't know if we had inflation back in the 30s, 40s, and 50s, but we had super big time inflation supposedly in 79, 80 until the interest rates went up to 18%. But they made it so expensive, or they made us want to have more stuff that we had to, supposedly have two people work, and then who raised who raised the children, the babysitter, the preschool, the school, and before you know it, your child's off to college, and they don't want you in your. They don't want their parents in their life anymore.
Yeah, I think too they also really manipulated women's minds into thinking that living a homemaker's lifestyle is not rewarding and it's not fulfilling, and you're going to be more happier in the workforce.
As a parent, I guess my parents were the same way. My parents had three of us, and my wife and I had two. And there's always that feeling that when they go off to college and they're no longer coming home after high school, and when they go away and you realize that they're not coming home that night, they're somewhere else when they're 18 years old. I think as a parent, that is a little bit of a shock. It's not really of a shock to have your child get married and, be with somebody else because they haven't been with you for a number of years anyway. So, but I think there's a huge shock when you become an empty nester. When parents become an empty nester and their kids are all gone off to college. I think I've heard. I had a little bit of that, but according to my mom and dad, I was the third one. And when I went off to college, I guess my dad and I were pretty close, and I guess he had a little bit of a. Well, my boy's not around anymore. He's off at college.
I suppose you got to be worried too about the person that comes back. When they do come back and they're out of college, they're going to be a lot of times a completely different person because they've been so indoctrinated by the left-leaning professors. I've seen that happen actually with people I knew that were, good people, good to be around, good to talk to. Went off to college and came back a totally different person to where I couldn't even tolerate being around them. I find it hard too when we're trying to talk to people that a lot of times they start getting extremely defensive as if you're actually attacking them when you're not trying to attack them, you're just attacking the information that we've been given. And I find like a lot of people do that, and it's a struggle to kind of not go down that path to where they get so defensive that they just shut down, and it's pretty much done then. After that, you're not going to get anywhere when they reach that point.
The virology and cosmology lie has been so ingrained into us, age 5, if not sooner. It's so ingrained into us that it becomes part of us. And then when somebody attacks part of us, it's just like, no, you can't do that. But it's there's a movie out called Insidious. I don't know if there's Insidious 2 or whatever, but it's actually insidious to the person that we tell them that what they've been taught age 5, if not sooner, that it's not right. Virology is supposed to be science. Cosmology with Einstein in 1917, when he introduced it in February of 1917, even though it was around before, he kind of brought it into fruition as far as a science. People don't want to question that, and they'd rather care about the Dallas Cowboys playing the Washington, whatever they're called now, and or care about whether they're going to go eat the dinner than have their little virology and cosmology lie exposed. It might ruin their dinner, it might ruin their time watching their precious Dallas Cowboys play on CBS Sports.
I loved that too with the when all that stopped. I thought that was so great. I loved it because I enjoy sports here and there, but when that happened and they stopped it all, I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah,
I thought people were going to go nuts, dude.
I think some did, but I could care. I could care less. I didn't care. I mean, I was into my Dallas. Actually, my wife and I and our oldest daughter and our son-in-law, who was a huge Dallas Cowboy fan, that lived in the Midwest. We went to the last game before that thing hit, December 30th, 2019, Washington football team versus Dallas at Jerry World or AT&T Stadium. Only time I've ever gone to a game there, but we went there as far as a Christmas present for all four of us, me and my brother and my son-in-law. And I could see the allure. I mean, you go in there, 100,000 people, and I could see the allure to that thing. But then, the thing hit 3 months later. But I will say, I got to go. My wife and my son-in-law and my oldest daughter got to go to the last game before that thing hit. It's pretty interesting. And the nice thing is, if the Cowboys won, so they got to 8-8 in the season. If the Eagles would have lost to the Giants, then the Cowboys would have hosted the next week's wild card game. But the Eagles beat the Giants, so that the Cowboys are out and the Eagles got in. And so everybody was me included. Everybody was like, what's going on with the Eagles and the Giants? And it was 17-17 in the third quarter, but the Eagles ended up winning. So my precious Cowboys didn't get to play the next week.
Yeah, I don't. I don't have any feelings about people that enjoy sports. I think you should enjoy sports. I think it's fun. There's a lot of enjoyment in it. I mean, there's a difference between being a fan though and being a fanatic, and actually thinking that the outcome of the game has any anything relevant in your actual life. It's people that actually get depressed when their team loses is I don't know.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
What's the root word of fanatic? Fan.
Yeah.
So if you say I'm a fan of the Cowboys or fan of somebody, you're actually a fanatic of them.
I suppose you're correct.
Now, I was a huge fan of the St. Louis Cardinals growing up because of Central Illinois. When we had the Cubs or the Cardinals, nobody liked the White Sox. And so, and we ended up being big Cardinal fans. And I was a big Cardinal fan until 1994 when the Millionaires went on strike. And it's just like this stupid Millionaires going on strike. And I played it through college for free. And so, that was my game. And a bunch of these millionaires are going, nope, not going to play until I get what I want.
Yeah, the amount of revenue that they generate nowadays it's unbelievable what they pay these guys and how much these team owners rake in. It's amazing.
Supposedly, the story behind the Dallas Cowboys and Jerry Jones, who's the owner, he was sitting down in Acapulco in 1988 or 89, and the Cowboys weren't doing well at all, win and loss. And he read in the paper that they were going on sale. It was like 189 or 186 million dollars, and he didn't have that kind of money. So he got hold of somebody, and they scraped money up at pretty high interest rate, and they bought the team. He bought the team, and now the team is worth on the high side of $6 billion. It would be the highest franchise in all of sports in the whole world, and so that's how he got it together in 88 or 89, just sitting down there reading the newspaper. Supposedly the story goes. And now it's over $6 billion. He's like the head guy in the NFL now.
I wonder if I was in those sort of positions, if I came into great wealth like that, would I let it absorb me the way it absorbs some of these other people? Because there's so much greed when these people reach a certain level. And because that amount of money that some of these people have is so obscene, and they can never use it in their lifetime or their grandchildren's lifetime. And it amazes me. And I think, if I won, say, a $500 million jackpot, would I practice what I preach, and would I spread that around to people that I care about and people that I love? And I know that's dangerous too, because a lot of times when you do that, it's never enough, and they keep coming back, and it creates this whole other problem. But man,
Yeah, I think where it may really change. I have a feeling maybe in the attitude and the day-to-day life, because at a certain point, the amount of money that's there is kind of irrelevant. It just depends on the day. Like, let's say you wake up, you get into your McLaren, you go to the board meeting, and then you sold a company, bought a company. That means like the company's made like a few billion here, a few $100 million there. Then you go to, I don't know, a private country club to play golf, take a private jet to some island with 5 million. Well, not 5, but all these ladies, shall we say, that are interested in hooking up with you. And so I think people just fall into that lifestyle once they hit above a certain amount of money, and they just are disconnected from reality. And then you walk around and you see someone making minimum wage, and that person doesn't know anything about finances. And then I think one would look at that person and say, they're not even human. Or the billionaire may think that they're a special kind of human, a different species almost. That's what I think is the mindset. It's not the money in and of itself.
Well, I sometimes speculate too, for Speculation Sunday, that I wonder if when you reach certain heights and you get another million and another million or another billion, if that unlocks certain other doors of sort of a hidden society that you can only reach when you hit certain numbers.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely part of it, because the societies are sort of tiered in a way, isn't it? And that's how the mystery school operates. So I'd say the school level, you've got certain clubs. So let's say a computer club or the Boy Scouts, Girl Scouts. Not saying those are nefarious organizations, just as an example. Then when you go to college, yes, there are some secret societies, but there are also other like fraternities or like chess club or something like that. Then when you go to start working, they have the professional associations or ad hoc networking groups, say JavaScript developers or aeroplane engineers, and then all these societies slowly sort of filter out the people that are not that sort of ambitious, and then once they get in their 20s and 30s, then they get sort of headhunted in a way for different societies, like the Freemasons, the different lodges. And then as they get more and more wealth, they become invited into more and more of these more well-hidden clubs where, just like in Eyes Wide Shut in the Stanley Kubrick film, like, even Tom Cruise, the character, he's incredibly wealthy as a doctor, but he's nowhere compared to the people that he's a doctor to, which is the ultra elite. And so, they look at him and they laugh at him because they say, you shouldn't even be anywhere close here. So yeah, I think maybe at $1 million, $100 million, maybe 1 billion, 2 billion, the people that actually print the currency, the people you've never even heard of. I think, yeah, it's all tiered that way. It's a hierarchy. And the more you get sucked in, I think that's when the more they get you to do naughtier, well, more disgusting stuff. So that at each stage that you got in, it's very hard to leave. Just like someone with a really good paying job, let's say astrophysicist, for example, speculating here, that they get into a great university job, they get tenure, they're earning, $150,000, $200,000 a year. They're not going to be wanting to get out of that tier of society. So the only way up for them really is up into something, maybe, a few $1,000,000. They may become a politician. Then they will, start moving up the ladder to maybe $100 million. Maybe they'll buy some companies, they'll become a billionaire. And then to go back to where they were before, like say just an academic at a university, plus all the dirt that they would have had on that person. Yeah, it's just highway to hell, really, for lack of any other word.
I know Jemsy doesn't know this. This is going to be a great shock to him, but Stanley Kubrick, when he did Space Odyssey 2001 Space Odyssey, his next film was supposed to be Parasite Planet. It was supposed to be about parasites taking over the Earth, and they were going to come in spaceships. So I found out about it, but I didn't want to burst Jemsy's bubble when it came to parasites. But they actually had a movie out there. They were going to take over the Earth. Sorry, Jemsy.
I heard, and I don't remember where, probably some documentary. I wonder if you guys have heard this, that when Stanley Kubrick was actually making that film, Eyes Wide Shut, that there was, I think he died before it was done. And there's actually, I think 45 minutes or like an hour of footage that was actually supposed to be in that film, which mysteriously was cut out of the film. And people were speculating that, there was some other thing in there about these secret societies that they didn't want exposed. So they murdered him and stole the film and cut that out. Speculation. I thought that was interesting. Same with the what's the name of the movie? Oh my god, the one with Jack Nicholson, and the whole faking the moon landing situation,
It's
then using The Shining. Thank you, and then using The Shining as like a little hints here and there that he actually did that, faked the helped NASA fake the moon landing.
I think that I've seen that video, and I think it looks like a deep fake to me of Kubrick from whenever that year was. But I'm skeptical of way too many, like everything now. So it's okay. I'm just hardened. It might be true. I don't know.
Yeah, who really knows? I thought it was interesting though. It was pretty cool how they put it together. Speculation Sunday.
It's a perfect day to talk about deep fakes then.
That's some scary technology. That's what they can do. They could really put you in a tight position very quickly with that technology they got out there with voice recognition and faking people's voices, and now with the video things they can do. That's scary stuff.
It is.
I'm to the point where I question, if I turn on the TV, I'm questioning everything I'm being shown. And I I don't know if any of it's real. Even the people that are appearing on the screen. Yeah.
That's what I think too. My federal agent friend or whatever, he's the guy that invented Packet Storm back in the 80s, or so he says. He said the exact same thing, and he said the best advice I can ever give you is just assume that 99.8% of it is a crafted narrative or fake altogether. And I'm like, dang, but okay.
Yeah, I don't think anything's really done on accident. Even when they have our president right now and they show him falling all over the place, I don't think that's an accident. They want us to see that because they know it enrages one side of the left-right paradigm. It just enrages them, and the other side doesn't care. So it just creates more and more division.
Yep. I think that they're trying to push for a civil war for many years now, for decades. But we just got to rise above it. But very obvious now. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it seems like the entire media system is just used to constantly push division between people on the left, people on the right, people of different shades of skin color. It's like that's all they fucking do.
I would argue that's exactly the point of it since printing, too.
Yeah. It's so crazy too how it becomes so clear to you when you see it, when your eyes are open to it and how it works. It's so simple to spot and see all the lies. And the fact that it's other people, you can't expose other people to it really. It's impossible. It's amazing.
I agree.
Same thing with the globe.
I think it's funny. It's almost humorous when they try to do a setup, what that's like whatever the trap is, not a honey trap per se, but any trap, just seeing it for what it is,
Yeah, it's you get so like in tune to it. You already know where it's going to go before they take you there. Like you can predict every time what's going to happen.
That's why I like to interact with it. It's interesting to me. It's fun. So if I'm able to interact with it, then I do. Makes me feel special. And that sounds really stupid, but whatever.
I get angry. I get angry especially when I turn on the TV. I have to shut it off within 5 minutes. I get so angry.
Well, you were talking about Robert Bassano earlier, Paul, and he's the one who exposed that all of these social medias are psyops by the government. Nobody invented them. No Zuckerberg. None of that happened. It was whatever these people are. There's something that they're not the creators of these things.
Mm-hmm.
Robert Bassano also he opened my eyes up to the information about that. Like I kind of had an idea, but he really drove the point home. So another reason to check him out.
I thought that too about there was all this talk about Snowden and he's a hero and blah 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 blah. I didn't buy any of that crap. I was like, man, this is all planted. He's a plant. This is all staged. They wanted you to know this information, and this is how they told you. Yes, we're spying on everything you do, tracking, recording, and listening to every conversation you're having. And you know what? It didn't matter. Nobody cared. Nobody even blinked. They were just like. And then spun this narrative that this guy's a traitor, and I think that's probably one of the ways they shifted people's focus on the actual information and just be like, hey, look at this guy, he's a traitor to the government. But they always do that, right?
Same thing with Snowden as they did with Dennis Montgomery, the exact same tactic, identical, I would argue. So yeah, good point.
Snowden was that whole thing with Julian Assange and stuff.
Is that how that got exposed? Was that him? It might be. It might have been the start of all
from the military, and he was also trans or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that was the other one.
Oh.
Yeah, that I know what you're talking about. Paul, do you remember his name?
Who?
I think it was Chelsea something. Like they when he trans in jail while they arrested him for taking a picture of a submarine or something. That was also around the same time as the Julian Assange and the Edward Snowden stuff. But there's
remember that
crossover in the conversation here. Let me see if I can look it up real quick.
Yeah, there was a military guy that was a whistleblower, and I'm doing this in quotations, so you can't see me. I do it anyways. I don't know why, but quote unquote whistleblower in the military, and he went to Julian Assange and gave him all of the things that he supposedly leaked for him. Like that was kind of like a he went to him to leak the information to be the whistleblower. It's just a narrative that people latched onto.
Yeah,
I
you know,
agree.
Assange is probably just a part of that narrative too, because
He's the
that's why they try to vilify him in the media and think that he's a bad guy, because it makes people accept the information and believe the information more that they're putting out.
Yep, that's exactly right. That's what COINTELPRO, right?
Yes, people are targeted individuals for sure
Oh
when
yeah,
it comes to COINTELPRO.
it's
I
pretty
don't want
funny.
people to forget
Pretty funny,
that.
but sometimes it's like, okay, it's 3 a.m. I just want to go to sleep. But most of the time, it's just humorous.
Well, I don't take it lightly when people say that they. I don't take people as crazy anymore, because if something's happening to them, I think
Yeah.
that something is happening to them.
Yes. Well, it's provable for me, but I mean, and everybody that I've met that actually talks about it, it's provable for them too. I found that
Yeah,
there's an
well,
easy way to find out the ones that don't care about it, and that are actually on the opposite team that are doing the stalking to you, and the issues with that are like on that side. I met one the other day, like 2 weeks ago, and she was trying to make it all about like anti this one corporation or the one of the NGOs in this country, the Southern Poverty Law Center or whatever. She was trying to make me like write it on a sign and like stand out in the street with her to like talk about bringing awareness to gang stalking, but I could tell she was like not gang stalked. It was really obvious, and I'd never seen her in my neighborhood before, and it was just
yeah.
interesting because then she, of course, she didn't have a cell phone number. She was very rude and bossy and pushy and like trying to make me like, I'm like, dude, okay, I guess this is a different gang stalking than you, and I'm just gonna get back in my car and just drive away now. But it was really an interesting, funny eye opener for me. I'm gonna shut up.
Well, when people talk about it, they get looked at like they're crazy. Like they just, they're not even considered to be telling the truth, and that's really unfortunate because. Sorry, not things dying.
It is
We would learn a lot more about what's going on if we didn't take everything that people say that are gang stalked as if it's crazy or they're crazy or it's not that far fetched out there.
People doing it, but
I'm not gang stalked, but I don't discredit those who know that they're being targeted.
It's unfortunate because as a person that has had this happen to them for years, by the way, it's like, but mostly the last 4 years, but really it's like when I was doing good things or better things here in Kansas City, just things that just kind of increased anyway. But I don't like to dwell on it, but the point is I found that online I would never seek any other like groups to like feel comforted about being gang stalked, because it's like 99% of the info online, especially in video forms, is just a psyop as well by the people that are doing the targeting. So it's like, well, what's the point in talking?
That's so true. So true. I have a really good online friend, and I know that he deals with it, and he doesn't seem to be able to find anybody with common ground at all. So
I don't mean to interrupt, but I think the mods want us to get it back towards flat Earth type speculation now.
Okay, I can't read my phone right now. I'm sorry. I'm cooking.
It's all right. It's an anti-me thing. I'm good with shutting up now. And I thought I was still a mod. Did you guys take that away from me because Mayhem said not to, or what?
Not sure.
For the what do they call them? People that think there's other lands beyond the ice wall. Do they then also have to speculate then that there's another sun and probably a moon? Obviously,
yeah,
lighting up those other puddles, I guess, or not puddles.
Yeah, they would have to.
Yeah. Well, why will you speculate in that? Because if there's extra lands and how the stone works, extra lands, extra suns, who knows? Like, there is definitely lands that you never seen before yourself, myself, or anybody in here. So, yeah, extra lands, sure, why not? But the extra suns, I mean, what is the sun?
That's true.
It seems like it would go against Genesis, that concept too. Maybe not. Who knows? I mean, this Genesis said we only have these lands that they said in the geography class. That's it. Yeah, I suppose you're right.
They gave us Pangea too. Can't forget.
It's interesting that name, the similarities between that, and if you take the word Pan and Gaia and put them together, Pangea.
Yeah, I'm not a subscriber to that because there's no way to prove, nor is there a way to even logically think about land moving over time because everything is connected to the ocean floors and stuff like that. To think
Yeah.
on those terms and along those lines, you have to step outside of the boundaries of logic.
Their version of stuff involves the ball and all this plates magically moving around and a bunch of other like million and billion year timelines and all that.
Yeah, exactly.
I get what you're saying.
That's why I don't subscribe to that mess because it doesn't make any sense. And I don't claim to know like what the land is doing, but what they say doesn't make sense.
Sounds like it's just another god for them to try and worship. They really like creating their weird false idols. Oh, like the Big Bang version of Adam and Eve. Like they do have some kind of ancestral whatever, and they're trying to tie that into scripture in a weird way. Oh yeah, this is when humans evolved into this, and that's when Adam and Eve came out of the dust or whatever. And they're it's this weird crossover, and they've been doing that since the Big Bang. Like that priest invented that whole nonsense. Weird heliocentric occultism.
Yeah, I guess we're starting having a little too much fun on Speculation Sunday speculating.
It was provoked, but yes, I agree.
Got to get back in the borders of the fence. Keep it on the flat earth, so we hop the fence for a minute, I guess.
It was a good pun, but yeah, I don't ever want to like steer the conversation because I know how it can be in here, so that's why I haven't. If you notice.
It's really not that anybody's against talking about these things. It's more that it has to do with preserving this platform, this channel for what it is, and protecting
I like
it
that.
from being shut down as well.
I like that. I want to be a part of it for that reason. I'm just saying, it's not me that like starts this things, but yeah.
Yeah. There's just a lot of people take it personally when it's like the mods they've been trying to keep this place maintained for a long time and defend against all kinds of folks who've been trying to shut it down for years. So, and now that the terms of service changed on Discord and on YouTube and everything, like it's like walking on eggshells every day.
I understand that, and I understand, and I read that email as well about the change in the, and that's fine. I totally respect that, but for me, it's just kind of been personal, so that's the only reason I'm going to shut up about it. Let's get back to another theory.
Yeah.
I'm glad you brought that up though, because I wasn't aware that. I thought Speculation Sunday we could sort of veer off and jump in other things, except for the ones that we are taboo always. But yeah, I'm glad you brought that up.
Speculation Sunday is more about, when we make claims and not to make claims, so we can start speculating about what the sun is. We can start speculating about what space is. We can start speculating anything to do with the flat Earth. That's primarily what it's for, guys. When we're usually Monday to Saturday and we're in conversations with people and we try not to make claims that would be speculational claims, things that we don't know anything about. So we try to avoid those Monday to Saturday. But Sunday, we can talk about those things that we shouldn't lay claim to, if that makes sense and helps. No? Okay.
Yeah, the speculation is not just based on saying things like, what if it is a bigger ball, right? There's no curvature anywhere, right? We know that for a fact. And it's not about just making stories in our minds about unicorns or any of that. It's not just speculating about Fantasyland or Narnia. That's not what Speculation Sunday is about. We can sometimes bring topics and maybe deviate from them, speculating a little bit. Yeah, that's totally fine. But it's not like it's, maybe we can speculate about Narnia and how can speak to the lion, right? It's just dumb.
I speculate that daylight is not caused by sunlight.
Speculating about the luminaries, I don't see any problem with that. Talking about the luminaries, just in reference with things that we can demonstrate with light down here, right? With things that we can kind of demonstrate, but that's still in the speculation, because what's happening up above, we cannot verify it 100%, but you can still verify what things do when it's going through certain mediums and the color of the gases, and that speculation is based on certain things that we can demonstrate down here, but it's not 100%. Yep.
So yeah, I don't think that daylight is caused by sunlight.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you were going to expound on that at all.
Yeah, sure. We actually differentiate the two. No. I mean, we actually differentiate the two between sunlight and daylight. Daylight, it's like a blue, cool light, and then sunlight is a yellow, warm light. If you look it up. But they say that daylight is usually, they say that daylight is dispersed sunlight or whatever. But it wouldn't. If you look at daylight, actually casts a shadow, and it casts a 12 o'clock shadow. In the morning before the sun is actually out, and at night, sundown before the sun is actually all the way down. It casts a 12 o'clock shadow. And the only way you have a shadow is by direct sunlight being blocked.
Direct light being blocked. When, let's say you have light inside an apartment, and you can reflect the light of a wall or reflect the light of, a screen or a mirror, and you could see the reflection of light in a room, but you're not looking at the direct light. You can see shadows in between that light, and then when you look at the direct sun, at the direct light source, let's say a bulb of light that is causing that in a different room, there is something to that, because you can see the reflection of the light causing causing shadows, like you're saying, and then you have the direct light from the bulb itself.
And you can test that too by manipulating the shadows to other things.
Yeah. So when the sun is about to come out, it's still illuminating certain areas of the medium, like parts of the, above our heads. There is a medium above our heads, right? So the sky is a huge medium, and the sun illuminates all that. But since, from our perspective, we cannot see the sun directly, you still see the sun illuminating the part of the medium that is above your head, right? But you don't see the sunlight directly.
Yeah, but you're talking about when let's say a light hits the wall, when let's say because you see that reflection or whatever, but that doesn't cast a shadow. In other words, that doesn't it's not bright enough to cast a shadow. The dispersed lighting like that. And you can see a difference in shadow.
Yeah,
and then the other problem is
the differences, because that sounds interesting actually what you're saying. So gotta take a look at that.
And then the other problem is when I don't know if you ever work with 3D. You can never have just one light, or even taking pictures. If you have just one, the sun is mostly a practically like a focal like lens, but even though it's like. Sorry.
If you ask me, the sun, in a sense, has multiple faces, and then it has like a focal area, focal point.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah. So the issue with having a singular light, especially in the vast dark or whatever, any object will only be illuminated from one side, and everything else you kind of lose the whole. You can't determine one thing from the other. In other words, you can't tell me where it starts or where it ends with one single light. You have to have multiple lights. In other words, you have to have an ambient light and a focal light. Especially if you take pictures, and because you wouldn't have it the shadows to determine this is where the nose starts or ends. But if you look at in the morning or at night, when the sun is gone, you can see all around your house. I mean, like from the outside, let's say, you can see all four walls of your, let's say if you have a square house or whatever, are all illuminated. Before the sun goes up, the sun goes down. They're all illuminated. And that's impossible with one source of light. I'll try to look for pictures to kind of show you that in a second.
That's really interesting, and it just got me thinking too about scripture in Genesis, about how before the creator actually created the sun and the moon, there was already light.
Yep.
There was already a light, and he separated the light and called, you guys know. So that's very interesting.
Well, I'm of the opinion that the sun is not the source of the light, like, the helium. I mean, in a sense, people kind of picture the sun as the source of the light, but that still is an effect that is being caused by the construct in place. and those are, only probably the creator is probably. I mean, God is probably the source, but who knows? I mean, it's an interesting topic because the heliocentrists kind of put the sun in the middle of everything. We go around the sun this, but they even give like a fantasy of the sun. It's like a false version of what the real version we observe every single day, causing the daylight. I mean, causing the day, right? But that is still an effect, part of a construct. Obviously, like you're saying in scripture. And in the electro-optical, it looks like helio, anti-helion, and a bunch of the luminaries and a lot of the phenomena that we observe as a yearly cycle, even the toroidal cycle and the sporadic meteor cycles, are under a bigger, higher cycle that is above, which in the electro-optical looks like a pyramid of light. And what that is, good question. Some scriptures talk about, where the throne of God is, the Most High, the city of God, that the measurements are as wide. So there is descriptions of it, and there is observations of such a thing, but verify it, touch it, measure it. That's the part of, I will say, we don't have at the moment. But at least there is an observation that is away from the fantasy version, the lie, right? The lie that we've been given. There's nothing up there. You don't have to, the only black holes, you're being sucked, the vacuums, all that lie is meaningless.
Yeah, like I was saying before, he called the light day and called the dark night before the sun and the moon were created. And then what you were just saying about the throne and where he might be at, that could just be that light then he is the source of that light.
Or the mechanism is in place and he is the architect of that mechanism, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because if you build a machine, if you're an engineer, right, you build something and you see a light inside of that build. I mean, you make a light, you design it for it to be shiny. You design it to be that way, right? But at the scale of the creator is such a thing that we find ourselves in. I'm the opinion that it is a construct, and it has mechanisms and antecedents like the gas pressure, the antecedent to that, the containment. What's the antecedent to the container? A designer? An architect? So I think those are valid questions. What's the antecedent to the dynamic system? The antecedent to the information. Because we see the cycles, how it works, as designed. So
Is there another word for double meaning other than, double meaning and French one or whatever? It's not like talking in cipher, but you know what I'm saying or trying to say? it's like, how one would communicate. It's interesting.
Yeah, because I've grew up doing that a lot. I will say no, but I actually meant yes.
Yeah.
And people do that, and I try to not do that anymore, but I do it. I do it.
I don't. That's not really what I meant, but okay.
No, because well, yeah. How do you say instead of a double meaning?
Like be talking about two different things at the same time, but only speaking about one of them. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's fascinating. You can learn a lot by listening to people's speeches when they do that. It was a random thought, but I was just saying that could be used as a wider thing to what you were just speaking about in this topic. It was just really nicely said, and I thought that could be a really good double meaning too.
I agree with you. Yeah, definitely. I can see one comprehension of it, but the meanings of things is not just the way I think it is the way it is, and it could be something else. It could mean something else, right?
Yeah. There is something to that double meaning stuff, though, especially when one is listening to either news scripts that have been like the Sinclair script stuff, or the anything presidents say, anything that any president says. You have like the common meaning for things, and then what's actually happening.
Except for Joe Biden, because he can't get a sentence out.
Yeah. I don't know. There might be some hidden messages in his weird gaffes, too, but I'm not going to try and interpret that type of speaking in tongues.
But the double meaning could mean two things, and two things could be, in a sense, correct. A lot of the double meaning that we have these days, people play around. It's like a bunch of hijacked meanings of terms and definitions, and it could mean, I don't know. Yeah. It could be made to mean nothing in a double sense.
Kind of like
that looks so real, but that's how you know it's real, because it's so fake, right? Like that double meaning BS.
I was gonna say kind of like what they did with the word level, and now level's not level anymore.
Yeah, that's part of that. Yeah.
I'd bring up other stuff, but I'm trying not to get on those subjects. But y'all already know. If you know what I'm thinking, you know what I'm thinking. And damn, changing all these words.
This is what we're clapping with one night.
A lot of the language has been hijacked, and a lot of it has been demonized. For sure. Go ahead.
I just posted a picture of what happened with a single light source.
Check that out.
If you ask me, the sun is like a window to heaven. When you're looking through the focal point, you're looking through a window, basically, to the source of light. But you're probably not gonna see the face of God from there. But who knows? Maybe he'll show it to you one day.
I can agree with what you're saying, but also there is a medium that the light is passing through. And it's kind of like if you turn a light bulb on in a room and it reflects off of the roof, like the ceiling's painted white, whatever, so it helps amplify or cause that light to shine back. It reflects out.
You would need something to reflect off of, but just the air itself is a reflection. I don't see how the light will be dispersing just through a medium without actual having something to reflect off of.
There's multiple layers above, in my opinion, and the top layer above is where the throne of God is. So everything is below that, even the water. So that's my opinion, but. So thinking about when you're looking through a telescope, and the telescope has the first layer in front of your eyes, right? The telescope, or even a microscope. Let's say a microscope, right? In between your eye and that lens, there is multiple layers, and there is light in between those, so you can observe what you're trying to observe as well. There's many layers. So if you look back, you can see the light shining through the layers of opticals and lenses and whatever, just like a camera.
And I would agree with you, but the whole thing is the problem with the ambient problem is the lens being a reflection of all the light being a reflection of all the medium that it's going through, would be that it wouldn't. I just don't see how the medium will create a light on all areas all areas of a box. In other words, the ambient lighting being lighting up the whole. Let's say a house. If this pretty much put this image right here.
Yeah, the whole house is being illuminated at a specific time, just with one bulb. I think that's what I'm trying to tell you. That bulb is not just a bulb; it has multiple faces, so it's illuminating to multiple angles at the same time. The light can do that.
If I go towards scriptures, there was light before there was actual sun.
Yeah, I think there's a scripture that says that the city of God needs not the sun or the moon to shine on it, because God's dwelling gives it light.
Right. I understand that. Well, therefore, he would have needed to say that there be light if he was already the light in there.
Let there be light in this medium, in this creation, in this area, right? Because he
was there.
Something. Huh?
He was already there though, because he was above the waters.
Above the waters, yeah.
Right, and then he said, "Let there be light."
Yeah.
One could say the clouds are made out of waters above, especially cumulonimbus clouds.
Say that one more time. God.
I said one could say that clouds are made out of waters above, especially cumulonimbus clouds. People often imagine, an ocean like the water down here, as though that's what the waters above would be like, but that's not necessarily the case. It'd still be waters above, would have a different form.
Yeah. When the thing is that as well, like I said, I keep going with the shadows. The only way you have a shadow being cast is by something interfering with direct light.
Yeah.
And I don't know if y'all have ever seen it, but I have actually took pictures of that. Pretty much what made me look into this was the CIA released papers of the what's it called, the firmament lighting. How they were testing the lighting between the sun and the difference between the firmament lighting, according to them.
Just to ask, we've got two users, one called Jesus Own and one called Something. If you want to jump up to VC check-in, I'll pop up there and give you a role after a quick interview if you want. You'll not be able to access voice controls, unmute yourself until you get roles. So if you want to pop up there just now, I'm happy to go up and quickly interview, and then you could join the conversation if you like. So that's Something and Jesus Own if you want. Pop up to VC check-in. Cheers.
Jesus owns deafened, man. I don't think that they heard what you said.
Shit, I never even noticed they were deafened though.
Yeah, I see the microphone icon.
If you see them unmuted on the film, if you see them on deafened, either let me know or even give them a ping or something, tell me to jump off the check-in.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out.
If you see them, man, it's just a problem. Just thanks, bro.
Yeah,
I'll see if I can get a customer from elsewhere. I'll be back if I do.
All right, then.
That's crazy. I wasn't even trying to take a picture of that on here, but it actually came out. I was taking a picture of the sky, and the sun is way off the horizon, about to set somewhere, and then this one shows the 12 o'clock shadow under a car. Wait a second. Sure to.
Elbow, do you post something in relation to what you were saying? Because I looked.
I'm about to. Live stream. Yeah. I posted something earlier about the box, and then I'm posting the 12 o'clock shadow under a car. Sun being way too far. If you look at that picture,
yeah.
You see the sun way on the over the trees, but look at that car under the car. It's a 12 o'clock shadow.
Yeah. So the sky above the car is illuminated, right?
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's the daylight. Not the sunlight.
I will definitely define it as you're saying, daylight. Yeah, daylight is because the sunlight will be the circle of the sun, and whatever is you are directly looking from that point. But then the medium all around that source of light or the sun, the medium is being illuminated, but we don't see it as directly sunlight.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is the sun is not what's causing that. You're saying that what you're saying, the medium being illuminated, but I speculate that it's not the sun doing that, especially because the type of light is a ambient lighting, meaning not an ambient lighting, but it's a blue cool light. Not, I mean, if you look it up, sunlight is a warm yellow light.
Yeah.
And you could tell a difference of that when, even in when you see it come through your window. I mean, when it's light outside, you see a blue cool light. When the sun hits it, it's a warm yellow light.
Okay, yeah. Because I've seen during the night in places that are pretty dark when the moon is up in the sky, it's illuminating stuff, and you can kind of see like the light in the sky from the moon similar, but the sun is a different level, and the daylight, as you're describing it, being separated from the sun. I will say, those very high altitude balloon videos that you can see the sun. You can see like the ground, right? And then you see like blackness, and then you see the sun above. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
So you see all that region on the ground being illuminated in a sense from the sun, but you see the sun is such a small spot up in the darkness, a small spot of light, and all that stuff under is illuminated. I mean, that's what I'll say we're looking at. The sun is illuminating that, but it's way bigger, the stuff on the under that is being illuminated. So that's a good question. How is all that being illuminated by that small light up above?
All right, now I'm gonna go look at high altitude balloons.
I will say it is still the sun doing it, but it depends on the medium that is illuminated, I guess. The ability of the medium to do all that. My goodness, I'm getting out on this exit. Fucking 80. I've seen the sunset many times and the sunrise, and I can see the sunlight, the daylight, way before the sunrise, and I can see the daylight way past the sunset. I would still say that, in a sense, is the sun still causing that? But they are in terms different. Sunlight, daylight, yeah, there is a difference. I still can see some daylight, but I don't see the sun. I can still see it's almost dark already, but I can still see the sky illuminated from the side that the sun set.
Right, because it's set like the scripture says that it's set to rule the day.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, scripture defines it different. Like, okay, the sun is set to rule the day, but there was day before there was sun.
I think if the pyramid of light in the sky was on the ground, that I think it has happened before, it probably will happen again in the future. I think that light source will outshine any other light source. So it will be daylight. 24/7 daylight.
I'm trying to look for a good video with the sun and the daylight difference.
Because you can see light even from the luminaries. You can see like the clouds, and people call the Milky Way. You can see like a huge light coming from that area of the sky. So there's more light. The party, the light party in the sky is not just the sun. That's a big one that we see, but it's not the only light or the source of the light.
And there could be light sources that we're not aware of too, like not within a light spectrum that our eyes can see. That very well could be as well.
%, yeah. There is lights that our eyes don't see. So yes. There is actually a lot of phenomena that it's not visible by our eyes. So look into that stuff for sure. Yeah.
I also believe there's a spirit realm as well that we don't see. That's just my personal belief, speculation, of course, but well, it's a lively bunch around here tonight. Yo, James, you remember that night you told us about that story about the gay man ruling these corporations different things like that. Remember that, Jemsy? You told us about that story. They're gonna like rule over. I don't know what you said exactly, but
I'm trying to remember, but maybe can you repeat it? My bad.
yeah, you said something about some men that were in high positions, all the corporations and the government, various different places, and they were planning some. I can't remember exactly what you called it, but they were going to take over certain things. They were like gay men, something like that. You don't remember
Yeah,
that?
that was actually, I wasn't making a claim. I was just reading from a manifesto that was publicized in the United States Congress I think it was 1986. It's called the Homosexual Manifesto, and a lot of the stuff that it says that it came through. But yeah, it was a manifesto. I wasn't making any claims. I was just reading from it.
I knew that. I was just wondering where that story come from. That's all.
Yeah, it's the 19. I think it's 1986. I could be wrong on the date, but 1980 something.
It was just shocking. It was shocking to me.
Yeah.
It was. I'm telling you. I was literally shocked to hear that.
Oh, there's many manifestos. That's one that I found that it was pretty curious, but there's more than that.
I wasn't aware of what. I don't even know what a manifesto is. All that tells you where I'm at.
It's like a public announcement from, I guess, a group of people or certain individuals. They make a manifesto of some plans or some promise that they have of the future or something, or they're manifesting something, like an announcement.
That was a scary one.
I think they can be bought. I think an individual can do it too. Didn't like the Unabomber release a manifesto, and that was just one person. It's more like a revelation of their plans and intentions to kind of like, provide closure after they've already done something weird.
I think they ended up catching that guy, didn't they? That Unabomber.
Yeah, they caught him.
There you go.
Ted Kaczynski, I think, was his name.
Was it? Wasn't he staying in like some like little shack or something in the mountains, or I don't know. I can't remember. He was like hid away somewhere.
Yeah, he was trying to live off grid, I think.
Yeah.
Allegedly, who knows?
Right. Well, yeah, who knows anything anymore? Nothing but lies everywhere.
Yeah, for all I know, that was all horseshit. They just picked a homeless man off the streets and said, "Here's the perpetrator that did all this."
Oh, geez.
Here's his manifesto.
I wasn't trying to get y'all to chase a rabbit that way. I was just pointing out that it could be one person or a whole group. And now we're going after the Unabomber. Damn.
We're not going after him. What are you talking about?
I'm kidding. Anyway. Wouldn't it be a lot?
Read that manifesto that Jemsy's talking about. That will shock you. I'm telling you.
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Now it just got quiet here.
I hate this, but I gotta go, everyone. It's been a pleasure to talk to you all. I promised the lady I'd spend some QT with her and watch a movie with her, even though I'd rather be here with you guys. Honestly,
Stay blessed.
am I roboting?
No, you're good. It's my fault. I was just gonna say stay blessed.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you too. I'd like everybody to know too. I genuinely love each and every one of you that is in here and makes this possible, and that comes in here and has these conversations.
Thanks, man. I love you guys too. This place is like family, like cousins hanging out.
Likewise, my brother.
That was kind of robot and Gemsy.
You said was kind of roboting?
You were a little bit, at least from my perspective. It might just be me lagging.
I say likewise, my brothers. That's what I said.
Yes.
That's what. Any new people with questions? Any new people need any open mics exemptions?
All good. Thank you for the unmute. If that was you, I assume.
What was that?
Thank you for the unmute if it was you.
Oh, who is this?
Roofy. How's that geometric horizon working out for me?
How's that? How's that general relativity and relativity working out for you after 4 or 5, 6 years of being a paid globe agent? Oops! Yeah. You think it's irrelevant. Never mind.
Yeah. I don't know how it's working out for me.
Is this Ruhef?
Yeah.
Yes. Welcome back, Ruhef.
Lovely.
How's it going, man?
Good for you. Good to hear you. I heard you like the other day. People were talking to you, but I wasn't opening my mic much. Hey, glad to have you here, sir.
Thank you.
Have a good one. You have a question?
I've been chatting in the text chat, and yeah, I just don't want to type all day. I got stuff to do. So.
Okay. Are you still claiming the opposite of your immediate experience, Ruhef?
What's my immediate experience?
You know, motionless, horizontal plane level. You look up with your vision and you see the sky moving. Are you still denying that stuff?
Well, it's a bit hard to say that my experience is flatness when I've measured the curve, so that's a bit difficult.
Your experience in the computer is not flat because you measure a curve in the computer.
Not in the computer, no. Out in reality, in the real world.
Like in reality, you measure a curve. Like when you go to buy apples or oranges, you see the curve on the oranges, and you say, "Hey, this orange is curved enough for me to pay money for it, right? That's where you use the curve. Is that where is what you're talking about?
I make predictions for what I should see on a globe and what I should see on a flat Earth, and then I go and test which one of those is reality.
Oh, you're talking about curves on a globe, like the globe that we buy at the store, like not for educational purposes. Those type of globes.
No, reality, actual reality.
Yeah, the real globes made out of wood or fibers, and you put it on top of a level table, motionless table, right? Those globes that you can spin with your hand. Look, globe, that one.
The Earth that we are on, that we are standing on.
Oh, the ground that is under your feet?
Yeah. I went and
Wait,
tested
you're
that.
saying that the globe under your feet is a globe on a table?
No.
So what are you saying, Hierarchies? Don't confuse me, bro.
I'm not sure that you're actually confused, but I went out into reality. I made predictions for what I should measure if the Earth's a globe, and a prediction for what I should measure if the Earth is flat. I then made the measurement and determined that the measurement matched the globe.
So you made a prediction for Earth being globe. In what prediction is that? Earth being globe, therefore globe?
Yep. Well, not therefore glob, but yeah, I made a prediction for how much drop I should measure. Yeah.
You made a prediction.
This might be a good time. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
I think Jedi asked for the mic. Go ahead.
No. I don't want the mic. I just want to make sure that I can interject if there's anything that needs to be said.
No, we can't hear you, Helio.
Okay. Never mind then. Go ahead, Jedi.
You're all right, buddy. You're fine.
Yeah, I'm in a different play. I'm house sitting for my brother, and I'm using my Chromebook, with the Blue Yeti. Whatever, you guys freaking go for it. I mean,
sorry.
Slow night. We can, especially if Ruhiv's in here. I mean, it's like, goddamn.
Yeah,
why shouldn't I jump in? All right, so okay, my mic's working good. Go ahead, guys.
I just want to know.
What about me? Right? Is my hair okay? Is my hair all right, guys?
Lovely.
I just want to know if Ruhiv actually
made like my pants.
I just want to know if Ruhiv actually made an 8-digit income back in 6 years ago when he was 30 years old. I just want to know. I just want to know if he actually made an 8-digit income that he actually told us over on Troubling Tribune's podcast.
Yeah, only 1 year though. Yeah.
Yeah. So, do you have any proof that you made $10 million? You want to show us that your equivalent of W-2 in Australia, so we can actually see that you made 10 million Australian dollars plus?
Not particularly, but you can Google me. You can Google my net worth. That's fine.
Okay, cool.
Still doesn't change anything about the shape of the Earth.
Did you make that money selling gloves, or?
Yes, I sold a truckload of gloves that year.
Is that why you're not making 8 figures these past years, because the globe market has been going down, down.
Yeah.
Is there a down on a globe, Rohib? Is there a down on a globe?
Yes.
It's toward the center of the imaginary fairy tale.
No, actually, the down on the globe is actually under the table, right? Rohib, you remember the table that you put the globe on top of the table? And under the table is under the globe, right, as well? Is it?
Right. But at the same time, don't you realize that money is inflating? It has been since the beginning of the creation of money.
What?
Inflating like a balloon.
Yeah.
So
money has been, inflation's pretty high at the moment.
Yeah, bro, you used to be able to buy a fucking house for $15,000, but now that costs, over $1 million, in certain places. Just Sydney, to buy like a 2-3 bedroom house,
Yeah, Sydney median house price is $1 million. It's insane.
Well, in Arkansas, you can get one. You can get a sort of a mansion for about $250,000. A really nice place.
Yep, it's about roughly twice as expensive here.
Yeah.
Hey, Ruhev, whose name do I use when I Google what you made 6 years ago. I mean, I put Ruhef in, Australian multimillionaire, and didn't come up with anything. What name should I use?
Yeah, go ahead and dox yourself.
I mean, he made a claim that he made 8-digit income like 6 years ago off the derivative trades.
Yeah,
and
that should be enough.
That's the reason he retired at 30 years old. Now he's like 36 or 40.
Type in Ruhif derivatives then. That should get you there.
Ruhif, ROOHIF derivatives. That should get me where I'm going. Thank you.
Hey, Jen, just type selling roofies. You'll find
roofies. Oh, shit! Is that on the black market, or maybe it's in the what's that? That trade they have between India. What's that? That road, the road that they have, where the Silk Road thing, where they have like they can just.
Yeah, this is what happens when Jim and Helio take over the conversation. Go ahead.
Hey, let's do a live doxing of me, Jim. Come on. Let's do it.
You know what? Before I actually joined this conversation, I checked how many people were watching on all my live streams, and pretty much nobody's watching. So that's why I came in here and fucking, decided to interact with you assholes.
I'm watching your ass.
All right, well then, fucking watch my ass. You like my ass? Put it out there.
Too hairy for my liking, mate.
Probably is. I haven't seen it in a while, but it probably is too hairy.
How far have you got now, Jim?
Let's see. I put in Ruhif derivatives Australia. I got ROOHI, and I won't dox you. Let's see if that's actually I got two Ruhifs. I
give you permission. I give you permission to say my name.
I got one ROOHI and then REHMAN, and then I got Ruhif ROHISETHI. See what else?
Put quotes around Ruhif so it doesn't suggest other spellings.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah,
good.
Yeah, I can give you complete permission to say my name. That's fine. I'm not anonymous.
Cool, man. And I know McToon really likes you a lot because he mentioned you on his podcast. Congratulations once in a while. So hey, you're famous with Loon McToon. So good job. Let's see.
Who was the globe earther who came in yesterday who completely disagreed with Ruhif's point about plum bobs? What was his name? Can anybody remember?
Yeah, I don't know. I do remember it happening.
Yeah, it definitely happened. Somebody definitely disagreed with you and your idea about plum bobs from your own side.
Yeah. Oh no! When someone posted the diagram of the plumb line deviating, it took me a minute to understand that, and then I said to, was it India? I think I said, does that change? Does that make the string that's holding the weight curve? And yeah, clearly it doesn't. But he kept saying yes.
As rich as you are, Ruhif, you think that you would have diverted from angles and zenith angles and refraction, and at least looked at the bending and warping of space-time, but I guess I was expecting too much of you.
Yep.
Yep.
I mean, that's often the case. I mean, you can throw enough money at something and make something true, even though it's not.
Yep. The bending and warping space-time general relativity has basically run a large portion of not science but physics since 1919 when we decided 2 out of 35 plates, November 6th, 1919, were good enough to prove the bending and warping space-time from 2 observations on May 29th, 1919. But Ruhif has never decided to even look into that and the bending and warping space-time and how it happened and nothing like that, even though it's governed much of physics since 1919, 104 years ago. But Ruhif knows about the theater.
Jim, I thought you said goodbye earlier. You was like, when you found out Ruhif was in here, just like me, I was like, I have to jump in.
Correct.
Helio, it's too easy. Helio.
Well, I I mean, I've been just watching freaking TV shows all day, and like intermittently listening on the live stream, and maintaining, producing it, whatever. But when I saw Roof still here, after the beating he took the other day, I was like, what? He still wants to come back and another one?
Well, he's a multi-millionaire, Helio, and you and I are poor, so it's okay.
Yeah, I'm definitely poor. But I'm not poor in I'm not poor in spirit, so don't get me wrong.
No, you're definitely not poor in spirit, my friend.
Hey, I do not give you permission to give address, obviously, Jim. But name fine.
I have now put Ruhef in parentheses with derivatives Australia, and it's even worse than it was before because I can't find you anywhere. You know what you need to do? You need to do it yourself. Make a screenshot and put it in.
Nah, just keep that between you guys, like DMs. Come on. If Ruhef made $20 million, it's good for you, bro. Good for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Jemsy. Hey, Jemsy and Helio, if I made $10 million 6 years ago,
you'll be broke already. You'll be broke already.
And I was a Glober. I don't know if I'd be talking refraction and angles with a bunch of losers on Flat Earth Discord.
No, I'd be the freaking. I've been investing in that shit. And just, but yeah. I grew up po, and I'm still po. So, but Is it because I'm a poor flat earth? I believe the earth is flat because I'm poor. Is that the implication? That's stupid.
Yes.
I'm curious to know who this bunch of losers on Discord are, Jim.
Yeah, that's way harsh.
Hey, there is people that make a lot of money from all sides of the equation. So it's Ruhef makes money. A bunch of Globers don't make money. So
Flat Earth millionaire, right?
I'm just some regular guy. I mean, it's just like I've never even reached. The most money I've made in 1 year was $70,000, and I worked my ass off the entire year. I was working 12 hours every day. That was the most I ever made in 1 year.
You know what? Ruhef calls $70,000 a year in Australia. Poverty.
Cheap change.
My first year at uni, I got a cadetship scholarship, and I was on 16,000 Aussie dollars per year.
Okay.
Had to go full-time uni and part-time work.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. Only possible on
US dollars at the time. Correct.
Okay. Only possible on
Correct.
What a dick.
Oh my goodness.
Did you use like globe economics to do all that, to make all that money?
Derivatives require a lot of mathematical knowledge. Yeah, so that kind of translates.
Really? Derivatives of what? Fucking
of stocks and futures.
Stocks and futures. All right. So you that's cool. Hey, bro. And that's fine. That's the market. It's gambling, basically legal gambling.
Yeah, tell Ruhef how he made his money, Helio. Come on, tell him.
Yes.
Well, man, I mean, if you're in the market, you might convince people to invest, or which is not necessarily a bad idea. I mean, who doesn't want to get involved with, if you're gonna make some money, put a little portion of your money toward your retirement so that you can have a future where you can retire or whatever. That's the idea.
Ruhef, do you have any of that money in a treasury account, like in a treasury as securities, and taking any percent? You're getting like a percentage. You're saying derivatives, right? You're getting a percentage every year. You're getting a percentage.
My wealth is just invested in ETFs at the moment. Like I don't do any trading.
ETFs.
So if you have it somewhere, you get a percentage of that every year, don't you?
What does ETF stand for? Alternative
exchange traded fund. So it's basically investing in the main index for each country. Yeah. So I've got most of my money in the ASX 200, which is the equivalent of your
that's good.
S&P 500. Yeah.
All right, cool. So you can do. So you're already set. as far as
Oh my
that trade
goodness.
system goes.
I
But as far
buy
as
that Helio.
he's probably sitting in a ditch in Australia.
He's sitting on a chair just like you, Helio.
Correct.
Probably.
I'll throw my camera
Yeah,
if you want.
I know about the
Hey, Helio, if you
distribution,
make
all that kind of
money,
shit.
that doesn't mean that you stop using chairs to sit down and talk in Discord, bro. Making money doesn't.
Dude,
if you give me
when I
camera
go camping, I sit on a log around a fire. I can put up a log. I'll sit in that fucking log all damn night long.
Oh my goodness.
Around a campfire.
Hey, I get in Helio, Arkansas, and I got more information off Google on Helio, Arkansas than I got Ruhiff, Australia.
You're not very good at this doxing, Jim. Not very good at all.
Well, I mean, if you look up Helio, Arkansas, you probably find me if you look that shit up. Yeah,
that's right.
Guys, no offence, but could you get off the personal topics like doxing and who's what in their bank account? We're not really here for that shit.
I know.
Oh, sure. The only reason I'm bringing this shit up and I came in here to talk about it, it was because there's not very many people watching right now because I checked it before I checked myself before I wrecked myself. That's what I was doing.
Just to be clear, it's not
especially since Ruhiff, brung his ass in here. Brung is brung a word? Is brung a word?
If you want it to be Helio.
No, it should have been brought. His badass in here, talking about how much money. Nobody was talking about money. We're talking about the Earth. Where the fuck is this globe that we can't find?
It's probably that you, Ruhiff. Where's that then?
Yeah, show us this globe, Ruhiff. There's so much evidence for
yesterday. Yeah, I went through yesterday how to measure drop over distance. Posted in the chat.
Do you think the militaries of the world that use laser targeting up to 100 miles use drop over distance?
Laser targets over 100 miles?
Yeah.
Do they
or
really
radar?
Do that?
Yeah, or radar that's over 450 miles. If you understand radar, that's 2 traversals because you got to ping off the object. So that's 900 miles. That requires
isn't radar?
Helio, shush. Thank you. So, being as that is a direct line of sight, what do you say about that? Or do you want infrared cameras?
Demonstration.
Would you? I didn't go and speak to the militaries of the world, then, mate. Off you try it.
Yeah, I've never seen that claim backed up.
You've never seen a radar? Radar, really? You've never seen the 400? You live in Australia, don't you? You've got a radar installation called Jimboree on the north coast of Australia. Right, 450 miles radius value. Right, that's over 32,000 square kilometres. Now, this detects ships at sea over 450 miles away, mate. Now, you do understand that requires a direct line of sight. What, of a ship at sea?
No, of the radar.
I'll go and find it for us. About 250. Jimboree. I think it's the Jimboree. Jimboree. I think so. I mean, your Australian names, mate, it's bloody ridiculous, but something like that.
Jimboree. Yeah, unless there's, I don't understand.
He won't even admit that he doesn't know. He won't even say, I don't know. Yeah. But
I literally got the words "I don't understand" out. I don't understand atmospheric, ionospheric refraction.
No, he was talking about radar. I mean, where they're measured from. Isn't that where you were getting, Jedi?
Yeah, and it's not over the horizon as in it's hitting the ionosphere and coming back down, because you understand that's not going to come straight back, mate. So, yeah, direct line of sight is required for radar targeting systems. Especially with ships at sea, mate. Awesome. Well, being as you're the big researcher, why don't you go and look into it? or you're just going to cherry pick your own bollocks and start saying that you've measured drop over distance, where the navies and militaries of the world use direct line of sight targeting systems and radar systems to acquire targets of, I just pointed out, 450 miles. That's a 900-mile traversal, ping and back again.
Yeah. Do you have a link to that claim?
No, this is stuff I've read ages ago, mate. Why do I have to carry around links everywhere? Why don't you go and look into why? Yeah. So why don't you look into radar? Have you not looked into radar?
I'm sure I have.
Have you never? Well, go and look into it again then.
Yeah, and
you must understand.
When someone says, "I'm sure I have," that means they haven't.
No, I have, right? Because I know the radar horizon.
Well, tell us about it then.
Okay, the radar horizon is generally 4/3R. So I'm wondering how you get 450 miles.
I don't. They do.
Well, again, it's my claim. I can back up my claim in within a minute of 4/3R.
So you said, "I'm sure I have," and I can show what they did. Go ahead and show us, just like Jared said.
Let's Google 4/3R radar horizon.
And now we're going to Google. I've done it before.
VHF radio.
And so
in
have
Earth.
we. So anyway.
Yeah, no. So the Earth has a larger radius, which we call the equivalent Earth radius, R sub E, which is normally 4/3R in the UK. So yeah, just Google 4/3R. That's what they use for radar propagation.
Awesome. Have you ever heard of Nickelbine back in the Second World War?
Yes, I have.
Awesome. Do you know what that is then?
Cross beams. Yeah. Yep. Cross beams over London.
Yeah. Okay. And Birmingham and cities further north. You do understand that these installations were over 500 miles away, right?
Right, but I also understand that was also ionospheric refraction.
No, it wasn't.
Well,
these are beams crossing over cities, mate.
Right.
Not ionospheric refraction.
That word, atmospheric refraction. What the fuck is that?
You haven't looked into Nickelbine. Hold on, you haven't looked into Nickelbine, have you?
I understand what it is.
No, you don't, because you don't understand what it is because you just put in ionospheric bounce and refraction. That's not how Nickelbine works. It was direct line of sight, cross beam targeting. The aircraft would follow one beam. It's not. Hold on. No, I'm just restating this. The aircraft would follow one beam, not go up into the sky and hit the ionosphere. Follow one beam, and then when the signal changed, he knew to drop his ordnance because this was at night time. Yeah. So not hitting off the ionosphere.
How do you back that up?
Because he followed the beam. If you're saying the beam went up into the fucking sky and hit the ionosphere, where's the plane going to go? It's going to lose sight. No, it's gone up into the sky.
Yeah, it still bounces down straight.
No, it doesn't.
I would love
straight. It's not hard to find, mate. Just go onto Wikipedia. It's right fucking there for you. Excuse my language.
Hey, we've got it in the live stream voice text for you, so don't worry about it, Jedi.
I understand.
Thank you very much.
I've seen it before, and I know that at the time there was discussions about could this be over the horizon? Could it be bouncing off the ionosphere?
And it wasn't.
Which
hold on, Helio, which confused the RAF at the time because they didn't think this technology was possible. So being it was direct line of sight, cross beam targeting, no one hit the ionosphere, mate.
That's your claim that it was direct.
But it wasn't a shape of Earth argument.
And we've posted the stuff for you in the live stream voice text that you're just going to ignore.
Oh, no, I did briefly look into it.
And you can do so. No one believes that you briefly looked into it. There's information that we know you're going to hand wave away because you're a dishonest person.
No, not dishonest, Jedi.
Yes, you are.
Okay, so yesterday I asked you, have you done the celestial navigation? You said yes, but you're not going to demonstrate it. That's dishonest.
Oh, God, now we're going somewhere. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Back when I was fucking 14.
Why does that matter? That's anecdotal. Why would you need something like that?
Well, there's $10,000 waiting for you to demonstrate it.
That's awesome. I've held a fucking sextant. Brilliant. More than you've done.
But have you done celestial navigation? Have you fixed your position by taking angles to stars?
Yes.
Hold on. Okay. Hold on, everybody. Ruhiv has his idea of celestial navigation. What do you mean by that?
Taking angles to 3 stars and working out where you are based on those angles.
Hold on. No, when you navigate somewhere, that means you're traveling around Earth. And Like, say you were starting from Los Angeles, and you left Los Angeles, and then you're going to go return to Los Angeles. You're going to circumnavigate the Earth, right?
Okay, there is a process of taking three
hold
angles.
on. Yeah, the answer is yes or no.
What's the question?
I just fucking said it. You're going to leave from Los Angeles and return to Los Angeles, sailing a boat west. And then you're going to return to Los Angeles, circumnavigating the Earth.
Okay.
Okay, how do you do that?
Well, how do I do it now? I would use GPS now.
Okay, well, how would someone do that in the past?
They would use the star. They would take three angles to three stars, and they would work out where they are. That process is just called celestial navigation. We can call it something else if you like, but that process, three stars, three angles, fix your position. Jedi claimed to be able to do that, but he won't demonstrate.
Fucking guy.
Circle of equal altitude. Hold on, no, this was my question yesterday. What's the angle underneath the star? What's the GP angle?
Between what 3 points?
Well, let's put it between vertically down from the star and horizontally to you. What's that angle?
Well, it's not horizontal to me.
But it requires a horizontal plane as stated within celestial navigation. Would you allow me to go and get the book?
Okay, the angle between
this is where I think you're This is where I think you're dishonest, because you keep saying the word angle,
right.
angle. Yeah, that's not possible on a curved surface, because if you have a curved surface, hold on, Helio, please. Because if you have a curved surface, then you've got a curved surface between the GP of the star and you when you put your sextant on the floor, so we don't have to do any calculations. Okay?
It is a curved surface between me and the GP, yes.
How can that be possible if there's 90 degrees underneath the GP of the star, which could be up to 3,000 miles away, and you need to take an elevation angle up to that star, let's call it 45 degrees. How the hell is that possible on a curved surface? Because that curved surface, that curved horizontal, is going to bastardize, excuse my language, two of your angles, especially 90 degrees that's stated underneath the GP of the star. All stars.
Right.
All
very
stars.
Very simply, it's not 90 degrees between the star, the GP, and the observer. There is a curve between the GP and the observer.
That's a problem then, because you wouldn't be able to measure angles then, would you?
What's the problem with measuring an angle?
Because you can't measure an angle if one of those lines is curved. You just bastardize one, and you must have 90 degrees ground position underneath the star, as stated within celestial navigation. That's why it's got a ground position.
Okay, so first problem you said is we can't measure an angle on a globe. Is that correct?
Curved surface, curved line.
Okay, so
if one of those lines is curved, you will bastardize two of those angles.
Okay, first of all, we're not using curved lines with angles. Okay, we're measuring the difference, the angle between two directions. Okay, with our sextant. Right, one of those directions is towards the star. The other direction is towards the horizon. Right.
Awesome. And it's not just towards the horizon, it's towards the GP of the star, because every star has a ground position, because you want to know the distance. Of course you can't.
Right.
Of course you can't.
Yeah, you're absolutely wrong,
unless it's directly over your head at your zenith.
Yeah, so we're just pointing at the horizon. We're not actually... Yeah, we're pointing in the direction of the GP, but we're not pointing at the GP. We're just pointing at the horizon.
Yeah. And how far away can the ground position of the star be beyond the horizon?
5,400 nautical miles maximum. Can be a long way.
Really? You can actually name it. You can actually give...
Anywhere between 0 and 5,400 nautical miles.
Motherfucker gave a number.
Oh my god. Throw your globe under the bus.
Holy fucking shit, that blows my mind. 5,400 miles? Is that what you said?
Nautical miles. Anywhere between 0 and 5,400.
They gave us a number. All right.
Please, before you
he blew it up.
Coming everywhere. So ultimately, my friend, the question is going to have to be this. Being as we measure angles, elevation angles to stars, we basically build a triangle, and the GP of the star, let's call it Polaris, can be, as you said, 5,000 nautical miles away, whatever. You do understand that there's a straight horizontal plane between the GP of that star, 90 degrees, and you with your sextant on the floor. The reason why I say put the sextant on the floor is because then you don't have to do any dip correction or any altitude correction, because every single one of those will take you down to the surface of the Earth.
It's incorrect. It's incorrect that it's a right angle triangle between you, the star, and the GP.
The reason that it can't be a number, if you assume you're on a globe, is that you won't be able to tell that. You're just wrong altogether. That's why I was laughing about the stupid, 5,400 stupid miles. That's dumb.
Only one person in this VC can demonstrate the process of celestial navigation, and that's me.
Well, you tried it several times, and you've been here several times over the past few years, and you've never convinced or even demonstrated. No, hold on. Nobody here is here to convince anyone of anything. You've been here several times, and you haven't demonstrated anything that's even related to navigation. You think you understand navigation, but you actually don't.
Okay, my first VC in this server was yesterday.
That's a bullshit, bro. You've been in here.
No, I haven't. I got into the VC check-in a couple of years ago, and Crit banned me within like 2 minutes.
Okay, you can claim that, but you'll be a liar.
All right.
Okay.
If you want to call me a liar,
I already know you're a liar. So yeah.
Okay. Anyway, like I said, only one person in here can demonstrate celestial navigation, and that's me.
All right, well, tell us about it.
Shut up, you prat.
And you demonstrate it, Jedi?
Yeah.
Okay, well, will you demonstrate it? Is probably a better question.
What to you? Being as you don't understand that the GP angle is 90 degrees. You keep saying, no, that's not true. You're an absolute liar. An absolute liar. It is true.
And demonstrate the geometry of it.
It is true. How long celestial navigation with a sextant been done?
Say, 400 years maybe, 300.
Yep. And they measured angles then, didn't they?
Yes.
Yes. How did they get longitude and latitude lines?
The longitude lines, they needed a clock to take it from Greenwich. And they'd usually do
and how did they get their latitude lines?
Usually by measuring to Polaris, yeah. But then they came up with the whole
and what did they do with Polaris?
Got the latitude.
How did they do that?
Yeah, your angle to Polaris equals your latitude.
Yeah, excellent. So they got an angle, didn't they? How can you get an angle on a curved surface?
Okay, let's go through that. How do you get an angle on a curved surface? All right, number one, hang a plumb bob.
But they didn't do that, did they? Because they run ships at sea.
Right. Okay, but we're on a curved surface. We're getting a curve.
That's another declaration. You keep declaring we are on a curved surface. We are on a curved surface. Not 400 years we weren't, and we didn't use a plumb bob at sea. That would have been bloody stupid now, wouldn't it?
I understand they didn't use plumb bobs at sea. I understand.
So why did you say that then?
Because we're on land right now, and you don't think you can get an angle.
I'm talking about then. That's why I brought up a long time ago. Can you not follow a conversation, or do you just want to talk to the fairies in your head?
All right, so let's talk about sextants at sea, right? So they're measured
let's talk about how they got elevation angles to Polaris without a plumb bob, with a sextant.
Yep.
And did Polaris have a 90-degree ground position?
Again, you keep saying 90 degrees, right?
Yeah, I will.
90 degrees is the GP.
Because it's all based on 90-degree right angle triangles, Ruhif.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. And it most definitely was done 400 years ago.
Again, one of us, only one of us, has demonstrated how to do it.
Couldn't give a shit, mate, right now, because you're being dishonest and disingenuous, because you will not admit that underneath the GP is a 90-degree angle. You won't admit that, will you? You won't admit that it has to, because it's destroying your religious belief that you're on a curved surface as you keep declaring every 5 minutes when anyone gives you a breath.
How about we go into geometry? Let's do the geometry.
No, don't care. I just want to point out that you're lying. You are most definitely lying.
But as soon as I go to demonstrate it, you don't want to go there, do you?
No, I just want you to admit there's a 90 90-degree ground position underneath every single star. Of course you're not, because it destroys your heliocentric ball belief, doesn't it? That's the only reason that you're going to sit here and be a disingenuous, what's a good word? Twat.
Twat's a good one, yes.
Yeah, it is. I've been told.
You can tell by his attitude that he's just really just not paying attention to what you're saying. He's just, yeah. Oh, you've been here before.
He's just wrong.
No,
he's
wrong
just
about
wrong.
what?
Celestial navigation is wrong. Every time you look into a celestial navigation book, there's a 90-degree ground position. You're saying that's not true.
It is not 90 degrees between the star, the GP, and the observer.
So celestial navigation isn't based on right-angled triangles, then?
Correct. It is not based on right-angle triangles.
All right.
You're lying.
Then let's demonstrate it.
Absolutely true.
Let's demonstrate it.
What the fuck? No, you demonstrate how it's not, because we can demonstrate how it's true.
Yeah, let's demonstrate that it's not based on right-angle triangles. Let's go into GeoGebra. I don't have screen sharing, do I?
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Do you want me to demonstrate it or not?
Do it. Do it. Go for it.
Okay, but I would need screen sharing.
Nobody has that. Nobody has that.
No, I'll give it to him if he's, as long as he's not going to post some freaking.
I'm not going to do any bloody.
He's on. That's all good. I'll give it to you, man. Yeah, just post your proof and you show us, man. Let's see.
I'll start in GeoGebra now. Give me a couple minutes.
Helio, he's saying. Helio, pay attention. He's saying screen share. None of us have screen share.
No. I'm gonna give him Lincoln. I'm gonna give him Lincoln bed for the live stream.
I know what you mean, but he is asking for something else.
Okay, that's fine. Give me 5 minutes anyway, and I'll post images in the chat.
I'm gonna give you Lincoln bed for the live stream. Then you can give us some images and explain what you mean by it. So anyway. Where was I? Where the fuck? Drew Hiff. I was about. Oh, here we go. If I give you a Lincoln bedroll. Oh, you already have it. I fucking posted it in there. Anyway. I'll have to give it to you. You already have it. Drew, if you want to give a presentation of how we're wrong about this, go ahead and post it, bro.
Yeah, give me 5 minutes in GeoGebra, and I'll do it.
GeoGebra, what the fuck is that?
GeoGebra is a geometry website. Yeah, so give me 5 minutes.
All right. 5 minutes is enough time for me to go smoke a cigarette.
60 nautical miles per degree incoming.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm going to demonstrate. 60 nautical miles per degree.
And then you'll say that requires a curved surface of the Earth.
Yes, correct.
Can you show me that? Then?
Based on celestial.
Can you show me that?
Yeah. Yep. That'll be.
Can you just show me that? Yeah, without inferring it from 60 nautical miles per degree, can you just show me that curve directly?
That is the inference from 60 nautical. Any
I know, that's what I just said. Yeah, that's what I just said. It's an inference. I didn't ask for an inference. I asked for direct demonstration.
Yeah, that is the inference from that ratio.
Yeah, for a third time now. I know that's an inference. That's the problem.
Okay, cool.
So could you directly demonstrate the curve that you inferred?
I've measured drop over distance, if that's what you're asking for.
Directly?
I made a prediction for what should be there if there is drop, or if there's no drop. The measurement.
What if you were wrong? What if you were wrong about what you should expect?
Sure. Happy to be shown.
This is why I'm asking you to not infer it, but to directly measure it.
How would you go about directly measuring drop?
You don't know?
Well, I have my method. Do you have a different?
Yeah, but you have a method of inferring it. You don't have a method of measuring it.
Right. My method is what would the measurement be if there is drop? And I go and check.
Yeah. So what if you're wrong about what to expect?
Maybe.
Okay, so this is why I'm saying directly measure the thing you're inferring instead of infer it.
Right.
But you don't know how to do that because you just asked me how to do that. So you don't know how to measure the thing that you've been going around for years saying you've measured.
Right. I've measured it with my method. Do you dispute my method?
Wait a minute. You didn't measure it. You just told me you inferred it.
I made a prediction for what it should be if there was drop. My measurement.
And then you inferred drop, right?
Yeah. It matched my prediction.
What did you measure?
Say again?
What did you measure?
I measured between one mountain and another mountain of no distance.
What was it a measurement of?
The angle.
It was an angle measurement. So curve was not measured, drop was not measured, angle was measured. Curve and drop were inferred. So, question. If a curved surface of the Earth is necessary for 60 nautical miles per degree, then can you just measure that curve?
Again, I've measured drop over distance. How would you measure curve?
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You just told me that you measured an angle, and then you inferred drop over distance from that angle. And you even said you might be wrong about what to expect from the angle. So that's why I said, instead of inferring it, can you directly measure the thing that you inferred, or can it only be inferred because it's not there?
And I'm asking you, I have a method. My method is make a prediction, see if the reality matches my prediction. Right? Do you have a different way of measuring something like that?
I heard this like 7 times, and you don't have a way of measuring it. Never mind a different way. You have a way of inferring it. Probably a whole myriad of ways of inferring it, but you don't seem to have one way of actually measuring it.
But do you have a heuristic? Like mine is make a prediction, see if the prediction matches. Do you have a different heuristic for doing that?
So you need me to tell you how to measure the thing you've been going around for years saying you measured.
Yeah,
right.
I think this is the only way.
Shut up. Burden of proof, reversal fallacy. It's not his claim to prove. It's your problem.
So what I'm saying is look, Rue, if you say that curved surface of the Earth is necessary for 60 nautical miles per degree, if that's the case, then the Earth does have a curved surface and we can just directly measure that. Who's done that? How? You don't know. Okay, well, I'll just take that as a concession. Yeah, you've said like 3 or 4 times now that you don't know how to measure the thing that you go around all the time saying you've measured.
Right.
So that's a good enough concession.
You dispute my way.
You don't have a way. There's nothing to dispute. You're just inferring it. You don't actually have a way to measure it. That's what you just told me like 5 times.
We're not...
Yeah, you infer it. You don't measure it. You told me what you measured. It was an angle. From that drop or curve was inferred. You didn't measure any drop or curve. You inferred it. You extrapolated it from something else you measured. That's why I asked if we could just directly measure the curve, not infer it. But you can't do that. You have to ask me how to do that. So there you go.
Yeah, I think the only heuristic is to say, what is the prediction if that was true? Does my measurement in reality match that prediction? Do you have a different heuristic?
And that would be affirming the consequent.
Yeah, and he would be again asking me how to get the measurement that he said he has. Well, that doesn't help.
Yeah, again, this is about heuristics. Do you have a different heuristic?
So you have to ask me again how to measure the thing that you're here telling us that you measured.
Yeah,
no, I don't, because it's your claim. I don't have any interest in measuring it, but since you say you do, I want to hear how you did it. And instead of getting to hear that, you're telling me, well, how would you do it?
Okay, I have a heuristic. I think it's valid. You say my heuristic is invalid. I think it's the only heuristic. Do you have a different heuristic?
So again, you're just going to ask me how to provide the measurement that you said you had.
Not necessarily the measurement. Don't worry about the measurement right now, the heuristic. How would we go about? What's the mental process?
Not our problem,
so
your
you
problem.
Need you need me to tell you how to go and measure the thing that you said that you measured.
Okay. Your criticism of me is that I have this idea of making a prediction and then checking the prediction. You're saying that's invalid.
What if you're wrong about what to expect?
Say again?
What if you were wrong about what to expect?
That's possible, yes.
What if you're wrong about how you're interpreting the angles?
Possible as well. All these things are possible.
Yeah, I know they're possible. That's why I'm asking for direct confirmation of your interpretation by simply measuring the curve directly instead of inferring it.
Okay, how would you go about measuring it directly?
Burden of proof reversal again.
You don't know?
He's disputing my method. He says my method is invalid.
Stop asking him how to prove your claim.
Not how to test my claim. How to test it.
Yeah, that you should have come up with that.
I have.
It's your claim. It's your argument. No, you didn't. You just told me, like, I don't know how many times that you just inferred it. You did not measure it, and you could be wrong about your conclusions. You've said that I don't know how many times. So when you circle back to, hey, I did it. I did do it. Well, that's just a lie, and it's on record.
Okay, this is about, like I said, it's about heuristics, not about, don't worry about my measurement right now. I'm saying if I want to test my idea, I ask the idea, hey, idea, what would it look like in reality if you were true, right? And yes, there could be an error in that prediction. I don't think there is, but there could be. So my model makes a prediction, and I go and test it in reality, and it matches the model. Okay?
Yeah, you said yeah, thanks. Okay, go ahead. Sorry. I thought you were done.
What other heuristic would you use to...
I'm just going to do this again. I don't know.
Because you're saying mine is invalid.
Yeah. Well,
so how do you test any reality?
I'm not saying it's invalid. I'm just saying it is what it is, which is you inferring things that could possibly not be true, which is what you have said yourself. So I don't even see a disagreement here. But you're trying to test.
How do you test flat Earth then?
How do you test? So just going to continue on with the burden reversals, huh?
Yeah, because
you're saying that you had literature proof, right? And you're so empty-handed now that you have to do everything possible to try to get me to defend a claim about flat Earth instead of just showing us this curve.
Not about flat Earth. How do you test any idea? How do you test any idea?
Any idea now?
Yeah.
Who cares?
How do you
We're
test
talking about one specific idea.
Well, you don't want me to hassle you about.
You don't know. Okay, so not only do you not know how to test for your claim, you don't know how to test for anything because you just asked me how to test for any idea.
Do you test for an idea that has a relation to reality where you can establish a cause and effect relationships, or you can test any idea out of the root of your mind that has nothing to do with reality? Is that the idea that you're talking about, Rohit?
How do you test an idea that is an explanation for something that you see?
Oh, scientific method.
Okay.
That sounds like circular reasoning.
The scientific method. What's the first step? Observe a phenomenon.
Yeah, observe something happening. Yeah.
All right. Then form a hypothesis. Right. You make a guess basically at what is the explanation for what I see. You make a guess. Right.
You're going to be applying the scientific method to test for Earth curve.
Sure.
What's your independent?
Yeah. But you make a hypothesis.
What is phenomena? What is the phenomena?
It doesn't matter. We're just going through the heuristic.
It matters. It matters.
It does matter.
Phenomenon?
Yes.
Okay, sunset. We did this yesterday. I saw the sunset.
I like this. The sunset. Does it set over a geometric horizon?
When you say geometric, do you mean unrefracted, or do you just mean straight line of light? What do you mean?
Physical geometry, like Earth curve geometry to the horizon.
Right, but geometry, basically. The light coming from the horizon is curved, right? So it's refracted. I can do geometry with curves. What do you mean by geometry?
You're coming out with an excuse. It sounds like you're trying to get ahead of this conversation. Yeah, because instead of just saying, yeah, it's a sphere edge, you've gone straight to, well, it is a sphere edge, but it looks like something else.
No, I'm asking what you mean by geometric horizon. Do you mean unrefracted?
I just told you like 3 times, a geometric sphere edge horizon.
Yeah, and when I ask you what you mean by geometric, you just use the word geometric again.
Well, you don't know what I mean? You haven't been in this conversation long enough to know what people are talking about when they say geometric horizon.
Right, so you mean unrefracted?
No, I mean, is it geometric? Is it a geometric sphere edge, period, refracted or otherwise? Is that what it is?
Okay, I can do geometry with refracted light. So can we go forward on that? Right?
Is it a geometric sphere edge horizon or not?
Right. It's the edge of a sphere. Please clarify what you mean when you say geometric.
Hold on. I don't know how much clearer I could get.
Let Heretic take this, please. Thank you.
I don't know how much clearer I could get. But yeah, you just said that, it is a geometric sphere edge. That's what the horizon is. Okay, how do you know that?
It's the edge of a sphere.
Yeah, how do you know that?
Right, because things disappear beyond it from the bottom up.
So what? Maybe you're wrong about your inferences again. Maybe that's not the way that has to happen. Maybe that can happen on a flat surface. How did you measure the geometric horizon?
I point my theodolite at it. I get an angle to it.
This again. So another inference. An inference backed by an inference backed by an inference.
Yeah, again, this discussion is about how you test an idea. We got a little bit into the scientific method. We have a hypothesis, right?
No, hold on. This discussion is not how you test an idea.
Yes, it is, because he keeps talking about making an inference, and making an inference is absolutely key to the scientific method.
No,
we're talking about a shape here.
We're talking about what you can see and what you can't see.
Right?
Yeah, we're not really talking about cause and effect phenomena here. We're just talking about a shape, right? So you say that there is a geometric horizon, but it's refracted. So basically, if I show you a 10-mile horizon from a 1-foot observer height, you're going to tell me that it's actually a 1.2-mile horizon appearing like it's at 10 instead?
No, the horizon is actually at 10 miles or whatever it is.
Oh, shit,
That's where the horizon is.
Oh, so there's not a physical geometric sphere edge at 1.2 being refracted to 10?
If we are looking through an atmosphere, then the horizon will definitely not be at 1.22.
Okay, so is it a physical geometric horizon at 1.2 refracted to appear at 10?
If I had, it's not the 1.22 moving to 10.
No,
it's just the 10.
Do you know how your refraction claim works?
Yes, I do actually.
Yeah, you multiply the radius, right?
The effective Earth radius, yes.
Yeah, so your apparent globe is bigger than your actual physical globe, right?
It's called an effective Earth radius. It's a geometric.
I know what it's called.
Transformation.
I know what it's called. So what you're telling me is there is a physical geometric 1.2-mile horizon refracted so that it appears as though it's a 10-mile horizon.
Okay, the 1.22, right? That drop of water at 1.22 miles isn't moving to 10 miles. Okay, you're seeing the water that is 10 miles away.
Okay, right? So you've got a globe, 3959 miles in radius, appearing in that instance as a globe with a 250,000 mile radius, give or take.
If you're doing the geometry, yes. It's a geometric.
Okay, so how do you know that that's a physical 1.2-mile horizon refracted to appear like it did instead?
Because things get hidden bottom up from beyond it.
Oh, really? So if something's in front of the horizon but appearing to be occluded bottom up, then it's being obstructed by that horizon that's behind it?
It could be waves.
Oh yeah, it could be waves, so we don't need Earth curve for things to appear to vanish bottom up.
Unless you're claiming 2-kilometer high waves, then yes, we do need Earth curve.
Oh, we need 2-kilometer high waves for things to start to appear occluded from the bottom up. Well, that's just stupid.
Right, so Canigou, there is 2.5 kilometers of that mountain below the horizon. Are you claiming a 2.5 kilometer wave?
Okay, I like it. Does Canigou have a horizon? Is there a horizon in that Canigou picture?
Yes, there is.
Oh, where's that?
What do you mean, where is it? It's in the photo.
I don't see it. I'll post it.
And just for your perusal as well, there's a demonstration of things being obstructed on a known flat surface.
No, that's not the photo I'm talking about. I'm talking about from France.
Shit, I'm just pointing that you can make things be obstructed on a known flat surface.
Inferior mirage is the only method I know.
Yeah, well, you might need to watch the video then, but of course you won't.
All right. That's not the photo I'm talking about. I'm talking about from France to Canigou, not from Canigou to the Alps.
Okay, I don't have that one.
All right, I'll try and find it. Yeah, but there's 2.5 kilometers of the mountain missing. Are you claiming that's waves?
I don't know. I haven't even seen what you're talking about.
Okay.
Not making any claim about it.
All right, fair enough. Let me try and find it.
You're going off of the information we provided about Canigou.
Canigou. There we go. That work? There we go.
Okay.
That's one of them.
So is that horizon geometric?
Please stop using the word geometric.
Physical.
Why?
It's physical, yes. Physical.
Right. So that's the physical Earth blocking what you might or might not be able to see over a certain distance.
Yes, that is water.
Right.
The
so
ocean blocking your view.
So that would be the physical curvature of the Earth, which in your definition would be the horizon, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Is that a direct demonstration of the physical geometric horizon, or your inference of one?
Do we agree that's a horizon?
Yeah, we agree it's a horizon.
Okay. I think it's physical, right? Because it's hiding a huge part of the mountain.
You think it's physical. That gave me the answer to my question. That's your inference. It's your inference that it's a geometric globe horizon.
Okay.
So how is that verified?
Okay. My very simple thought pattern, right, is that I have to look through the water to be able to see the rest of that mountain.
That is a simple thought pattern.
Yeah, it is pretty simple. Like, I don't understand why this debate has lasted 7 years. I do.
There isn't really a debate, because you just said, well, I think that it's a physical horizon. You don't know it. You're just inferring it like you do with... like you do with all the arguments that you make.
Yeah, I have reached certainty in my mind that it's a physical horizon. So
Yeah, that's fine for you. That's fine for you, but that doesn't demonstrate anything objectively.
Even when we can, sorry, Rufus, even when we can demonstrate to you the horizon's optical, as per the Black Swan image that I posted to you with the 2 oil rigs, that's optical and not the physical geometric horizon, because it's not where it should geometrically be according to the math.
Okay. I don't think the words optical and physical are mutually exclusive. I think everything we see, literally everything we see, is optical.
Well, of course it is, but you require the physical curve of the Earth to get in the way of things, don't you?
Right, yes.
Awesome. But when we demonstrate that the physical curve of the Earth is not where the mathematics dictates, it's at least, in this image, 10 times further away than it should be, then what I mean by optical is it's dependent on the atmospheric conditions of the day and the technology that you use, eyes, binoculars, telescopes, and so on. So the horizon will move around, so is therefore not physical.
It doesn't make it not physical, right? It's just the light that is coming from the last bit of water, right, that before it starts hiding things bottom up, that light that bounces off that water coming to your eye, that water is physical. The light is taking a curved path to your eye.
Oh, I understand. Can you demonstrate that then? Because what you've just said is that there is a geometric physical horizon at 1.2 miles in that picture, but the image is distorted so that it appears the way it did instead. Can you demonstrate that?
Yeah, sure. We can see, there's a density gradient in our atmosphere. Typically, it's more dense at the bottom and less dense higher up. So we have a density gradient in the atmosphere, and light bends through a density gradient. It bends downwards.
Okay. That was a pretty vague way of going about establishing that there's a 1.2 mile physical ball edge in that picture with a 10 mile.
The question was about why do we see further? It's because light bends downwards.
That means there is no water there.
Therefore, there is a 1.2 mile physical horizon in the picture that we don't see.
If we had a blindfold on and a really, really straight stick, right, and we pointed it out, it would touch the...
It would. Okay, so that sounds like a test that you could do to actually establish whether or not that thing that you're saying is refract is actually there. So is there any instance of anybody ever doing that?
Of having a stick 1.22 miles long? No.
Sure. Oh, no. So how do you know that would happen?
Right. How do I know refraction would happen?
No. How do you know that we would have the stick touching the 1.2 mile geometric horizon, since you just said, nobody's ever done that?
The question for me was, is there a 1.22 geometric horizon? I said yes, and gave you, if we didn't have an atmosphere, that's where it would be.
Well, how do you know that? Have you seen it without an atmosphere?
No, of course not.
Well, how do you know that?
Right. I know how much light bends, right, and therefore I can work out.
How much does it bend?
It depends on the gradient.
Standard, let's say.
Yep, standard. It bends, you convert that to an effective Earth radius and you get about 7/6R.
Oh, 7/6R radius. So that horizon's at 1.3 miles then?
If the conditions are standard, yes.
Oh, well, I guess they're not standard, or it's not at 1.2 to begin with, because it's at 10 miles.
Right.
Because I don't think 7 over 6 times 3959 equals 250,000,
Right.
do you?
Clearly, the conditions on that day were not standard.
I don't know if that's clear. I think what's clear is that there just isn't any 1.2 mile horizon to refract.
I think it is clear because every other day that he went there, you see the second oil platform, hidden from the bottom up by a lot.
Every other day. That's not what I saw. I'll post another picture from another day. That's not what I saw.
He went there most days out of 3 months, right, and showed that most of the time the second platform was hidden bottom up.
Oh, now it's most of the time. First of all, it was every other time. Now it's most of the time.
Okay, every other day. He went there several times over 3 months. One of those days was the Black Swan.
Okay, that's really nice. But do you have a demonstration of the 1.2 mile horizon that you say is refracted? Because you just gave 2 ways to be able to demonstrate that and then said, well, no, nobody ever did that.
Yeah, again, I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22 by incorporating refraction.
We don't want that. We want direct demonstration.
Yeah, how? How would you do that? Without a straight stick? I don't think that's possible.
Yeah, so yet again, he has to ask me how to prove his claim.
Yeah, I don't think a physical blindfolded test is physically possible.
Oh, okay. It's not possible to test for your claim to verify it directly. Got it.
For the 1.22, yeah, correct. It's inferred from 60 nautical miles per degree.
Yeah, I know it's inferred. That's been the whole problem all along. That you might be wrong in your interpretations of what's going on, so that's why I'm asking for direct confirmation of the things that you're interpreting, and you just keep telling me that we can't do that. And I think everybody in this room knows why.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I accept the Earth has a radius, and therefore the
how was that measured?
Begging the question. Do you hear that? I accept the Earth has a radius, therefore it must be at 1 miles.
That's not begging the question.
Hold on.
That's not begging the question.
That was the entire.
Jesus.
No, it definitely is, and you just admitted it. You have
not
to say
begging the question. Not begging the question.
Are you fucking serious, bro?
Yes. Oh, Elijah's here. Elijah knows all about begging the question, don't you, Elijah? He's muted.
Yeah, that's brilliant. So if you're not begging the question, then how was the radius of the Earth measured?
Right, 60 nautical miles per degree is a sphere.
Heretic.
And I accept that. So I was careful with my words. I accept the Earth is a globe. Therefore, the horizon is 1.22.
Okay, that's just textbook begging the question.
It's not begging the question.
Was your conclusion that the 3959 mile radius in the premise that you just gave us there?
Why are y'all doing this?
I don't.
Elijah knows all about begging the question, don't you, Elijah?
Don't mention my name.
Hang on, I've got to take care of the child for 1 minute. Give me a minute.
Right, don't mention my name.
He accepts that there's a 3959 mile radius. Therefore, that 10 mile
there's so many points that he makes that y'all let him get like fam. When yes, you doing great with that and all that, but he's not, like he said at one point, and I already knew this point because Kosho was the first person to actually tell it to me, which is how I devised my rebuttal to the point. Like, yes, we talk about the 1.22 miles, but actually them saying that actually it has nothing to do with the geometric horizon, but that whatever is happening with the light beyond that is why we're seeing what we're seeing, has absolutely nothing to do with obstruction at 1.2 miles. It's a complete non sequitur. Why even address it? Why give it the respect it doesn't deserve? And then, so his next step is to say, well, how do we prove that? Why even prove the thing that's completely non sequitur to the argument you're trying to pin him to in the first place? Okay, so let's go to that then. So he talks about how there's a density gradient in the atmosphere, but that's fucking vertically, guys. Okay.
Exactly. I agree with you. Eli.
Yeah, he's begging the question of the sphere.
I was almost. Jesus Christ! It's like crackheads in here can't wait to the end. I just got in. I mean, just fucking read Andrew Thomas Young for Christ's sake.
I already have, dude. I know all that shit, and that's why I'm asking the questions that I am. And he's presupposing.
But what they're saying, what he's saying is not in there. The diagram that they show. Actually, no, I'm lying. It is in there. But what they show, there's no mechanistic explanation for it.
Well, Eli,
oh my God, what is it? You want to fucking interrupt? What is it that you're responding to? Since I took the time. No, tell me what it is. Since you're responding to me already. What's the point that I'm making? Anybody? Don't be quiet now.
Hey, he left, Elijah.
Jesus Christ. So instead of what's the point I'm making that you're interrupting, you're just gonna fucking leave. We're friends. Leaving is not acceptable. You know what I mean? Amongst friends, when you're pointing something out and you're like, hey, why are you stepping on me? Can you justify that? Somebody leaving is not cool.
Are you going to get to your point?
Fuck off.
I love you too, Eli.
Definitely.
Somebody's gonna have to unban him, by the way. I'm not doing it.
Good evening, everyone.
Evening, Redman.
How's everybody kicking tonight? Sounds like fire in here.
What's up, Redman? Good to see you, buddy. Hope you're keeping well.
Yeah. Eating good and, chilling out, listening to the crazies. As usual. Word of wisdom to everybody. Sometimes it's best not to talk and just listen. So communication stays communication.
Rude. I'll be back shortly.
You stay on mute. And again, don't mention me unless we're in a conversation. Because, well, I don't think that's just it. Don't mention my name. What's up, Redman? Anybody know the point now?
Kind of got lost in the sauce because you were getting clipped out so much. Sorry.
Anybody else know the point?
The atmospheric gradient. And it wrong way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like because this is a completely aside from well the guy that asked me why so testy, I was making a point, and if I don't have a justifiable reason for, I mean, do you like being cut off? Would you say, oh no sir, I'm not going to be testy, let me have another? I didn't think so. People just like to say shit, but then when you want to like actually directly challenge the validity of them opening their mouth to say what they said, it's like, well, you're being mean. I'm out of here. If I'm wrong, somebody should fucking tell me what I was trying to say while being spoken through.
So if the light is coming from a part of the earth that you normally wouldn't see because the earth is in the way, right?
Yep.
And light goes straight unless I guess atmospherically bent. What the fuck would be the necessity for the light to bend around the earth, seeing is that the light ray is going toward the least dense medium? Someone tell me. If a light ray is on the other side, like anti-corpuscular rays from the sun, if you know what that is, if you don't, Google it. What is the necessity, the mechanistic explanation for that light to bend down to where you are?
I hasten to add, Ruth, if he's saying he will answer you if you unmute him.
No, he could just go ahead and post something in the chat, like a citation and some sort of, I don't know, diagram with a demonstration. Because right now we're just talking about light. We're not even talking about images and what things look like in reality. We didn't even get there yet.
Well, you heard him when he said that he accepts the 3959 mile radius, right? Because that was the claim. I accept the 3959 radius, so there is a physical horizon at 1.2. Due to the way light behaves, it doesn't look like that. That's what he's saying.
Oh God, Ruhif's back.
No. He's just been banned for 24 hours.
He can't even convince himself of his own bullshit, but he keeps trying to convince other people. At least if he could convince himself, he could stand in some sort of platform and say, like, hey, this is where I'm speaking from, this space of truth. He can't even do that. He's got both hands behind his back with his fingers crossed, giggling the whole time.
It's a complete non sequitur.
Yeah, I mean that's what he does.
Never mind the actual claim. Never mind the self-contained claim of the rocks that will, or the water that will block your view is literally right here. Never mind that. Let's just talk about how there's light coming from beyond there that makes it look like what we would call the geometric horizon actually being there instead. What the fuck is, like, shut up.
I know. I mean, it's just like he's sitting, just like Crit was saying. I mean, he's sitting in the background going, he. I can say whatever I want to, and I'm going to trigger the flat earthers, and it doesn't matter what I say because they're going to get triggered, and yeah, he's a total dipshit, and we know that, So it's it's just don't get too flustered with Ruhif. We already know what he is.
Well, he said
no, it's not it's more than. Go ahead.
Well, nothing much. He just said over and over that he has no way to directly actually demonstrate any of this, that it's all inference. But I said that like 10 times, and so did he, so go ahead.
Yeah. And that's like, what, we're going to let him circle jerk until people go, well, maybe he does have a point. So that people are so confused that they can't decide. No, that's what they do on the news. That's the kind of debates. They're like, come on.
Well, what do you want to do instead?
You got a claim or you don't?
Yeah, what would you do to handle it instead? Just try to at a certain point once it gets too circular?
Well, I mean, okay, let's take it off of Discord. If a child insists something is true, and I demonstrate to them that their logic is faulty, and they still assert it as true, guess what? I walk away.
Right. Fair.
I guess what, when they come to me and they ask for an audience with me, it's like, no, go away.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that
Like,
conversation.
if humans didn't give the globe the platform, because they're selling it to you all the time. Oh, look at this anime. Oh, look at this movie. The Miramax. It doesn't matter what it is. It's always starting in space. Then you can see the globe. Then they fucking have their little drone go over like San Francisco Bridge, red whatever the fuck bridge is called. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it always is. It's always, if we didn't give that an audience, that shit would die quickly.
Okay, I see where you're coming from.
So normally, like, if I get somebody in a clear contradiction,
yeah,
and they don't concede, the conversation ends right there. Or I just keep bringing it up so that people understand this is why the conversation is ended, because here's a contradiction. Why would I move forward?
I mean, he did give quite a few concessions. He said that he doesn't even know that his expectations for the globe are correct, that it's all inference. It's inference backed by inference backed by inference. Yeah, we didn't need to let him keep spiraling like that.
We act like there shouldn't be 10 new genuine Globers in here every hour on the hour. Like, that's how we act. We act like, oh, Ruhip's in here. Let's talk to him for 6 hours.
Yeah,
because we don't. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we do that. I mean, I'm a masochist for these guys, somewhat. I don't know. I think it's fun, but I see what you're saying. That at a certain point, it's just offering them a pedestal to preach their sophistry from.
Yeah, in that way, we're in an echo chamber. Like, and I try not to allow myself to be in one, because I understand that, because it's not about physical things that people are mentally retarded, right? It's about preference, and it's about what's the other P word, perception. So since it's about that, I mean, I could take somebody and show them, there's no horizon at 1 mile, like I did today when we went to the pier. Oh, actually, well, it should have probably been like 2 miles and change. Regardless, it doesn't matter. We were looking way to Jersey from fucking Brooklyn Bridge. Okay, and hold on. I'm like, look, you're looking through the little binocular things at the end of the pier. You can see all the way. You see the people. You see them looking at us like, like, look at them, like, but they don't know what that means. They're like, yeah, the globe is really big. What's the point? Like, you know what I mean? So it's not about the facts. It's about perception. So the reason that I'm upset today is because, well, yesterday we were having a conversation, right? And I got normies listening in, and we're having a good time because we're in an echo chamber. We understand when the Glober is being fallacious and when he doesn't have anything. So we kind of logically skip steps because we know what it is. But the people who don't know better listening don't know what it is. So they get confused and they don't understand. And they don't understand why we're berating somebody and it looks unjustified.
to a normie. That's what I care about, not how we feel in here.
Yeah, no, I get that. The presentation, the optics, yeah, for the onlookers. Yeah, I see that.
Sometimes that happens to me. Like, I wouldn't call myself a normie, but I think Elijah's right. Like, sometimes even I get that where I'm like, I don't feel like they skipped some steps and I don't quite understand why everybody's so upset, you know?
Right, because if you're not one of us, then what we're doing might make us look like dickheads. Because you're not going to get it, right? If you're just like a casual onlooker, eventually the sophist is going to start to look like the guy who has the point. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Elijah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no worries.
Like, so yesterday I couldn't get on mic, right? And Rue had presented his video. And in his video, there's here's the globe model. It's not. But here's the globe model, and here's the prediction if it were on a flat Earth. That conversation didn't have to be 3 hours where my peoples were still like, well, he made some points, you made some points, I don't really know.
Right.
When I showed them, look at right here, look, because I had showed them the same thing I showed y'all. And I said, look at right here. I said, you see how he says the expectation on a flat Earth using flat Earth math or whatever it is wrong. Now look at what Al-Biruni did in order to get the height of the mountain, in order to get an observation of the horizon. Hold on. So I said, now, before he had to do any observations on top of the mountain, look what he had to do. Oh, looky, the same right triangle. And they understood that. They're like, yeah, that does look like a contradiction. They don't understand exactly what's going on, but I could show them, how could he have a foundation for an argument that he's also using? Yeah, they get that.
Yeah.
They don't get arguing back and forth.
Right. Yeah, just point out the logical flaw. Expose that. Right.
But really, I was just irritated because I didn't want him to be in here. I wanted to ask what the fuck was going on earlier when I was being tagged by Woodson.
Hey, I was going to tell you off topic. Maybe it's good timing. I started watching that From series again, and I'm freaking digging it now.
For real?
Yeah, I started watching it over. Actually, I started watching the 1899 one too, but as weird as it might sound,
you missed what I just said.
I can't watch things that are creepy like that with those kind of images right before I go to bed, because my dream state will take over where it left off.
To be fair, it's a really great show. Yeah, y'all put me on in here. From, if you haven't watched it,
that's the one I'm watching now. Yeah, that's a good one. I like that. Now I'm not so worried about the monsters. I know they're there, know what they do, but the first time I was like, oh shit.
So, all right. I guess nobody has intel on earlier then, huh?
That's a funny thing they do though with the Al-Biruni, because like I've had them tell me that to measure the height of the mountain, that the Earth's curvature is so negligible that they could just treat it as a flat baseline. Well, if it's so negligible, then how come it's showing up in the dip angle measurement that you do after that? Can't have it both ways.
You know what's weird though is that I was listening to his argument. I don't think a lot of people bring in Al-Biruni. He's probably like maybe used twice that I've known him in the past 6 months. Somebody's ever used Al-Biruni.
Well,
see, I had to make that connection. Like, it's not something that he didn't state it. He just talked about going to a high altitude. Why? Because he doesn't understand why on earth flat earthers like to take observations from the ground when there's so much refraction. So he he tends to go higher up. Same thing Alberuni did. Went higher up, but the first thing he had to do was measure the elevation angle so he could calculate how high the mountain was. So how the fuck you gonna do that? If you don't have a 90 to the base of that mountain, if it's off by a little bit, guess what? It's not 90 degrees. You can't do that, fam. You just cannot. You cannot. I'm almost childlike about to have a tantrum because I'm like, fucking Cox, you cannot do that. It's a geometric principle. Why is a flat earther telling you that? It's annoying. Not you guys. I'm just saying, like, when they do this, by a little bit this and a little bit that and a little bit of sugar and spice and everything. Shut up. Because it's annoying because when you come across when you know something happened, you know it for a fact, you committed it to memory because you're like, I can't believe that shit just happened. And then you talk to the person about it and they go, that's not how it happened. Everybody knows how that feeling feels. When a liar lies, it's not a good feeling. Speaking of liars, again, I apparently lied that Whitson wanted to debate QE or something. I don't know, but
yeah, no, you didn't. I heard that as well, man.
Yeah, it's coming up. Whitson's down in Florida doing something, and QE's busy too. So I guess it's going to a couple weeks yet for both of their schedules to clear up.
Okay, what does their schedules being clear have to do with me being a liar because there is no debate?
Yeah, that part I'm not sure.
Yeah, nobody's willing to just fucking tell the truth because it's fucking hard because we're all friends. That's why QE acts the way he acts. He says, fuck camaraderie and commingling. And I understand it. Because look how hard it is for friends to just fucking be real. The man violated. You know damn well he's been sitting in here. We've been talking. Fam. What?
I hear you, brother.
I think it's a good showcase because it shows that flat earthers are able to debate the topics out, where globalists will just bow to whatever is a bigger authority and then cuck, even if they know it's wrong, even if they know what was being put out is incorrect information. They'll just cuck to whoever's got the most authority.
Why can people hear what I'm saying, not respond to it or ask questions or challenge what I'm saying, but then go in the live stream and ask, why are we mad? How retarded do you have to be to hear me clearly explain why I'm mad and then ask why I'm mad? Here we go again with the silence. Fucking gay fuck, dude. Yo, y'all didn't know I was from New York and it got like this, right? Oh, y'all forgot. Jedi only remembers my mornings when y'all not old enough. Y'all don't know. I'm upset. I'm mad.
Okay, so just to see where you're going with this, okay? So are we supposed to, or me, right? So you said you're mad, but you don't want me to ask why you're mad?
How did he get that from?
I'm confused.
My mad meter just raised by like.
I'm seriously confused
with that.
You've got me. Okay, I don't know what you're trying to put down.
I just clearly stated that people will hear me thoroughly explain why I'm mad, then type in the chat, hey, why are you mad?
Oh, okay, I gotcha. I think that's
that was
troll.
a global. That was bruh.
Yeah, that's a troll.
That's bruh. Troll.
It's like, why you mad, bro? That's a real internet meme that people do.
So I'm confused about this whole what's it being confused. I mean, hasn't he been saying that the debate QE?
Yeah, yes. I'm not going to be so intellectually lazy as to, because see, he's trying to do something, okay? He's trying to do something, okay? No, I didn't fucking inbox him and ask him if he was willing to debate. Obviously, when I'm running around saying I'm Don King and I'm promoting a debate, I'm not actually saying it's in writing and that it's going to happen. And we're talking about it because you've been saying that QE is afraid to debate and will not debate on a fair platform. I have been prodding QE because I'm tired of him crying about you, dipshit, okay? And one day he was in here and I prodded him again and he was like, why would I? Matter of fact, fuck it. Let's debate. And I said, shit, this shit is on. That's why we started talking about it.
Right.
So if you don't want to debate him, then don't. But don't fucking call me a liar, fam. Because that's gay.
Also don't talk about the opposing party like they're too afraid to debate you, especially when it's being offered on the table and you don't want to do it. This doesn't make any sense.
Do I talk about him? Do I talk about Bob? Do I talk about the fucking Globebusters? Do I talk
Yeah, none of us do that here. Not like that.
What the fuck is man's problem? Do I talk about him? Other than when I mention him in a good light? Now that doesn't mean that he can't call me out if I'm doing something wrong, regardless of how good I've been, right? That obviously, if somebody wrongs you, you should still be able to say, hey, you wronged me. But fam, came at me, calling me a liar because of my association with QE. I'm like, well, where the fuck have I lied? If anything, you lied. I got it on tape. What do you want me to say? Specifically this, and he's like, yeah, well, okay, maybe you're not technically a liar, but you're associated with liars. That's pretty damn close. And I'm like, I'm thinking, fam, there was a point that I would have died for you if it came to some sort of, just happened to be hanging out and then it was a bar brawl and then it had to come to that. Because that's just how I am. I'm a protective person over the people I love. Why are you calling me a liar? Why are you being a bigot? I didn't do nothing to you. I've publicly defended you on the platform you don't like. Why are you being gay? Did I call you and call you, don't call me back? And I ask you why. What, you think I'm trying to sell you something? I don't know. I just wanted to have a conversation. Niggas get weird when you wanted to, hey, by the way, let's have this conversation. I think it would be beneficial. Oh yeah, dog, maybe next week. Yeah, it's fucking February fucking 35th. Okay, cool. That's fine. I'll just forget that happened because we're all human and shit happens and people feel how they feel secretly. Whatever. I don't care. I'm still doing me. I'll see you on the flip. I'll still help wherever I can. So I don't feel like waking up to On Father's Day, why is he lying saying I'm in the what? What the fuck are you talking about? Are you serious? Anyway, just because I'm a mod, you guys let me rant on the live stream. I know I'm out of bounds. I'm sorry, but Jesus fucking Christ.
Mate, I just want you to calm down a little. That's all. Just out of love as well, bruv. Just chill. I get it. We all get it. We hear your frustration, man.
Hey, I'm frustrated too. And I mean, I'll rant with you.
Yeah.
I don't like it when people are called liars about something they didn't lie about. And I don't like it that QE is being called a liar when he holds everybody to the same standards. He's like flat earthers and globers can get some. He does not care.
And that's the right attitude to have.
Okay, fine. Fuck it. You know what? Okay, let me realize. When the whole shit came out, when we were talking about hypothesis, they're like, look, water. Sorry. Water boils at 100 something degrees Celsius at 9.8 meters. What 14 pounds per square, whatever it was. And then people pushed back, and then it was like, look, here's the link. I immediately said, yo, I'm coming at y'all. I was talking. I'm the one that stirred up shit in the FED chat because I'm like, well, we can't be saying that we didn't say this was a hypothesis when it's worded right here. And if the reason is because, well, we just knew it was a trap that ballers would. Okay, that's an admission that yeah, you did put an incorrect hypothesis in there. So why are we doing that? Yeah, that was me. You know why? Because I'm not fucking biased. Because I'm protecting foundational truths. The things I need to actually survive in this world. And if that's subjective, I don't need it. Either it is or it isn't. Either it's the truth or it's not. It's not that hard for me.
The thing is, though, that we coexist with people that refuse the truth, and that's been the situation for most of humankind. So yeah, I get it's frustrating, but I guess that's what we have to look at now. That we are going to have to coexist with these people that refuse the truth.
Yup. Time out. They have electric vehicle charging stations. That's pretty cool. What is this? It's called Plug. It's like, I guess I'll just take a picture because obviously that'd be a lot easier. Interesting.
Yeah, well, the powers that should not be have suddenly decided they're going to roll out electric cars. So voila, out of nowhere, everything suddenly works out when we could have had electric cars for how many decades now? But it fits their agenda, so they're ready to go with that.
Mining for lithium. That's completely fine. Don't worry about the slave trade for that. It's completely fine. Sorry, wrong subject. Sorry.
The Earth is flat and stationary. And contained. Who wants to fight about it? I have to pawn that fight off because I got to go do something.
Oh, I see. Running away, eh?
You'd pick a fight and then run away and leave everybody else brawling.
Such a woman.
That's awesome. That's great.
Happy Father's Day, all.
I was just going to say Happy Father's Day to everybody as well. I hope all the dads out there have had a great day.
I get
Definitely
no respect.
great day.
I get no respect from my kids or otherwise. Anyway, Jedi, I'm glad you're here.
Where's my brothers?
I'm glad I'm here too.
What kind of wine would you suggest with a homemade meatloaf, which I'm cooking right now?
A red wine.
Champagne.
Champagne? No. Really?
That's disgusting.
Why the fuck would you ask me? I'm not a sommelier, mate.
Well, I thought you always had that was the Adam Meakin. That's right.
Yeah. Just because I'm English, don't be racist.
Well, you all sound the same. I'm sorry. No,
So do you.
Just
So
kidding.
do you, Americanadian.
Just kidding. You don't sound alike at all.
Yo,
You can actually, when you get good at it, you can almost pinpoint the exact location in England if you're, listen very carefully. I'm not quite there yet.
No.
That's amazing, though. Even in different parts of London, you have a different accent, right?
Yes. Every 20 miles, we have a different accent, mate. Every 20 miles.
What type of accent are you?
And all of them have a different name of, each language has a different name, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I would have some kind of bastardized Southeast London cross Kent Essex accent. That's the accent I've got. I wouldn't even be able to pinpoint it for you.
Kind of going up the northeastern coast. No?
Sorry, mate, say that again.
Is Essex going up towards the north?
Oh, Gordon Bennett. So if you've got an idea of the British Isles in your mind, you know where London is?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's just to the east of that.
I gotcha.
Mm-hmm. So where I am is just to the southeast of London, the closest bit to France. Essex would be the next county up. Over the other side of the Thames estuary, that's where Essex is. It's north from me, and to be honest with you, anywhere north of the Isle of Sheppey is fucking the north of England. But yeah, it's north from me, mate.
I see. Yeah, I kind of got an idea.
But I might be moving in a couple of weeks to just north of Essex. So Essex in a couple of weeks' time might be south of me.
Interesting. I would love to do a bike tour around England. I don't even think it would take that long.
Fuck off, man.
Fuck off?
About 5 minutes? Yeah, about 5-10 minutes door to door. Yeah.
What's that?
Yeah, it'd take about 5 minutes door to door. My country's so small. It's about the size of Florida, mate.
I figure I could ride up one whole side in a week and down the other side in another week.
Yeah, roughly about that.
Yeah. Unless I wanted to
I heard that.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. There are 5 states that are flatter than Kansas. One of them being Florida.
Yeah.
But that's because most of Florida's marshlands and Everglades, isn't it?
Yep.
Yep.
Very low, close to sea level, all of it. Yeah. Where the hell are these
coastal
maps,
plain?
man? Worldmap1.com. Let's see, what do we have here?
Flatter than a pancake.
You'd like the roads I've been traveling on when I go back and forth to the beach, Eli. I was doing 27 miles an hour down this one long sweeping road with a isolated bike path on the side. Like almost every road now has its own bike path, so I can go miles and miles and miles with my own bike path. It's really freaking awesome. And
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Were you guesstimating that speed, or do you have an actual like speedometer on your bike now?
Yeah, I have an e-bike, so yeah, I have a speedometer.
Oh, dude, that's awesome.
Yeah, I was.
Oh, right, because you can charge it if you need a little boost. You can, yeah. I forgot you were talking about that a while ago. That's cool.
Population 53,013,000. Here we go. I see England, London, Stonehenge. So
What are you planning, Sonny?
well, I'm looking at the map of England, and it's I don't know if it's a very good one, but because I have ancestry and shoot, my memory is like bad, and in South England, where is it?
Cornwall.
Oh, really? Okay, down in the southwest. Yep.
In the south. Wait a second. I'll remember in a second.
My whole father's side comes from Cornwall. I don't know if that's where you're talking about, but southwest side.
Yeah. Somerset, Devon, Cornwall.
Not Sussex. That's
Somerset.
Somerset. That's it. Yeah, and Somerset. Actually, there's a town there with my name, family name, and spelt in the ancient way. Well, it used to be spelled in the ancient way, and then they took a couple letters off, I think. Let's see.
Always trying to get their independence. Those in Cornwall. It's like another country within a country. So obviously we've got Scotland, Northern Ireland, Wales, and England. You could, if you wanted to, separate Cornwall as well.
Yeah, I heard there were Celtic or Gaelic or there were P-Celts or one of the versions of it.
Here it is. Ken. Dox myself a little more. Ken, Somerset, a small village in the civil parish in the county of Somerset, England. It falls within the area of North Somerset Unitary Authority. It lies on B3133 road, all those threes, near Clevedon in the North Somerset levels. The parish has a population of 431. There was a relative of mine that got sent to the tower. He was one of the bishops there at Ken. I guess apparently he was speaking against numerous what would you call it? Royal authorities, like numerous queens and kings, I guess you would have to call them.
Nobles.
Yeah. Going against the wishes of nobles, of the nobility, of several different countries apparently. He was the vicary. Wait a minute, let me see. The village is small and situated in the marshy ground. It formerly belonged to the Kens. That's my freaking family. One of whom was a non-juring bishop, composer of the morning hymn. He was one of the 7 prelates sent to the tower by James II. Thank you very much. He died in the tower. The soil is loamy with, boy, that just switched right to the soil after that. Okay, the soil is loamy with subsoil clay. The vicarial ties have been commuted for a rent charge of 90 pounds. The living is perpetual curacy in the Diocese of Bath and Wells, in the patronage of Vicar of Yatton. The church is a stone structure partially rebuilt in 1861. In the interior are several ancient monuments, among which is that of Christopher Ken. Oh my God. The register dates from 1543. My brother's name is Christopher. Oh, wow, what a trip.
Obviously, I know him.
There you go. I don't care. I'll put it up.
Gorgeous part of the country, to be fair.
Yeah. I'd love to go see it. And go there. You know, like, that's my family name. I should have a plot somewhere around here, right?
Probably.
They'd be like, aren't you American?
Probably won't let you in the country, to be fair, if you say that.
They might, huh?
Sorry.
I thought about that. They might let me into the country. I thought about that.
They might not.
They might not. Exactly. Wait a minute. What about the guy that was sent to the tower? I think you still owe penance. Come this way. Shit. Yeah, he died before he paid all of his penance.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I feel like in my head, like I go back to Cornwall and like people will recognize my name, when in reality, it's just showing up to a place I don't know. Nobody knows me, you know. But it's romanticized in my head about going back to where my family came from.
Yeah, exactly. Me too. It'd probably be nothing like that. You get there to be like some horror movie or something. That would be a good horror movie, actually, or some kind of sci-fi movie. Like a Black Mirror, episode or something. Little did Sonny know, he was on the internet looking up his heritage, and he was about to go there. He bought the plane ticket. He was on the trip across the Atlantic. Then when he got there, there's all kinds of like boogeymen and stuff.
Right. Like, nope, all of your family. Like, that's for me, it's like all like a lot of Cornwall left just to go mine. So like my family went to Utah, and then someone went to Michigan, and a lot of them went to Australia just to mine. And like I don't even know if there's any of my name left there. It seems like there is, but it's cool to think about. Cornwall looks really cool. It's got a bunch of thatch houses and like really awesome coastline, and it just looks really pretty.
Let me see where Cornwall is.
Yeah, they always resisted the English. That's what I like about it. I was like, they always resisted the royalty, the English trying to, conquer them or make them take their culture, take their language, because they had their own language. There's a Cornish language.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I got the whole thing here. Let's see. I heard, is this true? Wait a second. I'm trying to find Cornwall. 1 second.
They did wrestling, Cornish wrestling, and they did mining.
Shropshire.
Mining, tin mining. Yep.
Worcestershire. Warwickshire. West Midlands. Leicestershire.
Leicestershire, right, for fuck's sake, if you're going to start pronouncing English names and place names, we're going to have a conversation before you bastardize.
Let me do it right. Leicestershire.
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 Leicestershire. Okay, got it.
Worcestershire.
Worcestershire.
Hampshire.
Hampshire.
Yorkshire.
Yorkshire.
Lincolnshire.
Warwickshire.
Warwickshire.
Warwickshire. Okay, that's going to take a while. All right, I'll stop. Been reprimanded for this before. I should have stopped the first time. Okay, let's.
No, it's fine. It just takes me back to when flat earthers have got nothing to do. The English and Americans start debating how to pronounce shit. Just taking me back, man.
I know, and so that's all right. Like I have a lot to learn still. So I see Cornwall out at the end there. We were probably pretty close. We just had Devon in between us. We were probably fighting over Devon or something. Like Cornwall and Somerset. I don't know. Maybe if they were all good all together and friendly on that peninsula, though, that might have been a good deal. But they were probably all fighting with each other no matter where they were, right?
Yeah.
At certain points, right? So every state would be at war with another state at some point.
Ish, kind of.
In the old days, so I mean, this is not like, of course, not like any more recent than maybe like 1500. I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
13 to 15. Well, I would say since the Norman invasion of 1066, when the country started getting carved up, that everyone was battling over everything.
That's true. Right then. Yeah, there must have been a lot of turmoil then, right? Yeah, I bet. And then between the Irish and the British and the Scottish and the British and
everyone and the English. Every time you say British, it encompasses the Welsh and the Scottish. So it was the English versus the Scottish, English versus the Welsh, English versus the Irish, English versus fucking everyone.
That's wild, man, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I mounted this mount into the concrete. Awesome. I have my big screen up here with my Discord and my studio. Everything all in one. But tonight I'm a bit tired. So I'm having a late evening coffee. And my dinner is actually, this is running a little bit late for dinner. It's already 8:30.
What's up?
What's up?
I just cursed the fuck out of Witsit and then at some point you as well.
Why'd you curse me out? What did I do? I just got back. Shit.
Just cause.
I just got back. Did everybody talk?
That's fair enough. Where's Meggie?
Where's the one guy that creeps you out because he thinks so much like you? I don't know.
Meggie think I don't know. Go ahead, Elijah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, apparently the debate's off because Witsit didn't know about it, so whatever.
What debate?
Exactly. I don't know. What the fuck is going on?
Wasn't going to be a debate. The double speaking dipshit. 8 months ago, the debate's over 8 months ago. The next one's going to be his trial for fucking treason.
Yeah, that's the one. Whatever that is not. Well, apparently nobody knows.
It's going to happen with him or without him. I'm just waiting for the go ahead logistically, and a couple other family issues I got to take care of. But somewhere around mid-July or but we're just waiting on logistics. No one's got back to me. So
Gonna send out an Evite.
there ain't no damn. What are we gonna debate? My favorite fucking color?
I didn't just pull it out of my ass though that you and Miggy think alike. You say it all the time. He creeps you out. He'll say something that you're thinking.
Oh, sometime. Yeah, you're right. All right, fair enough. Yep, just winding down the evening, man. Busy weekend, good weekend, but busy. So what's going on?
There's Miggy. That's what's going on.
Maggie's going on. All right, fair enough. What's up, Eddie?
What's up, man? How you doing? We had Ruhif in earlier denying there's a 90-degree angle underneath the GP of a star. That was
Ruhif.
Yeah.
Again, I keep missing that. He's a retard, dude.
Oh, we know.
He made me laugh. It was so funny.
Oh yeah, he thinks he's like a Rhodes Scholar. It's like he's an Elmer Fudd sophist. He's a fucking retard. We destroyed him back. I think it was FED 300. It was in the 300s. It was over then.
It was ancient history. We were waiting for you. We were waiting for you to come back. We were waiting for you to come back to do your oratory on light.
Oratory.
Just kidding.
Fucking I ran into Ruhif on the evolution front and just dismantled. I do it in my sleep. He's a fucking retard. Remember, deaths are meaningless? Don't forget about that.
Oh, so that means you could just throw out everything he says before he even says it.
Right from his own lips. What the fuck you want me to do with him? What are you going to do with that?
I don't know, but Heretic had him on the ropes with his inference of curvature and no direct measurement. It was great.
I'm sure he did full effort. Heretic's sharp cookie. All right. Anything else?
Then how could you be absolutely sure that we banned you? Then how would you know that?
That you banned me? Why would you ban me?
No, I'm talking about Ruhif.
Are you talking to Ruhif?
I'm just speaking rhetorically.
Oh, because I don't see him in here unless he's another name.
Yeah, that's because he got banned.
Who banned him?
Well, like Fight Club. We don't want to talk about Fight Club.
Why'd you ban him? It's flat Earth proof that Bass. He's up there.
Because it just went on and on and on with his, circular reasoning over and over and over again. It just gets so boring. If sooner or later you want to knock that phonograph off the stand.
What does Nathan say? How you like that geometric horizon, Roofy? I think that's what he says. Too funny. All right, so I missed it. Sorry about that, guys. Just been too busy. Stuff to do. Summertime, family time.
I mean, I'll let you off this time as I let you off yesterday and the day before, but don't fucking do it again.
And the day before and yesterday and last week. And
it's just about to say it was fine.
It's just a little chaotic right now. It's not even summertime yet, officially, but we're getting close.
Happy Father's Day, everybody.
Well, thank you.
Thank you very much. When you say of everybody, obviously the men, not the women.
All the fathers, of course.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I don't mean fathers of dogs. Children.
Why would anyone interpret it as the father of dogs?
You tell me.
Hold on. That's a burden of proof reversal fallacy, if ever I've had one.
I don't know the answer to that. That's why I said you tell me. So
But you tell me. You're the one that stated it. What?
Because I've heard it so many times, like, oh, I have a dog, so I'm a father or a mother.
You must frequent. You must frequent forums that I'm not a part of.
No, this is just an everyday life. And I mean, of course, people on the internet say it too, so they're not all just getting it from nowhere.
Father of dogs. What the fuck?
I'm the
Like, if they
father
have
of
a
dogs.
dog.
I'm the father of a dog fallacy. What?
Dang, guys, you're too funny.
Did you wash that conditioner out of your hair yet?
What are you talking about? You don't have any hair, so that's why you're talking to me about my luxurious freaking hair. I'm only kidding.
A full head of hair there, brother.
Okay.
Yeah, I knew when I was young, baldness isn't going to be one of the complications. If you know
Me
what I mean.
too. So we're right in line with each other there.
Now, I cut that shit off because it bothers the shit out,
I
especially in
just
the
don't-
wintertime.
I just don't cut it. You know what? It bothers the shit out of me too. Sometimes.
Good
Funny,
for
when I was
y'all.
a teenager, I couldn't get it long enough. Now I can't get it short enough.
Hooray for y'all.
Thank you.
Get me a toupee.
Yeah, let's get a toupee for Eli. We'll all pitch in.
Eli,
so we're gonna be.
We ain't getting Eli. He said he was dogging me out.
Elijah, man, we've got a huge wig collection, mate. You just got to pick one out that you like.
That's so true.
And the variety now is like over the top. I mean, we have so many different ones now.
Man, we have so many people in here, but no roles.
I just noticed that as well. So let me start scrolling through the list, and maybe we can start having conversations with people.
Fucking job.
Well, it's okay. We've got somebody called Donna in the server. So Donna, I'm going to unmute you on the provision that you have a quick look through the welcome page and read those rules, my friend. But I'll unmute you for now, just in case you do want to have a conversation. That will last for about 20, 30 seconds. But Donna, welcome to the server. My name is Jedi. What brings you here today? You have got control of your mic if you wish to speak. Like I said, that offer will only last for 20 seconds. I will mute you. You can then go up to voice check-in number 1 or ping one of the moderators or gold members from the lobby to say that you want to be unmuted. But please, my friend, read the welcome page and the rules. Really do appreciate that you could do that. So, Donna, are you there?
Does she have to read the welcome page and rules? I was unclear about that. Can you say it for a third time?
Yeah, certainly. Fuck off. But Donna, being as you haven't spoken, I'm going to mute you again and maybe move on to the next victim. I mean contender, I mean participant, I mean person. Who else is sneaking? Come on, help me out.
We've got
We asked that you.
H2Oville.
No. We ask you to be decisive on the script that you will go with before you come in here, so that you're not, Googling when you come in here and thus quiet, not using your mic. We'd like you to come to class prepared.
H2Oville dipped, but we've got Jabcho.
That makes sense.
Makes absolutely no sense at all. But Jabcho, I'm going to unmute your microphone in just a few moments, if you'll just give me a second. Because, I'm old, I'm retarded. Oh, whatever that name was. Kim, say it again for me.
Jabcho.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Hi, Jabcho.
Hey,
Hello, my friend. How are you?
I'm doing quite well, man. How about yourself?
Yeah, really well, my friend. Just very quickly.
Amazing to hear.
Good stuff. Have you read through the welcome page and the rules?
I have. Well, I didn't read all of it. I'm not going to lie, because it's a lot of stuff, but I did skim over it. I can pretty much put together what it says, for the most part. I think I have pretty good common sense for the most part. Maybe
No
not,
worries,
though.
No worries, mate. So, quick question. What brings you to our server today?
So actually, I just began my flat Earth journey. I wasn't as enlightened about a year or two ago when I was going through university. It's just strolling around the internet, and I actually came across this link through a friend I met on Twitter. And he invited me in here, and I've just been learning every day the stuff you got posted in here, and it's an amazing experience you guys got going in here. And I want to thank each and one of you guys for having me here and giving me the opportunity to speak today.
Awesome. No worries, my friend. No worries at all. What I'm going to do is I'm going to give you that voice. Shut up, Kim. What I'm going to do is give you the voice verified role so you can leave and rejoin the server and take control of your microphone whenever you want to, mate.
Oh, man, that's awesome.
Yeah, no worries. It'll probably take a little bit longer for you to stick around in the server before we give you any more roles. But apart from that, my friends, welcome to the server.
Happy to be here.
No worries at all, my friends. Is there any topics of discussion or anything you want to talk about? Any questions that you want to ask the panel at all?
I'm kind of one question. I'm kind of interested in the question. He said he was in university. If you don't mind, what was your major?
I was doing general business, and then I actually switched to environmental science.
Environmental science. Holy shit.
Yes, sir. Oh. And then after they put me through environmental science 151, which was like basically right after the big intercourse.
Yeah.
Or intercourse, sorry, the little Freudian slip.
This is a family show.
Sorry, Freudian slip there. But through the course in general, I just wasn't really agreeing with some of the stuff I was being taught. And what I really didn't like is when it wasn't really doubtful, but I would just try to understand some of the things that the professors and even my colleagues were talking about. They were getting irate at more so my misunderstanding. And as we go on, or as I went on through university, that was really what was disheartening to me. Is it didn't feel as much as open education or they wanted to learn. It was more so, we're going to implement you into the system, and you kind of just have to believe what we're telling you, whether you like that or not.
The indoctrination system. Yeah, I'll tell you what.
Indoctrination, that was an amazing, I don't know why I didn't think of that myself, but that is the perfect word to use.
Yeah,
in
that's
that.
what it is. So you want to see what's real when you go, if you ever go or you run into those professors, ask them for fucking hypothesis, environmental sciences, and then get your corn.
I'm not going to lie, the mic cut out for half of that for what you were saying, and I didn't understand most of it.
Ask them for a hypothesis and get popcorn.
Is it that bad? Is my mic bad again?
Yeah, it's just
maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me.
No, he's roboting a little bit. So he said,
roboting?
Yeah,
for a little bit, yeah.
Right now, am I still roboting right now?
No, not right now.
Now it's a lot better.
Okay, thanks. Refresh. Sorry about that. So what I was saying is, if you run into those professors, you're ever in that environment again, no intended, ask them for a hypothesis for their discipline. Just one.
Well, yeah, like I said, it was a couple of years ago. I'll never find myself back in a university setting again.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm. But if I do find myself in a scenario like that, I'll definitely keep that in mind, 100%.
You better know what a hypothesis is if you're going to ask the question.
Yeah.
Well, before that, do you have like an example of something that like an example
of something like his trash can or something like that?
Like things I disagreed with.
Disagreed with. So what?
Yeah, so I mean, it goes from just environmental things. Like, for example, I think the first people who found like tectonic plates weren't the individual that most Americans are taught. But aside the part from actual biological and scientific things, it's more so the implementation of how. I don't think the system is more so back and it's not where they want to teach you for you to understand it. They more so just want to tell you A and you regurgitate A back to them.
Well,
but yeah, there's other scientific things I can go into, but honestly, it's just not even worth my time. Like some of the stuff that they would discuss.
Sure, they're scientific.
Were some of the reasons scientific? It was a few.
Really? Did they have any hypotheses?
Well, that's the thing is what I would, because maybe it's just the university I went to, but if you press the professor a little more than normal, so say hey man, I got a question. Let me explain. Can you explain this to me a little more? After going about 3 or 4 times, it got to the point where they were like, look, dude, how are you just not getting it? Are you just not intelligent enough or something? Or they thought I was trying to misconstrue some information they were saying. So it was just me not communicating things very well.
It was them making claims that there was no method of empiricism to prove that. That's what.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this is just how it is. You know, it got to the point where eventually they would be like, this is what was discovered, and this is how it is. This is what I've been taught, and I'm teaching it back to you. And then I would say, well, I found this article here on this website. Would you mind checking it over? And he's like, no, man, I'm not even going to look at your dumb conspiracy, is what he said. I remember it very specifically. And I was just like, well, even if it is a conspiracy, it's educated to even think about it.
Can you give us the details on that instance?
Well, this was years ago, man. So I'm not gonna have the exact link and everything. But like I said, it goes back to the tectonic plate things. Okay. Yeah.
So what was he saying, and what did you find that was contradictory to it?
That was what he that's what he was saying. Well, what the fuck was he saying, Elijah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So essentially, the professor was like, "What the fuck are you even on about?" Not that he actually said that, but the professional way of saying that, and then said, "I don't even need to look over it because I've been teaching this for 10 years, and this is just how it is." Yeah. It doesn't. Go ahead.
What was that specifically? Is what Elijah's fishing for, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. And that's what I was talking about with the tectonic theory. I don't think the person that found that. I think tectonic plates have been around since I think the Egyptians have known about the tectonic plates. You know what I mean? So I don't think it's fair to assign the discovery of tectonic plates to things like colonizers from within the last 16.
That's not science. That's not science. That's not science at all.
Tectonic plates. It's taught in the science category at university. At least the university I went to. But yeah, I agree with you. It's not science, so yeah, I agree with you.
Okay.
You have you know what a basin is?
A basin, yeah, I do. I mean, not off the top of my head. I can't give you an exact definition, but I know about water basins and stuff.
Yeah, it's a bowl.
Yeah, bowl.
You know that they call the I guess however they map the seas, they call it an oceanic basin.
Right.
That's deep, man.
Yeah, I say that to say if we had a plane with topography including under the ocean, it's like why would you from that standpoint think that anything is moving?
Oh, well, that's getting there. All right. Let's wind this back.
I'm just saying. All right.
Let's wind it a bit. So, are you in live stream voice tech? Whoever was talking, not Elijah. I know Elijah's in there.
Yeah, the new guy. I've just given you voice verified, so you should be able to see the live stream text room. It's the text room just above this live stream, mate.
Oh, I see. Okay. I'm supposed to reference something in here? Yeah, I could see it. The live stream voice text chat.
Yeah, go to the bottom. You're going to see Quantum Eraser, and the topic is, yo, baltards. Don't take that personally. I want to get to the meat of this.
Quantum Eraser. The California Institute of Technology physicist, Sean Carroll. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
So, from nature.com, the most prestigious quote-unquote science journal in the entire fucking world. From California Institute of Technology physicist Sean Carroll. So he's one of the leading quote-unquote scientists. Sean Carroll, we're talking highbrow here, not your run-of-the-mill Joe fuckwit. So California Institute of Technology physicist Sean Carroll arguing in the edge that hypotheses aren't simply useful tools in some potentially outmoded vision of science. They're the whole fucking point. So let's say it's true. Obviously, he's a physicist, self-purported up here. They know what he's talking about. So then, please provide, not you, the royal you, please provide a single viable scientific hypothesis in the entire history of either the so-called sciences, right? You follow that logic. paleontology, anthropology, archaeology, geology, evolutionary, whatever the fuck that is, and yes, I'm still laughing, biology, theoretical physics, astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics. And yes, we're still fucking waiting. You see where I'm going with this?
I absolutely do.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. That's where we're at here.
Mm-hmm.
So, therefore, if neither of these crayon munching, licking, knuckle dragging can provide at least just a single, I'm not even asking for an experiment. I'm just asking for a single viable scientific hypothesis in any of those disciplines in their entire fucking history.
Test.
If they can't provide one, then where are we at?
And that's up for the Matrix to decide, you know?
It's not for the Matrix to decide. It's for every fog, mere breathing citizen of this earth should be asking, shouldn't they?
Yes.
Is or is you natural science is what I'm asking. And if it is and you say yes, then you better provide a damn scientific hypothesis. Most Ricky Tick. If you don't, and you're parading yourself as natural science, you are pseudoscience fuck with religion by definition. Follow that?
Kiwi, you are still kind of roboting here and there, just a heads up.
That's some bullshit, man.
I'm sorry.
It looks like my voice connection is highly variable. Hey, Indio, you better change that geographic location, some bitch. Yeah, I can see it. I'm down there and voice connected. I'm green and then I go yellow and red.
Probably just your mood.
Ain't my mood. You some bitch prick bastard Arbor.
He sounds chipper to me. Like the peach he is.
Where's the geographic location on this sumbitch?
I don't know about y'all, but I didn't detect any lies yet. But I'll wait.
Oh yeah, you can bring it back to that.
I'm not. I'm obvious. I'm still peeved.
I can tell.
What you pissed at, Elijah?
God, how long have you got?
Well,
Sorry,
Elijah's known for being concise.
He's definitely known for being a lot of things. That is very, very true. I'm getting him to laugh. That's good. That's good.
What you pissed at, Elijah? Come on, quick. Come on. Stand on your feet.
Apparently, I'm a liar by association with you, the liar.
What did I lie about?
I don't know. I'm still waiting.
Oh. Well, let's wait for the lie and then we'll deal with that. But calling somebody a liar without demonstrating the lie, that's sort of a... Hold on, I'm waiting for the green. There you go. That's sort of a assertion fallacy. Oh, shit. This thing's going yellow. Fuck. Let me drop out and come back in again.
Okay, whilst we got a short break in transmission, there's a few people that haven't got any roles in here. So if you want to go to voice check-in, speak to one of our lovely volunteers, we just have a very, very quick interview. Then I can give you voice verified role and you can come back and join the conversation with the ability to mute and unmute yourself. So those people without any roles who want to join the conversation, voice check-in number 1. Go.
Yeah, so somebody sent me this video today as proof of a spinning ball. If you want to check it out.
No, we ain't got time.
No, it's laughable. I recommend you check it out.
No, I was done with that in 2016. Still fucking. Where is the location of this link? Not your link.
Live stream voice text.
Not that link. The link between Discord and the rest of humanity. Where is this fucking from?
Timbuktu?
Yeah, it could be.
You must be talking about the VPN that goes from the. Yeah. Gotcha.
Change that to the East or Central United States, for goodness sakes.
Helio's in the voice. He's in the panel. Are you there, Helio?
Well, he had to move it to Tuca University area so that some of the retards could come in.
It's not Tuca. It's Tuco.
Tuco. Is that in Tobago?
We don't say that in the word in New York.
Tobago, Trinidad? Tuco? You should add that. Tobago, Trinidad, Tuca University.
That shit's copyrighted.
Okay. But not with the addendum, the Tobago.
There are
off limits. Yeah, you roboted that time, but we're not going to. Did you say fuck off?
Fuck you.
Fuck yeah. You should do it like what's his name? El Kabong. What was that?
But how can you change the source of this numpty shit?
Deputy Dog.
Deputy, how do you change the source of this?
You talking? Are you guys talking about where the server arm or whatever it's called? The region? Yeah, only admin can do that. So I have no control over them.
God's sake,
Oh.
All right, no worries.
Where's it from, Helio? Do you know?
It's the current one. I'm not sure. You're gonna have to get with Indio or CJ on that one.
Fucking CJ.
Hey, you don't know. He doesn't come on.
Who
He's
the
one
hell
of the admins.
CJ?
Huh? Yeah.
We got mods.
Yeah. You know why you don't know? You're not active in admin mod chat. You know, you're just some asshole that just jumps in every once in a while.
Oh shit.
Oh, your sister didn't.
I still love you, brother. I'm just fucking with you. But yeah, I mean, as far as activity of the server, yeah, I mean, that can be only changed by admins. You know, as far as this, where the server is located. You know, if there's an issue, sometimes if there's like people breaking up and stuff, it can be fixed. If they change the server region. But yeah, that's.
Yeah, we knew that. Thanks.
Okay, well then, why the fuck were you asking?
Fix it.
OMG.
What's up with you, Kiwi, and people's sisters? you getting them sisters?
Yeah, it's a long story, and with my connection ability, I don't think I could do it.
Yeah, that's true. You're roboting a lot. Where's them admins at?
I've pinged Indio and CJ to see if they can address the issue.
Apparently, when I don't speak, it stays green. You fucking piece of shit.
That came
we can hear you, though. You're coming in clear right now.
Every time I speak, this fucking thing yeah, it did it again. What the fuck? I got what the...
Old dude said try rebooting your device.
My device. This is a family show. What the fuck does it mean?
Oh, I posted in the live stream.
Where's the server just now?
How the fuck can I reboot my device?
What are you trying to do?
Holy shit, man.
What's happening? What's wrong that you're trying to fix?
See, the voice connected down there in the left-hand corner. It should have 3 green bars.
Right.
Yeah, that fucking thing keeps on going to yellow and red.
I've not even got it on my iPad, man. Or my phone. No,
I'm on a desktop.
PC. So I just switch it off. But it'll probably make you do some sort of safety boot up or something if you just switch it off at the wall. But as long as you've got the password to get in it and stuff. Unless you can just reboot it just by holding the power button.
Reboot what?
Your device.
I'm
System.
telling you, man.
It's the last thing.
Reboot the desktop computer. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, the whole thing. Just worth a shot.
Switch your modem on and off like 10 seconds. That helps.
I'll be out of here for 3 minutes.
Yep.
Can I get a complimentary shut the fuck up before you go?
Yeah, shut the fuck up, man.
Buy a solid state drive and you can switch off and on in fucking 30 seconds.
You guys are talking gibberish, man. The only problem I have is in here on Discord. So it's got to be the region.
Yes. What kind of area are you in?
He's probably got the some bitch in dumb fuck England.
I'll not be in Europe. Nah, I'll not be in the Europe server, man. Never is in Europe. Well, it never used to be, at least. It's always in the States someplace.
How many damn admins are there?
3,
4,
5.
Your dumbasses in here.
3,
4.
No, 4. What are you talking about? 4. Yeah.
CJ, India,
Right.
Jose, and me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Catty. That's what I say that. Catty for admin. He's never been seen again. Don't know if you know that joke, but we always used to say that to him. Catty for admin. But he was quite older and he had some medical shit. And he's never been seen again, man. Gone, I think. Rest in peace. I'm a flat smacker. What I know about.
Alright, I'm scrolling. Has anybody gotten a name that they don't recognise that they want me to unmute? I know Donna doesn't want to speak. We tried to speak to Donna. I think everybody else has left. I can't see any names that we don't know. Unless I'm being blind. I am old. Don't recognise that guy at the top, Shekel. I haven't got a clue who he is.
Don't know about Buyout or Davey. Never seen his name either. Glow 25. I can't see that. Glow 25. Never seen that before.
Shekel's a moderator.
He was joking.
Oh dear, my sarcasm never fails to trip you lot over, does it?
Not me, Santi. Not beat me.
I picked up on the dry wit.
Thanks, mate. Well done.
I re-entered, and then updated the menu on my voice. Well, it looks like I'm green right now.
You are coming through beautifully, Claire.
Yeah, it just went to yellow, you fucking yellow spine.
What problem is it causing you, though? Because we can still hear you. You're not disconnecting or anything.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just a temporary thing. If that doesn't usually happen and you're not having any issues, I wouldn't really bother about it, man.
I'm fucking worried about it. They got to change the damn region.
It's a psychological effect. It's a psychological effect that a soldier. Don't worry, it's going to be all right.
Nobody else is having any issues.
This is some bullshit.
I know. It's just you're in the theater of war, and you're a little shell shocked, to be honest. We suggest you take it easy.
Tell them to change the damn region.
Hey, Kiwi, do you have your own VPN? Are you attached to a VPN yourself? Or no?
No.
Okay. See, I have my own VPN, and I can change servers to different regions to get the fastest ping rate.
All right, let me try something else. Oh, no, that shit didn't work either. You mother.
Okay, what problem is it causing you apart from lighting up the little thing?
Okay.
The problem. You asked me what my problem is again.
Okay, well, we're going to keep Huey in the infirmary tonight for observation.
Hey, you don't need to speak over everybody, bro. Hey, you don't have to speak over everybody, man. So, Joe.
All right, I'm out of here. Have a good evening.
I'll fix it, sell it, QE, man. It'll work. It'll be sorted again tomorrow or some shit. Or when you go back on, man, it'll be all right.
Nah, it's been fucking up in here for the past week.
Man, are you leaving?
Yeah, I'm leaving. Yep. Later.
Be safe. Take care. Happy Father's Day.
Oh yeah.
The party's over. Turn out the light.
Let's get the party started.
Let's get it started. Ha!
See the names that I don't know. They got roles. Have you already checked them, Jedi? Yeah.
I'm literally just doing that right now. So I've got down to Davey. I'm just going to check out his roles. I'm on my phone. So.
Yeah.
Davey's a valued flat earther. Has got space herpes. Unlucky, Dave. Everybody else I recognise.
Yep. So let it be known, QE left the infirmary against medical advice. We suggest you don't leave the server when mad. Only joking. You know, like couples, they say never go to sleep mad with your partner, right? Yeah, well.
Don't let the sun go down on your wrath.
It went down like a lead balloon. Led Zeppelin. I can play I could play the hell out of some Led Zeppelin. Plagiarize the shit out of those riffs.
I tell you what, just so we can have a flat earth conversation, Donkey has just DM'd me and wants to have a conversation about eclipses. I don't think Donkey has been spoken to about the Selenilian eclipse, for example. Donkey, there?
I think we were last night, were we not? Talking about eclipses.
I don't know, I'm just about to ask him.
No, I think we were. Donkey was there.
What's up?
What's up?
Hello, man. So what do you want to
post a screenshot here?
Yeah, go on.
All right.
I was just replying to what he DM'd me, Spake, that was all. He wanted to know about eclipses, so I thought I'd offer up the conversation, whether you'd had it yesterday or not.
Before Sonny starts playing the guitar.
Yeah, quick.
I know, quick.
Donkey, quickly start talking about fucking eclipses.
Hurry up. I'm not ready anyway, so don't worry.
Bullshit, you were fucking just ready to get on the fucking mic and start fucking on your box.
We've got a ninja in the house. No, seriously, look down the server, there's somebody called Ninja something. Ninja Chris 234. That's a great
Chris.
I like that. That was really, really cool. So Ninja Chris, I don't know if you've got any roles or anything, mate, but I don't think you have, so I might just unmute you. Let's have a look. So, Ninja Chris, you've got voice verified. Hello, mate. How are you? What brings you to our back to our server today? Otherwise, we're going to be talking about eclipses.
Or are you
Why?
play guitar?
Why is Donkey talking about eclipses? I thought you had a question or something. I was waiting on you starting to speak, Donkey, and then like ages. So on you go, man. If you've got a question about eclipses, I mean, we don't know what these things are, just like you. There's stories about them. There's other possible bodies being seen up there in the sky. I've not personally seen any of that kind of stuff, but I'd love to. And I think that's possibly the reason why they ask you to wear those glasses, so you can't see the other dark bodies up there, or like the mass populace would see all these other fucking things in the sky, but they think it's dangerous because they say, or the story I believed was that they said that because light travels so fast that the iris can't close quick enough because of light speed, blah blah blah, all this bullshit. But that's what I believe, the story, why you had to wear those glasses. But I don't wear them. Since I've been a flat earther, I don't wear them, and I've only seen a couple of eclipses since then, if you're lucky, like 3 maximum. Just a couple, I think.
Ninja Chris, you're unmuted. Did you want to say anything, mate?
Oh, I forgot to mute. My fault.
That's all right, buddy. No worries. Just a random question, but are there any maps of flat Earth? You'll probably find that every single map, apart from one, is of a flat Earth. Now, if you're talking about an actual map of the actual Earth, I haven't got a clue, mate. But there are lots of maps, and the majority, 99.9% of them, are flat.
They fix a globe with them when they're sailing. It's not like you have to chart courses or on planes. Like, that would be a thing. People would have, like, in these fucking extremely technological planes, there would be an extreme version of a globe. Like they would like be a heads-up display or something, I would imagine. For the curvature and the speeds that some of these planes travel at, the amount of curve that they'd have to take into account just to stay at that altitude.
Donkey, did you actually have a question about eclipses, mate, or did I misinterpret what you said?
It's got to be mine.
No, I did. But you were talking with someone else, so didn't.
No, we've been telling you to go.
Okay, so if you scroll up to the chat, I know the size is a joke, but I was wondering, what are the Globers trying to say about, what is the counterclaim they're trying to say about to the eclipse claim that we have from the photo? Where's the picture? Chat. It's here.
Which eclipse, mate? A normal eclipse or a Salenilian eclipse? Which type?
Here, I'll post it again.
Yeah, please, mate. Yeah. Whoa. I know this.
That one. Or the wrong.
Oh, right. So it begins with R. Ends in action. It's refraction. So the global argument to, let's say, a geometrically impossible eclipse would be refraction, as in that's not the actual sun and that's not the actual moon that we see. Or that the shadow is being refracted up onto... It's all bullshit, mate, but ultimately the argument will come down to refraction. If we're talking about the impossible eclipse. The Salenilian eclipse that you've posted.
That doesn't answer the shadow problem, so they're fucked, eh? Like, just give them refraction. We'll just say that the entire fucking sun is not really underneath us. It's actually above our head. Like, it's fucking insane.
So when sun and moon are above the horizon and the moon appears to be occulted, it's daytime. And our excuse is, that isn't the sun, that isn't the moon. They are refracted. The moon is actually behind the Earth, but is refracted up so you can see it. But you understand that I can't even say this, mate, because it's bollocks.
And the sun, so...
No, I follow you so far.
Yeah. So their excuse will be refraction, mate, but they can't really answer the problem because it's a geometric impossibility. To have an eclipse in the heliocentric model, first of all, the moon must be in its full stage, so it must be a full moon. We understand that the only place within the heliocentric model for there to be a full moon is when the moon is on the other side of the Earth, comparable to the sun, and because the moon is on the other side of the Earth, then the Earth's shadow will occult the moon. Now, that's a normal eclipse. The Serenilian eclipse, for example, this is daytime. Sun and moon are both above the horizon. Now, we understand within a normal eclipse, there is a straight line. Sun, Earth, moon. A syzygy, if you will. So it's obvious how, in this idea, that the moon would be occulted by the Earth. But within the Serenilian eclipse, it's daytime. Both objects are above the horizon. So this is not a syzygy. This is a triangle. Now, it's kind of impossible for the moon to be occulted by the shadow where you can only have that within a syzygy. The straight line.
Look at how extreme the shadow travels from the top inward on the GIF that I just posted after Blue Jumper posted the still meme. And you can see it, man. It's completely inverted.
Yeah. So I've witnessed this. I've witnessed this live on this server with a few other people. We're having a conversation. I looked out my window and there was the moon and it was a Serenilian eclipse. Now, the shadow is like Spake had just pointed out. It was on top of the moon. It swung from the left to the right and never touched the bottom. This is a bit of a fucking problem. Because if we're standing on the thing that should be occulting the moon, then as Spake has pointed out, the shadow would be on the bottom, not the top. So this is the second geometric impossibility of the Serenilian eclipse. One, it's daytime. Two, the shadow's in the wrong place.
I remember the one that used in Bambi that I just posted that it wasn't coming up there, but Bambi's image of the partial Serenilian that you and her witnessed. I remember it when we were in the live stream, but I never saw it. It was too cloudy for me. But there's the image in the live stream. Voice text if anybody wants it.
Yeah. And that is the exact one that I'm talking about. That was a great day. It shocked the crap out of me when I looked out the window and the moon was doing that. But yeah, you notice the shadows on the top of the moon. Huge problem when you're standing on the thing that should be occulting the moon, so the shadow should be on the bottom. Problems. You also notice it's kind of twilight behind the camera, say 170, 160 degrees to Bambi. He's taking the photographs to a right-hand side is where the sun is just on the horizon, just going down. Will give you it's nighttime or coming towards evening, and it is summer. But yeah, both sun and moon are above the horizon, which is a geometric impossibility, and the shadows in the wrong fucking place. Problems. Huge problems. Don't really know what else to say on that donkey, to be honest with you, mate.
No, I understand so far.
We just don't know what they are. Okay, that's the problem, isn't it? Nobody can manipulate them, change them in any way. We've just got to observe them as they are. Like you can use different optical effects and stuff to change how you're viewing it and what parts of the light spectrum you're picking up. But there's nothing you can do with it. We're not going to go there. We don't know what medium it's in, what it's comprised of. If it's solid, which I don't think, I don't think the sun or the moon are solid objects.
All right.
Lights in the sky, bro. What else? I mean, if you've got questions about the moon, you should have some questions about some other stuff, don't you? There's plenty of people in here. You've got a bank of information, literally. Anything you can think of, man, because obviously you're in your early stages of breaking through this information. But man, you've got the floor, man, if you want to talk about anything.
I do have another question. So I was in this other server before I was booted, Gem Panda server. One of them asked me, what is the sun and what is the moon? And they give it their define, where they assume that it's 95 or 93 million miles away, and etc. So how would I respond to them about what is a moon, what is a sun, and these celestial bodies above us?
You don't know. So the honest answer is you don't know.
And they don't know. Tell them that as well. Say, just like you, I don't know what these things are. You believe a story, I don't believe in that anymore. Get a grip of yourself, Jen. Unban me.
It's a hard one, mate, but ultimately you don't know. So you have to be honest. You don't know anything about the sun, moon, and stars, what they are, how they move, and all that jazz. You just don't know. So you have to be honest. You don't know. They'll ridicule you and laugh at you because they think that they know. Because Spike just pointed out they believe the story that they've told. Not a problem, mate. Right. You just have to be honest and say that you don't know. You'll get ridiculed for it, though.
How about the constellations? Like, was that like the people themselves that that distribute out the constellations, like the little planets, the Little Dipper, and then the Bigger Dipper, and etc.
Got some background noise coming from someone.
I just feel like me and Tom want different things.
Trying to figure out Spake, is that you? Background noise?
Everything that's it's what if I think that way?
Say that again, Donkey.
All right, so I was gonna ask, like, what is the purpose of constellations? Like, is it just decorations in the sky, or is it by us to assume like to make up that this one looks like Leo, this one looks like the Little Dipper, this one is a Big Dipper, and etc. Or is it something more than that?
Oof, that's a huge research subject in itself, mate. I couldn't necessarily give you an answer. Yeah. So why the constellations are called the constellations and why those ones are mapped out and not those ones, I don't know. Honestly, mate, I don't know.
All right.
Spake, hot mic, bruv.
If the Globers question you about constellations, one thing you can say is that we know that they couldn't possibly maintain their relationship to each other, nor could they maintain the relationship to themselves as far as their shape goes, which, as far as we know, they've always had the same shape. That's impossible on a spinning globe.
All right. I want to ask one more thing. So you know how you have people claiming that astronomy is science, and other fields that claim that they do science, but they don't follow the scientific method. What are the questions that you guys would like give and ask to those people? Like a lineup of questions. Like, would you ask them like, "What is science to you?" and etc. Like, those are the type of questions I'm looking for.
Okay, so first, we understand that there's the scientific method. If things do not follow the scientific method, they are therefore, if they claim to be science, pseudoscience. So with things like you just stated, astronomy, for example, ask them to build a hypothesis and then test that hypothesis in an experiment. Because they're pointing at the stars and making declarations, you'll understand that the independent variable, they presume cause, they never, ever vary and manipulate. Because they can't. So these are why these things are called pseudoscience, because they do not follow the scientific method. There isn't a hypothesis, test, or experiment. Do you get that?
I do.
Good. If it doesn't follow the scientific method and they declare it to be science, it is therefore pseudoscience. By definition.
Okay, so does it have to follow every step in the scientific method,
Yes.
and not just like one piece, right? Okay.
No, the four. I mean, you can have 4, 5, or 6 steps, but there's 4 primary steps. The other ones can be administration, data gathering, blah blah blah. The 4 main steps are: observe a natural phenomena. So you gather your dependent variable. Your next step is to presume your cause, your independent variable. That will be your building your hypothesis. The third stage will be testing your hypothesis in a physical experiment. The fourth stage will be falsifiability, as in somebody else has got to go and do it too. So first step, observe a natural phenomena. Second step, build your hypothesis to insert your cause. Third step, do the test. Fourth step, somebody else do it.
Gotcha.
So when they try to tell you that astronomy, that they'll often try to say that the independent control is they wait for time to pass by. So if that's what they're saying is the cause of these effects, then they're going to have to either slow down, speed up, or stop time. We don't care what they say they're manipulating, but they have to have something that they're manipulating. With these lights above us, there's nothing that can be manipulated at all. For one thing, we don't even know what these things are, if they're physical or if they're only an optical effect or like a focused beam.
Yeah, time can't be an independent variable because it's always going to be a part of your experiment no matter what. Time's going to pass. And it's only going to go one way. Promise you that. If anybody claims otherwise, you make sure they give you the VIN number to their time machine.
So one of the, I don't know if you guys met him, but he's on the server. His name is Eider. Probably said his name wrong anyways, but claims to be astronomer, and he said that it follows science because we do observations. How would I respond to that? Because like usually I get stuck.
What were you saying?
Okay, so what I was saying is, so there's this guy named Eider on the server. He's on the server. He claims to be an astronomer.
ITR or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So he said that astronomy follows science because of they do observations, and what was I going to say? I just lost my train of thought.
Okay, they're doing science because they have observations.
Observation is observation of a phenomenon is the first step to the scientific method. So now they need to establish a hypothesis or a scientific prediction where they include a cause and effect relationship with what they observe with what they think is causing it.
All right.
They're not doing that. They stop at observation. They don't go any further.
All right, that's all I want to ask.
So, in other words, not real science.
Yeah, physical-science.
Because of observation were science, and miniskirt watching could be considered science. And I don't think miniskirt watching is science in any respect. Might be a recreation, but
I've got a PhD in that.
I guess you could be considered a professional lurker.
Hi everyone. Is my sound coming through? Well, yeah, with observation, it's similar to like when it comes to curvature tests and stuff. The glober would just like go to the seaside and look over and say, "There, that's the curve," and that's just an observation. You're observing the apparent horizon. There's not actually any scientific hypothesis going on and like getting values and stuff. So it's in that same sort of manner of what you guys were talking about.
Yeah, precisely. They like to point at things and make declarations without any evidence to back up what they're claiming. They expect, they use that circular reasoning like, this is there, therefore this. This, therefore this is there. You know, like, there's no logic behind that. It's all flawed in a line of reasoning. You need to be able to verify these things, and others need to be able to verify it also. You can't just have just a few select people that can know the truth. No, these things need to be able to be known by anyone who tests their claims. So that's the whole point, is for people to be able to test these things that they say.
Yeah, and obviously when it comes to testing, it's like curvature tests, for example, that's my expertise. It's quite hard to actually get it to work. Things always seem to go wrong, there's problems, all that sort of stuff. And then someone would just be like, oh, you went to like a salt flat and you didn't prove it was flat, therefore it's a curve. And I'm thinking, well, I didn't prove it was a curve. If I was going to prove it was a curve, then I might need to get a laser and then measure where the height of the laser at one point and then the next point and then the next point, just to like determine, okay, there's a consistent curvature going on. But yeah, you know, you have to be thorough, but that's not something they seem to care about. It's black and white for them. If it's not a successful test, therefore their default answer is, see, it's curved, I told you so. Anyway, I'm having a nice afternoon sitting on a bench looking at the river. My morning was, because my mornings have been volunteering at a hot air ballooning place. So I've been having a lot of fun waking up early, helping out with balloon setup and all that. And now having a walk back and in the nature and just relaxing.
Balloons in Park City?
No, balloons in the country of Australia.
Oh, because you got Salt Lake, Stacy. I thought you were maybe somewhere near Salt Lake City.
No, Salt Lakes also happen in Australia.
Oh yeah.
I should record Salt Flat, Stacy. Then there'll be less confusion.
We got Salt Flats here too.
But there's no Salt Flat City there.
No.
I'm thrilled that you're able to do something so awesome. So, and that you contribute to our repertoire of long distance shots with your infrared camera. Thank you. We appreciate you.
Yeah, it's such a fun hobby. I just need to get myself a car and then I can just like go driving all the time. And maybe a job too. Those two things would help. But yeah, it's such an interesting and fascinating thing. I don't see how other people don't do it. It's just so very interesting. Yeah, so like the flat earth has made me really like optics again. It's so fascinating, such a cool field.
I think the truth would scare them. Found out that they lived on a flat plane, they would probably be like, uh-oh, what do I do now?
Oh no, I'm not going to fall off because it's not spinning. Oh no, I don't like that idea.
Right.
oh no, I can't just like escape to Mars if, you know, we destroy this planet. I don't have a scapegoat planet.
Yeah, that going to Mars thing is really bizarre. They think they could terraform another planet when they can't even take care of the one they're on. It's just stupid.
I, for one, had no idea you could live on a wandering star. That's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. It's a planet. What do you mean, star?
Yeah, well, I am thinking on Friday, I'm going to try and go down south a bit and try and get a picture or like a video of an ISS transit over the sun. And that's just because someone else said something like, okay, let's try and get some of these things, see if we can get some data out of it, see if there's any flaws in the mainstream model. So I'm sort of helping out with a task for that. So I'm going to try and go down, get an ISS shot with the sun in the background. And then while I'm there, because obviously like a solar eclipse, you have to be at a certain sort of location to see it. That's the same with the ISS sun or moon transits. So I have to go down south a bit. And around there is a long lake, which I know some other person has done a curvature test there before. So I'm thinking, okay, I might kill two birds with one stone, go down to that lake and maybe do a laser test or something. So hopefully those plans might work and I might get some cool content.
Wow, you're a go-getter. Good job.
Yeah, I mean, I go on long hiatuses, but now I'm back in motion again.
Well, you're doing an awesome job contributing to the infrared long shot photos.
I have a really bad joke as I was talking about having good vision and liking optics. Here was a joke I came up with. My vision's better than 2020 vision because it's 2023. I have 2023 vision. It's terrible. I don't know why I thought of it. I must be getting it from my dad.
I was going to say it's a good dad joke.
Well, it's 2023. Women can say dad jokes now.
Oh, yeah.
The way the world's going.
Yeah. My husband loves dad jokes. He shares them with me all the time. I guess it's tomorrow for you guys in Australia. But
Yeah, it's
right?
Monday afternoon.
Yeah, I'm
2:39.
sorry I missed telling you Happy Father's Day.
We have a different Father's Day.
Oh, well, good. I can tell you whenever that comes around.
Yeah, like you were saying earlier with the PIN code for the time traveling machine, us in Australia, we have that PIN code because we've got the time traveling.
You got the VIN number?
It's,
Oh,
it's
yeah, the
probably
VIN number, yeah.
it's probably different because the fathers are upside down, right? So why wouldn't they have special things going on, for fathers that are antipodal? I mean, like if that was a real thing. But they're saying no. Even if you're upside down, you're still on top of the ball. What?
You being racist towards antipodal people, Sonny?
I know. Forgive me. You'll have to forgive me. So, I mean, like, how can you be upside down and not upside down at the same time? And then if you're not upside down, let's say you're in Australia, you're standing perfectly upright at sea level, and I'm not, then that means I'm not. That means I'm like sort of antipodal to you. So, like, that's weird. How could every single person be upright and then there be no difference, but yet still be a difference in the angularity?
On the same body, Yeah, it's stupid.
Yeah, I find it annoying that like they use relativity in that sense because like relativity, it's true, like in the sense, like not in Einstein's sense, but things are relative to us. My sight is relative to me, but then they just make relativity into this like weird thing where people are upside down but not upside down.
So is your I'm so curious about this now that you said that. Is your Father's Day and Mother's Day like also in the middle of your summer?
I can't keep track of the days. I don't know. Someone else speak on Australia's behalf.
It's heading into their winter.
So
I know, but
September,
I said their
September
summer.
3rd. September 3rd is Father's Day this year, so.
I thought you motherfuckers were talking over me, man. I was muted. I'm like, can nobody hear me? Like, kept adding to the conversation, like what you were talking about.
Yeah, we were. We weren't interested in what you had to say, so we just kept on talking.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. I was like, fuck's sake, can you hear me or what? Jesus Christ.
We've all spoken while we were muted. All of us. We're all guilty.
I can't even remember adding to the conversation because I thought whatever we were talking about was quite funny or whatever it was. I can't even remember because I smoked a joint like about fucking 45 seconds ago.
We've all talked to the bot too.
Talk to the bot.
Oh yeah, when the recordings are playing.
Hey, I think I haven't.
All right.
I deserve a medal for that. I haven't talked to the bot yet.
I have, and I sure did feel stupid when I did it. I've seen it was a bot. I'm going, oh my God, I hope no one heard me.
I mean, it
Start yelling at the recordings.
Yeah, it probably shows I haven't been like participating enough in this chat if I haven't talked to a bot yet.
Sometimes it's better. Sometimes it's better conversation than you can get on the channel. So not such a bad thing. Sorry, old dude. Didn't mean to overtalk you.
Old dude. Everyone's getting confused with
That's
old dude and
That's fake, not old dude.
Oops.
Everyone does it with me and T-Dub as well. Or T-Boomer now.
I don't know the difference between the two of you, man. I think I'm talking to one of you and it's the other one and vice versa. So I've just got to kind of meld the both of you into one person sort of thing.
That's funny.
Sorry, that has to
go. Boomer.
Hey, I like knowing what Timbo looks like now.
Yeah, you got me on a bad day in my work gear, all dirty and dusty.
No, you were good. You were good.
It's funny because, like, you picture people with their voices, and then as soon as you see them, you go, not one person looks anything like you picture them.
Oh.
Well, I didn't leave it to your imagination. Everybody's seen my videos from YouTube.
Wait a minute. Were you on when I was on? No, now I'm trying to remember.
Who, me?
Did you guys? Yeah. Were you
I
on
jumped
that?
on for 5 minutes. I was at my building site, so I couldn't stay on long.
What day was that? Was that like yesterday or the day before?
Friday. So it would have been Thursday night for you guys.
Oh, I think I might have missed that night. Not sure.
Yeah, I jumped on for about 5 minutes, and then when I saw Jedi, I said, "All right, that's enough. I've seen what I want to see." Because I thought because I've seen you before, Sonny, and I was thinking Jedi was going to look like flat Earth English, flat Earth British with the long hair and glasses.
I know, yeah, short hair.
I don't know why.
Too. Yeah, I was surprised myself.
Well, you said your construction site, your job site. What are you building, Kimball?
Just doing a reno at the moment.
Oh.
Just an old maybe 1920s house.
Wow, those are fun.
Yeah, just ripped everything out and starting again. So pretty much a rebuild.
Lath and plaster.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's all coming down.
I've done a few.
Yeah, it's got all that old horsehair insulation and stuff like that.
All that.
I was going to ask if it was sawdust insulation.
That shit's nasty to work with. Oh my god!
Yeah, it
especially
is.
when it's like
It's
70
horrible.
years old or something.
Rip the fingers right off you, man.
Terrible. Chicken wire and newspaper I found inside old building. Now, are those houses you're talking about? Are they like craftsman style?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah.
More like California bungalows, kind of.
Yeah. I almost know exactly what style that is. I've worked on someone's house from 1939, a craftsman house, a cottage.
Yeah, we have a lot of California bungalows here in Melbourne. And we call them California bungalows. I'm not sure if they're proper California bungalows.
Well, if it's Kansas or something.
Just like a shotgun shack, right? They're just like a rectangle.
Yeah, they're brick, and then they've got these two kind of weird, like bendy posts out the front, and then a roof with a veranda.
Oh, they are brick.
Veranda.
But they're shiplap, right? Like.
Nah, they're all red. Most of the houses here are all red brick.
Oh, they're all
I've not heard that word veranda for fucking years and years, man. My mum, she used to say that. My gran as well. Veranda. Let on the fucking veranda.
The
Fuck's
veranda.
sake.
It sounds like something some southern person would say.
Southern person.
Go out in the veranda and get some of that sweet tea there.
Fucking southernism.
Yeah.
Being a southernist.
There was Speculation Sunday. Jedi speaking to someone. Oh, QE speaking to someone before. How did that go?
Knock knows he was raging before he left.
Yeah. Spake, you're in two different VCs on this one server. That's great.
I can't. It's just so I hear somebody pinging in there because I can't be in the two VCs at once on the other device. I've not got what do you call it?
Oh, no,
Mic for it. So, when I see them jumping in, I'll hear the ping on the other device, and then I can just jump up there and put them in a row, drag them down here.
Yeah, that's convenient. I like that.
That's what Canadian did you say?
What?
What did you say there? What did you say there?
I said that's convenient.
Convenient. It
Canadian?
sounded like you said Canadian.
Or
I
do
was
you
like,
call
what?
us
Is that something
Americanadians too?
Canadians do? Is that something these fucking maniac Canadians are up to?
Jedi, he calls us Americanadians.
You are kind of Americans, eh? Canada's kind of America.
We just all just
It's just,
blend in together for him.
just another state that they don't recognise.
I can understand you, but nobody can understand me.
For who? From
Yeah,
where?
we can.
Okay, it's easy
Yeah,
to
I've
understand
gotten
you.
super good at like knowing who's talking. I don't get you guys confused. Like you and old dude, I don't get confused. Timbo and T Watt, I don't get confused.
I don't get confused. I just think they're the same person. Like I'm not confused. I'm just usually stoned, and they sound kind of similar. And I've not spoken to a lot of Australians in my life, so it kind of sounds the same. Mate, fucking hell, mate. That's a fucking whopper.
you,
I used to
you
watch
do
it.
a good
What's it
one though.
called?
That's not
Fucking
bad.
Home and Away in EastEnders, man. Fucking Alf. Fucking what's his name? Alf Garnett or no? What's his name?
Truth.
Fucking what was that? Say it again.
Truth. That's
No,
what
Alf.
Alf says.
He
Yeah,
says
from
what?
Home and Away.
I'm trying to think. You fucking no, you flaming galah.
You
Oh
flaming
yeah.
galah.
You fucking flaming galahs. The lot of you.
Truth. Truth, Elsa. They're flaming
Truth.
galahs.
You say it sounds like you're saying truth. I don't know if it's my earphones are muffled or like
That's truth.
truth. Fucking truth.
Yeah, it's truth.
Oh, fuck. Right, man.
Means like
Struth.
bloody hell.
Bloody hell, mate. Fucking Struth. You flaming galah. Brilliant. Meme does a good Australian accent. He used to fucking get what's her name, Becky K. Used to, when Becky was in, he'd talk to her in Australian. Quite funny.
I haven't seen Memes for a while.
A couple of weeks or something, maybe, since I've seen him in DC. A week or something.
He has his stints, doesn't he? He goes missing for months, and then he'll come back and be in here every day.
Depends on his contracts.
Yeah. He goes, what he was saying, he gets like a big contract, and he'll work for a couple of months, and then have a bit of a break, yeah.
I used to do that as well. You get like 6 weeks here, you get 12 weeks there, like so it's like you get a time to spend the money that you've worked 7 days, 12-hour shifts for to get. So you end up spending it on between waiting on another contract. And then you end up skint trying to get work from multiple agencies every day. Used to go years and years ago, man. I ended up getting barred at the job centre for it because they told us like for certain part of your job seekers agreement is you have to search for jobs, but for actually for access being able to call mobile phones or outside the code, the district that I was in, because they would just say use the job point phones, and I'm like, they don't phone outside lines or mobiles. These are all contractors and stuff. I need a phone, and I kept on arguing the point with them all the time. I ended up getting banned from it, to go into the job centre. They used to just post my form to me. Like this was years, like 20 years ago almost, and they would post my sign on thing. Just post it to me, and I would post it back to them. For a year, I was banned for demanding to be able to stick to my job seekers agreement, which was to look for jobs.
Yeah, it's fucking stupid.
Man. Oh man.
Yeah.
Arguing the point every single time because I'd go in with a big list of numbers, or sorry, at the time it was these print off touch screen things, and I would just go into rather than going to jobs that are there, I would just go into the agencies whether they had jobs or not, and I would just print off loads and loads and loads of agency numbers, like stacks upon stacks of them, like going up there with a handful of numbers that I want to phone, and they're saying no, and they're not letting me use it. Insanity. Obviously, they don't want people working. Yeah. But it's easy as hell. Anybody that was looking for a job, I guarantee if they were saying, "Oh, I work like labour and stuff like that, I can't find any work." Like, give me your area, the local area that you're in, and access to the internet, and I guarantee you I could get you a job within a week or two. Probably within days. I can write an awesome CV, man. You'll never see a CV like this, man. I wish I had access to it, I would show you it. But like actually talking to them and saying like, I'll break my back, I'll be the first person in the hole digging or lifting or whatever, and I'll be the last person like in the peace hut. So just like explain it like man to man, like so you're actually speaking to a person rather than just a generic blocky worked here for this long, worked here for that long. You know, I never even wrote any of that stuff at all. I just wrote like a huge like personal declaration to them rather than the normal stereotypical CV. And almost every one of them that when I got work off them, they commented on the CV.
Yeah, just like a story on your experience, yeah? Instead of writing fucking dot points, just explain, you know, yeah.
I
Give me a
could do
fucking
it.
chance because I'm good at it, you know?
I don't know if there's would there be a job doing that? Because I guarantee I could do that for anybody, man. If I had information about them, what they liked, like, no completely in depth, but it's like a good amount of it. I need a lot of information to make it as like good as possible. But could you sell that kind of as a like? Because obviously people, entrepreneurs, whatever the fuck they sell, basically anything, any kind of a personal trainer. I don't know if that would be able to be
I'm pretty
an
sure there
occupation.
are. I'm pretty sure there are people that that do that stuff. Job preparation places, yeah.
Really? But I mean, I could do that easy, like, and I don't know if it would be worth decent money to do, like.
I think my missus was she got a new job the other week, and it was internal, so she moved positions in the company, but she still had to do a cover letter and shit like that. We just typed into Chat GPT.
I suppose I could do that nowadays, no fuck.
And it came out,
guarantee
and we just took bits of it and added in names, and it was fucking perfect.
As if you want a generic CV, like what I was talking about, but it could never write anything that a human like myself could do. It could never be able to personalise it.
This was just, it had to have a cover letter just because it had to, you know, because it was an internal move. So she just had to go through the silly steps that they had to take, you know. But the job was already hers. I don't know why they had to do that. This is corporate shit, yeah. I couldn't stand working in a corporate environment.
I wouldn't want to work indoors.
Oh, fuck that. No way. You see, they get sick all the time. I never get sick. I get maybe once a year I might get a cold or something like that. Work outside, you know, in a building site or something like that. And then, you know,
plus you're
my missus
grafting,
gets
bro.
sick a few times.
Oh, you're sweating, you're eating good, and so your body's like processing stuff, and like your fucking stamina builds, and like, man, it's good for you, man. It's like it's good to have a purpose. Focus on something. Like if you get there and X amount of stuff's being delivered by a lorry, and another amount of stuff's coming at a certain time, so you've got to do this before that, and like it's good to have a big complicated mess in the morning when you get there, know nothing about it, and then put it all into place and have the whole thing done, and it's like you've accomplished like a vast fucking task.
Yeah, and you feel like you've done something too, yeah. Like you can see what you've done. Like
it's like
I've had a good day. If you're sitting on a computer all day, you just go, you can't even see what you've done. You just log off the computer, go home, and go,
I can only sit in front of it.
I remember those days when I worked outside doing exterior modeling on houses. It is extremely rewarding doing a full day's hard work out in the sun. Something about it is extremely rewarding.
It's that's when you go, I deserve a couple of beers, you know.
A couple, yeah, or a case.
Yeah, I get I've got a fridge on the back of my car, hooked up to another battery and a solar panel. I always keep it stocked full of beers. Give the boys a beer after work, and you know, stand around, have a chat, joke around. you know, keep the spirits up a bit of camaraderie works well.
Yeah, it's important in that kind of field. I take well, I don't, because I don't golf, but my father, who works with me, he takes our crew members out golfing a lot to, sort of build that relationship.
Yeah. Yeah, because you can lose your temper sometimes during the day, and then at the end of the day, you got to kind of go, okay, you got to explain why you got mad, or what they did wrong, or how next time to do it properly, and you can do that over a beer, and it's a bit more relaxed.
Can you hear me now, folks?
Yeah, can hear you now.
Fuck knows what's happening there, man. Making some crazy noises like beeping.
I think that's me, man.
Well, maybe I heard that there just now, but no, like when it disconnected for like 45 seconds or something, it was making like a funny beeping noise.
Yeah, it was my car.
Nah, because I wasn't connected. That's what I'm saying. I went like radio dark for 45 seconds or something. The beeping was
That's weird, because my car was beeping.
Maybe heard it through the fucking, my brain fucking picked it up to put it in. I realised there was some frequencies that I was missing, so it automatically just let me hear it. Mate, that might be the computer that I'm in, this fucking computer system these bodies are. Because that's basically what the fucking things are, man. I know it's no speculation Sunday, but we kind of warranted for that bit of conversation, I think.
Yeah.
They generate electricity, and we use electricity and
we do our bodies, yeah?
Hey man, but your brain's fucking fluctuating at specific frequencies.
Yeah.
That these people that created the flat earth or globe earth discussion or the elite, just these people that are involved in all this, they know full well that all this information, it gets us involved in it, mate, yeah. The people who might cause trouble physically, like might go out there and like cause trouble, anybody, the instigators or stuff like that. So they've gave us all this information. So we think we're actually doing something. We think we're getting someplace where I don't think we really are. I think they just gave us they've given us all these breadcrumbs scattered about deliberately. It's interesting. It's better watching the fucking TV, I suppose. I'm glad I found this information, but I don't
I don't watch TV at all anymore.
I think we're pissing in the wind. What are we?
Yeah, it's like throw out some information here, throw out some information there, and then we'll get the flat earthers fucking fighting against each other. There's an ice wall. There's no proof of the fucking ice wall. Let's fight against each other.
Oh, well, there's some pictures of the ice wall. Like, they show you some pictures, and fair enough. The pictures I've seen, it looks like a wall of ice-ish. But where's that wall of ice about? Look at any fucking,
where is it?
Any certificate attached to it that says this was taken at the fucking South Pole. Fuck's sake.
Could be a glacier somewhere, anywhere, you know.
You can show me as many videos as you want, that doesn't prove it's fucking there.
Yeah, exactly.
It's almost like pictures of space, in a way, you know? It's like,
exact same.
Not really evidence.
It's the same deal as pictures for space, mate. It's just fucking more media. Can't validate it. We can't go there, find out exactly where that picture was taken, where that lump of ice is. Like, fucking, we'll set all the satellites in the world fucking to look for this lump of ice that somebody showed me a picture of. See if they can locate it.
Like that video of that plane flying around, yeah? It's like a 6-minute video flying around. Looks like an ice shelf. Yeah? Like, how far could they have possibly flown in that 6 minutes? Okay, there's 100 kilometres of an ice shelf. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Doesn't mean there's an ice wall the whole way around.
Well, it makes sense. It's a good story. Yeah. It makes sense that if they already kind of admit to it by claiming that Antarctica is the highest elevation of any continent, so at least they're saying that. So which might be an inclination that it is. Exactly that.
Yeah.
There's a fucking wall of ice. That makes fucking perfect sense. Maybe there's partially, like, tiny bits of it you can get through, but I think it's locked. Or it's
Well, there's
kind of lock these
it's
people
not,
out in boats from centuries old, and they've been up there or down there.
there's
Sorry.
just not a lot of information about it either way. So there's just no way to claim anything and have it validated.
It's nice pictures,
I
huh?
mean, worst case scenario, they're showing you ice shelves are at the North Pole. Like that kind of discrepancy right there alone would discredit the whole argument.
I think that it's all just smoke and mirrors, and they want us to look to the south, so we forget about the north. So if they put the treaty in place, and there's big stories for Admiral Byrd's personal diary that he met this race of people, so that's for the truth seekers, and then the expedition, I suppose, is for the globe heads and the science heads. But the fucking nah, the stories is just it's put in place for us, huh?
Yeah. It's no longer
Haters for everyone.
speculation Sunday for me. So I feel like I
I
got
was
my
going to say the same
speculations
thing
out
about
already.
Admiral. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Go
Am
ahead,
I
Paul.
lagging a bit?
Nah.
No, you're not.
I was just going to
I
say
don't know.
that I feel the same way about Admiral Byrd when people try to sometimes use everything that came out of that as somehow evidence and proof of something. But look where that is coming from. You can't believe any of that, really.
He's a Mason. He went to like a Freemasonic college or something, so as to believe his handwritten fucking diary. Maybe it is true. Maybe he did go down there. Maybe the elite or the powers that be sent him down there. Maybe in knowledge of what was going to happen or something. I don't know. Or in knowledge that there was other life there. But again, I think it's for us, for the truth seekers to latch onto, and then for the anti-FE, I suppose, to mock
Yeah.
and belittle and fucking whatever the fuck.
Admiral Byrd said that there's land beyond the pole that
doesn't
is
make
not
any sense.
ice. Yeah. So yeah, what?
People are, people are kind of all about there being like something beyond Antarctica, which maybe there is, and I wouldn't know. I mean, I don't have a way to verify it, but it doesn't make any sense because of the path that the sun takes. The reason why Antarctica is so cold is it doesn't have like sunlight there. So anything beyond that would be extra cold. Like
Well, I
what
seen
are we even talking about when we talk about there being other? There would have to be some other system in place where they are either utilizing. I don't know. Like it wouldn't make any sense.
I seen pictures and it was showing. Well, it was saying that these pictures were from Antarctica, and there was like plant species that the guy had never seen before. There was like all this different greenery in this area that he was in. So possibly that it's not the ice ridden sort of hostile environment that we've been told. Because this guy was saying that it was they landed the plane in water, like some kind of. It was like one of those. Really, obviously, they couldn't have took off from very far. I don't know how if it was on that expedition with Admiral Byrd. I don't think so. But it was really, really old. The pictures, and they were saying that Antarctica is definitely not the hostile environment that we think it is.
Yeah, I don't know. See, I wouldn't know unless I mean, even if I was told I was going there, I couldn't verify because I have nothing to. I don't know.
It's too dangerous. Look at all the money you need, the training, the fucking equipment, fucking backup. You need, I don't know how many people it would take enough stuff for you to last how long? A week? 2 weeks? Like, how much you want to take? And there's already limits with the treaty, how much like fuel and like food and stuff like that. You can't even leave your waste, like toilet, you can't even pee in the snow. And you bring it all back with you.
Well, what if somebody was sent to like the north, was told that they were going to Antarctica, but they went to the north and was on like in the snow in the middle of nowhere there, saw a 24-hour sun, thought that they were in Antarctica. There you go. Now you'll have some proof of something that you can't verify because you don't know what to compare it to. As of right now, there's not enough information.
Once TVs or TV screens are good enough to be, they probably already are, but once they're good enough to the public so they can make planes basically with these screens inside them to make people think they're going wherever they think they're going, but really it's like really high tech sort of digital screens that you're looking at the plane windows, so these people might don't know even know. Once you get on a plane and it's flying, like you don't know where that's actually going. If you're just sitting chilling, watching the TV or reading a book or whatever the fuck, like, you don't really know which direction you're going with.
Yeah, well, how easy would it be to do that? And the fact that they haven't already, like, tried to trick you with the northern 24-hour sun, and I don't know. See, this is what I want people to think about when they're like, show us proof of this. Actually, they need to show us proof of curvature first and foremost. Okay, we've got to keep it down to the 3 basic points because they can fake all these other things, and we would have no way or wherewithal to discredit that. But we do have that with no curvature, no motion, and gas pressure without a container. Like these are the 3 fundamental things that need to be demonstrated to us as proof of the globe, and they haven't done it thus far. So that's kind of weird. Just saying.
Some intellectual integrity would be nice too.
I treat Admiral Byrd's expedition the way we treat NASA. Okay, you can't believe anything they tell us because Rockefeller and Ford paid for that expedition to happen, and it was the U.S. Navy that made it happen. So this is the same person, the same family that said, "I want a nation of workers, not a nation of thinkers." So what do you think they're going to tell us if they pay for an expedition that takes some military to do, right? What do you think they're going to tell us when they get there? The truth?
They're going to tell us exactly what they want us to think, what they want us to know.
So just like NASA, they tell us whatever they want. They go up, they tell us whatever they want. They go out, they tell us whatever they want. But we can't do any of those things.
They give us good stories, man. That's the best thing about it. You can take
That's
it
what I do find interesting about what we were told by Bird too about everything that he claimed to see, because it is true that it makes us think about that and fantasize about it, and it gets our mind off the North, and nobody really talks about it. Nobody really talks about the North that much. Everybody wants to talk about Antarctica all the time.
Where all compasses point to, where all constellations revolve around. That's possibly where the Aurora Borealis comes from, and a lot of people believe that that's Shambhala, Agartha, the Hyperborea.
That trip would be way more reasonable too, right? To actually have a trip going north would be way more reasonable than going to Antarctica.
Well,
The punchline of all that too is they do it on our dime, and then they don't tell us on our dime.
Yeah.
So hey, years ago I saw that you could book flights for see the Northern Lights, literally in the plane. It's like modified. It's got like a big viewing window in it supposedly, and you can go up and see the Northern Lights anytime. This was years ago, so I imagine it's even bigger industry now. But yeah, supposedly you can go and view them. Right? But that's where everybody thinks Shambhala is. That's where the Garden of Eden is. Like that's so according to all these different civilizations that say it, man. But definitely, that's where we should go. As I said, we've not got the equipment or the training or any of the stuff, the resources to imagine the amount of stuff you would have to do logistically to go. And how far are you going to go once you get there?
Yeah, you wouldn't even know really how much to bring, especially fuel, because you don't know how far it goes. You have no idea. So it's yeah.
Can't take fuel.
Sorry if I.
No, you're all right. I was just saying you're not allowed to take fuel either.
No, some fuel you can take so much, over a certain amount. So supposedly somebody posted a screenshot of some paperwork or whatever that said it. I remember somebody posting that. But I'd probably better find it on the.
They have flights that leave from here. Antarctic flights. It's just like a one. So you fly. I don't know where the fuck it goes, but that's what it says. It leaves from here, and It's like a 16-hour flight. You go, it's nice seats. You get a really nice meal and stuff like that. With windows that are 4 times as big as normal planes.
It goes where? Supposedly Antarctica. Are you talking about?
Flies over Antarctica for 6 hours.
What
and then
does it say that?
It leaves. Yeah, that's what it says. Yeah.
No, does it say that it flies over Antarctica or just into it so far, or what's the deal? What do you mean?
Yeah, it doesn't fly. It doesn't say it flies over because it leaves from Melbourne and then goes back to Melbourne. So just goes to Antarctica, flies around a little bit.
And Did they show you the course?
No, they don't show you the course. No. And I think the cheapest flights not guaranteed a window or like 10 grand or something like that. And then it goes up to
If you was going to say you should make a fucking an account.
GoFundMe.
Make an account with them. Say just email them. Say you're interested. And I done it with it was supposedly a Antarctica tourist. What do you call it? What do you call them? Like a holiday, an agency place. And I said to them that I did a back and forth, like maybe up to about the 3rd email, and I said that I fucking I wanted, what do you call it? A private a boat to take me so far into Antarctica and then onto a certain coordinates below the 60th parallel just to see what she would say. And she was like, well, you'd be tough to make what was it she said, man? Tough to make a deposit on one of these excursions before she would continue any further, man. And I never even got in. After that, she never answered any mails.
So they wouldn't even tell you where they were going, yeah?
I was telling them where I wanted to go. I just thought I'd try it.
But it's always NASA, right? It's always NASA that's always at Antarctica, right? They're the ones that are always doing things there. So NASA is at Antarctica. NASA's in space. NASA's lying. Can we really believe anything we're told about Antarctica?
Am I just stupid, or is it just me that I can't fathom the idea of there being like, even if you did believe the whole, there's an ice wall, Antarctica, whatever. I don't see how there could be something beyond that. Or is it just me? Am I just stupid? Because it doesn't make any sense to me with the way that we experience seasons here and the whole idea of there being more. It seems
it'd have to get colder and colder, wouldn't it?
Right.
Seems magical, right? It it doesn't make any sense. They're basically saying there's another sun somewhere out there, blah 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 blah, or else how would you have that green land, whatever?
Like a different puddle, a different pond.
Yeah, see, that doesn't make any sense to me.
That's what they're
we've not even fully.
That makes good sense as a story.
Yeah, but we haven't even fully explored where we live here.
No, but that's what I'm saying, right?
Like the seas are mostly unexplored. Like certain lands are unexplored that we have like here for us to explore, but none of that's even like. This is what I'm saying.
I think it's kind of definite that we're kind of in the central part is frozen, the external part, we're in the part that's been basically defrosted and kept defrosted by the sun. So there's the equator, and obviously however much it goes in and out from there, it'll expand and contract however much over the seasons. But so I know that we're in this part that's been defrosted in the centre. The centre's frozen the outside, so it makes sense that there's other ponds, that there's other suns, maybe bigger. I don't know, maybe different life forms. I don't know, different fucking.
How does that make sense to anyone?
I know.
To me, it doesn't. I don't know.
It's not that it makes sense. It's just a nice story, isn't it?
Well, remember, this is like way before the moon landing, right? And at that time, people thought the Earth was flat still. So like all these stories about sci-fi, they're still trying to push the evolution and globe out, they're trying to verify. So there, it was still open to all kinds of interpretations, like all these possibilities of what things could be, like way before the moon landing, right? So it's a totally different story for a different kind of people and beliefs, or what they understood. So I don't. We should really take too much into consideration, as
yeah.
I want to jack a military sub and go to another pond.
I find it really, really interesting to think about and speculate about, but I'm kind of agreeing with you, Flatsy, on your opinion about it as well. But it's definitely, I think, more plausible, obviously, than anything about outer space and planets and shit like that.
Definitely.
And that's why I like thinking about it and speculating about it and imagining it.
There's that guy with the... Sorry, bro. Sorry, I thought you were finished.
Maybe you imagine it can become reality.
Well, if you're going north, right, look, if I'm in the South Pacific, if I live in the South Pacific and it's always humid there, and I go north and it gets cold, what does that tell me? I'm going away from the sun. If I go out south and it gets cold, what does that tell me? It's getting cold, I'm getting away from the sun. So yeah, what Flassy said is true. The farther you go away from the sun, the less life there seems to be, because light, we need the heat. So if they're saying there's life out there, like in here, then what are they saying?
Well, did you ever see that video where that guy came up with? It's speculation, of course, but that the other planets that we see in the other planets, the planets that we see in the sky that they call planets, are the suns from the other lands. Did anyone ever see that?
No. They said that the Saturn was supposedly the sun from another land. There's a guy, there's a YouTube channel, Ancient Vibes of the Cosmos or something, and he's got the moon map stuff, and it flips over to, for Antarctica. It says, basically, it makes sense when you look at it and you hear him explaining it, man. If anybody wants it, I'll put it in the live stream voice text, but it's a nice story, as I say. I don't just believe that stuff, but the way they overlay the maps over the supposed land masses that we've got, if we even know exactly what they look like. But
see, that even doesn't make sense to me because of the.
It's just a nice story for us.
I know, but I'm just saying, it still would be far fetched.
It's a good story. Like, say you've got some. Say there are creatures from another world that need to come here, right? And you haven't developed, you haven't done the moon landing yet, so people still think it's flat. Well, how else can you explain aliens, right?
No, I just say to them, what's the first four letters of aliens? That's what I ask them.
I don't
the first
need aliens explaining.
I'll lie, and they start laughing, so again, makes fun of it. But
yeah,
I don't need to explained. I don't know why they will appeal to, they're coming from the outer lands, so they're extraterrestrial. I'm like, that is on purpose. Like, they're doing that to cause folks in our own little niche here to appeal to that kind of narrative. And really, you don't need to explain outside of our own realm, because it's happening here, not somewhere else, that we can't verify.
I was arguing with Smurf about it, and he was saying they're called Outlanders, and I'm like that. I really don't care where they are. They're just on a different part of Earth. He was claiming that there's these other fucking civilizations, and they're more highly advanced. It's the second time I've heard them talking about it, man. And I told him I was going to mute him, because he just wouldn't stop over talking, man. And he left, so I gave him 33 because he came in saying that he was banned from Geo's server for fucking giving numbers that add up to 33 as gay in gematria or whatever. And he kept going on about it, man. He kept saying it. I'm talking 9 times. He says that he just kept on going over it, man. I'm like, fucking, what the fuck?
Yeah.
So I gave him 33 minutes. I gave him called this for 33 minutes just to wind him up.
He was calling me out for being a Masonic shill. I was like, mate, you're tripping, man. You're tripping. Yeah, in here, in the voice text, because I deleted some of his.
I think it's possible.
I deleted some of his memes, And he goes, "Who's deleting my memes?" And I said, "Oh, it was me, because they're off topic." He goes, "Oh, you got to watch." He goes, "Everyone watch this Timbo guy. He's a
Your show,
shill."
Mike.
Yeah.
Mike, your show.
Shill would do.
Kangaroo show.
They called me shows
I
for
just
years
needed,
ago.
I just
But,
needed
that-
Smurf to point it out. Now I understand, Timbo.
Yeah, that's
You're a
it.
shill.
Yeah. But
Well, I think it's possible, and
that
this is speculation, that they. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're right. I just one thing I just wanted to say was that Outer Lands thing. I think it seems to be reserved for people who need a replacement.
Yeah, maybe.
That's it.
So they can cling. They can cling again to a religious sort of faith.
Yeah.
There's something else.
I was going to say that I was thinking sometimes that those ideas could be being injected in case their globe model is destroyed and they need to revert and make up an excuse as to why they had to lie about flat Earth, and
But
they can
we
still
don't need
use
that.
their
They
alien
already
plan
know.
if they want to.
Well,
They
the
already-
new
already know.
thing, multiverse, right? That's where things are coming from. Right? That's the new idea that there are, time travel. You know how Marvel plays out. Look, I shit you not. This is exactly how quantum science. Okay, Marvel is basically teaching you how quantum science works. Everybody's been indoctrinated and programmed to understand, thinking they understand how it works. Ant-Man, and then, Back to the Future, it creates another, you know what I mean? You can't change the present. You can only create another timeline. That's the new cool. I think that was for the old flat earthers, pre-moon landing. But for us, it's this. That's why I was like trying to hint at it. The globe is a spiritual thing, modeled the way quantum science is. Anybody taking this seriously? Because they are.
Yes,
I was just looking in the room. I was just looking in the room to see if anybody wanted to ask a question, because there's a few names that I don't know. I'm just looking through to see who's got roles, but if there's anybody got a question about flat Earth, I don't know you.
We gotta hurry up, man. We gotta hurry up because AI, the technology, AI allows us to fake anything, anyone.
Oh, bro, I'm trying to get people. I'm trying to see what people want to speak. Well, how's anybody? I'm saying, Barney, listen to me. I'm saying names. I'm trying to ask if anybody's wanting to get back to flat Earth, and you're just talking over me, and you're not letting them respond if there's anybody. And somebody's still trying to talk over me. What the fuck is going on?
Sorry, bro.
Oh fuck, man! It's like a fucking Wild West song. Fucking guns blazing at you, out, boys. Fuck's sake. Is there anybody who wants to ask a question before Bong starts talking? Bong, at least give me 20 seconds. If anybody's got a question about fire. Motherfuckers. Right, man, I've never seen you before, bro. You want to join the conversation? Or what about Glowy25? I've never seen you. Well, there's loads of people in here that I've never seen before. Does anybody want to jump in the conversation? Well, Bong's just going to start talking again.
The door is closing.
Yeah, man, it's getting close. I'm at the bottom of the Liquid. I've never seen you before. Paul V. Something, I know you, fuck. Fuck. Is it Globe Crusher? I've never seen you. But I take it you're a flat earther. But anyway, there you go, Bong. Just keep talking.
Well, is it Globe Smasher? It's Yolk Smasher. Same one. If you remember Yolk Smasher.
Okay. I'm sorry. I had some things I want to talk about if we don't have any Globers. But any Globers, though?
Nah,
no Globers.
They're not going to open their mic.
Right, okay. I was watching Big Thing. Neil deGrasse Tyson, destroys flat earth arguments. You know what his main argument was? I don't debate because there's no need. First he said the guy that's going to win the debate is going to be the most charismatic one, not necessarily the guy that's giving objective truth. He's referring to himself or, scientists. And then he goes, and then B.O.B. comes out, if you're a person that's influencing other people, you know what I mean? He's saying that, talking about B.O.B. And you're saying you're using math and physics. Well, those are fighting words. This motherfucker, right? So, so this guy says that he doesn't debate because there should be no debate. And I agreed with him all the way through. Everything he was saying, I agreed with him. It's like, you know what, Neil deGrasse Tyson, you are 100% right. And I agree with you 100%. That's exactly what we say when we tell Globers. Yeah. So where's your evidence? You know, this guy is saying what we're saying, right? And it isn't a debate. You know, the shape of a ball is not a debate. And what is Neil deGrasse Tyson's standing, anyways, in the scientific community? Is it even worth using him anymore? You know, as some kind of, you know, authoritative.
Well, the Globals are really happy to just they throw him under the bus now because he's been saying what they want to hear. So they're now just constantly throwing him under the bus, like, oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's an actor, blah blah blah. Which is what we've been saying.
Yeah, but they're mad because we can use him as a hostile witness. But now they're discrediting him and, like you said, throwing him under the bus.
Yep.
So it's so funny. It's hilarious. How they have to walk their own stuff back, but we don't.
So, yeah, I was about to use some Neil deGrasse Tyson clips to do some content, but then I was like, nah, nobody cares about Neil Tyson. Better find somebody else.
Yeah, not even the Globers care about him. Except the ones that don't know that he doesn't help their case.
He's not marketable anymore.
Well, somebody that I know of that I flat-tailed not too long ago, he was appealing to Neil deGrasse Tyson, saying that he loved that guy. I was like, yeah, what? If only you knew the Globers that try to take up for your globe hard, they don't appeal to him because he only hurts your case more.
Yeah, that's what you get. That's what you get messing with flat Earth, right? You know those videos how these scientists destroyed their careers by talking to about flat Earth. Like,
that's what goes to show you that Neil deGrasse Tyson is nothing but a actor that's full of himself and full of shit, and he just spouts nonsense, and he thinks everybody's going to buy it and accept it because he's Neil deGrasse Tyson.
well, who is everybody listening to or following these days about the globe, or you know, like this, the respected scientist?
Well, I think it's just normies that I think, you know, they just see him once do an interview and he'll say some shit about flat Earth and why it's ridiculous, and then they just accept it, and that they don't go any further. You know, they don't look into anything else, so they don't know that he's even discredited by his own community now.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop using it to Neil deGrasse Tyson as well because it seems like people are. Yeah.
We've got the DJ Shifty Crib who's just joined the chat. Are you there, DJ Shifty Crib?
We chilling. I wish we can use cameras in this.
It's all good. Are you a flat earther or are you glober?
I believed in the heliocentric model of the Earth for a very long time. I did a lot of research in space, became a huge fan of it, followed NASA, SpaceX, Elon Musk. My favorite album to date still is The Incredible True Story by Logic, which is space themed. I bought the jacket to it. I have an actual NASA jacket, and I believe that space is not real and the Earth is flat after testing it myself. Got a new laser, mate, too. This fucking laser's mint. Got off Amazon for like $25. All you gotta do is break.
What's your best proof that you came with that you found in your research?
Pardon me?
What's your best proof that you came to find in your research?
Well, let's go to Tabooed Conspiracy's newest video. That's pretty fucking awesome.
The long-range shot?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not too sure about that yet.
Well, the damn boat's supposed to disappear at the 5 kilometers. That's when you should see the hull and the sail and everything disappear over the horizon, and it, in theory, should be gone in the round Earth theory. But that doesn't actually happen. When you take a high-powered Nikon camera, you can see that goddamn boat 100 clicks offshore.
You know, I think that your answer is sufficient to me, but I wish that somebody that was just previously a Glober would come in here and say that their best evidence was the lack of evidence for the globe. Just one. Because it's not there. It's not there. It's none. The 3 fundamental things that they need as evidence for the globe, it's just not there.
There's lots of propaganda, and that's what gets them. That's what got me. That's why I became a space fan initially.
I was a space nerd. Check out my tags. I got space herpes.
Video unavailable. Why does this guy get his fucking videos taken down so much?
Who?
Taboos.
I think he took his own. Didn't he take his last video down by himself? The 600 mile shot, because the photographer said, "I don't want that shot."
Yeah, people re-uploaded it. Fuck yeah, that's what you call a good community.
Well, there was some folks that didn't like it as evidence because the conditions got pretty bad near the end when he was getting shot. Right at the perfect time, that would have been the perfect time to get that shot. The weather conditions went bad. So there wasn't any way to prove that it wasn't clouds instead of the mountains of Crete. There is another one, though, that you can check out. It's that 700 mile one. I don't know. Maybe that one's still up somewhere.
Yo, Blue Jumper put that fucking map of the flat Earth with Antarctica being inverted. Like, that's the goddamn space that we're concealed in. That would be crazy, actually.
Yeah, I've seen that one going around.
I've never seen that depiction.
Yeah. Been around.
Is Blue Jumper a machine? Because every time I come in here, he's always here, and he's always throwing shit in the chat. I'm like, is this guy just a computer program? What's up with this dude?
He's our bot.
He's just doing his job.
Yeah, he is just doing his job. He's amazing.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Everybody's got a role, man. I do late night. Hey, speculation. Why do you you think we don't have hydrogen running cars? Hydrogen on demand gasoline engine cars that, kind of hybrid. That's what Myers had years ago, man.
Well, you know why, though, right?
Well,
because
you just fill the car up with tap.
Yeah, but then we wouldn't be able to be like, they don't care about the money. They don't care about making money off of fuel. They care about making us think that everything is finite. Like, we're not.
Right.
And keep us arguing over how we should fuel our cars and all the other things that go along with it. Because it's not just one thing. It's always a whole narrative together. You got to bunch it all up together. They got the solution. They're going to give you the solution. And the solution doesn't come.
Well, you get the Tesla. That's the solution.
Nobody should want that as a solution. Because Elon Musk likes to lie about going to space.
You could drive 200 miles and then
how you doing?
Just sit there, Davey. You drive 200 miles. You got to sit there for 4 hours and charge it back up.
Yeah, you're gonna sit there, of course,
for 4 hours.
Okay.
Oh shit!
Hey, my speculation on all that too is that I agree with what you said about how they like to keep us in fear with, gasoline and oil as it's a limited resource, and also they like to, play with the value of it and raise the price and lower the price to keep us under control too and make us in a worse state of wear. So we're always, never prospering.
Well,
So
they
anytime they
also
think,
benefit. Sorry.
go ahead.
You're right.
That's right.
No, you finished. That was my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt.
You're fine.
Ladies
Yeah,
first.
I think I forgot where I was going. I think I made my point though.
Yeah, they can't give that up because they have their Overton window. They keep shifting that thing so that we keep like allowing them their solutions that they have as theirs. They need that Overton window because it gives them our consent.
Yep.
Yep.
I mean, we know the tech's out there. I know it is. I mean, we've seen things that are similar to, like, hydrogen. You just pour water in a fucking tank and the thing starts going, man. But you got to have electricity to create the hydrogen. You got to have electrolysis has to be going on very, very close to whatever you're firing those cylinders with, It's going to be pretty right there on demand. I mean, Myers figured it out back in the 80s. And
Australia's supposed to be doing some big. We've been hearing about it for a few years now, but it's supposed to be doing a lot of hydrogen research for power.
I mean,
never fucking happens though.
No, it's never going to happen. Around here where I live, there is. I run into probably one or two a week, man. They're hydrogen vehicles made by Toyota.
Yeah.
And that they give you when you can lease the car, and they give you $15,000 worth of gas. It's like,
what? It's just water, isn't it?
Well, it's hydrogen. You got to go to this big giant. They got these gas stations with these big blue gas pumps or whatever, right? They're very different looking than a normal gas petrol pump, right? And they're here and there. They're not around. I ran into one last year sometime. What the hell is this thing, man? I was trying to put gas in my car, and I'm like, well, this ain't gonna work. And I'm reading it, and it's like, that's for the hydrogen vehicles. There's not very many out there, man. I mean, but
so if they can do that, why don't they have a mechanism in the car that you just put water in the car and then it sets it into hydrogen?
That's what Myers was doing. And yeah, you guys have all seen that car that runs on water. Yeah.
And that's a long time ago. And then there was a guy just recently who mysteriously died in a home invasion.
There you go.
It was only last year or something, wasn't it?
Myers died in kind of a bad situation too.
Yeah.
So yeah, once you get it, you can't just. That's just super disruptive to a lot of people, man. That would be super disruptive technology there, man. I mean, they kind of always have to kind of give it to you a little bit at a time. First you get cassette tapes, you didn't get CDs right away, man. We got to buy some CDs, and then you buy some cassette tapes, your albums, and then cassette tapes, and then you're gonna get some CDs, and now you got MP3. Yeah, there's always that slow rollout of the tech, man. I've noticed that. I used to have a lot of conversations about where the fuck is all this tech coming from, man? How the fuck is this happening? I mean, have you ever thought about soldering a fucking computer board? It looks superly fucking complicated.
Those Mayan structures and the pyramid structures, those motherboards, a lot like that.
Came up with that. Have you ever seen those overhead shots of our cities, our major cities? They look like computer boards.
That's what I was referring to.
We live in the computer board, right?
Wow. We're just fueling the fire for simulation, huh?
I don't know, but yeah, there's some, this tech has been rolling out so fast, man. And
I'm a little past the time for speculation, but since it is still speculation for
For
other
me, it is.
people,
I can speculate, so you can play along it for another hour and 15 minutes.
okay. So this makes me think of entropy. So the
Right.
mountains will be brought low, and valleys will be brought up. Does that not just sound like how entropy works, where everything is seeking equilibrium?
There you go. That makes sense. Sure.
Because mountains are only going to, get smaller. Like, I'm not saying that they happen overnight, but if you bust a mountain open and the rock slide ensues, that mountain will never be a mountain again. It's like those rocks will only like get smaller and smaller to pebbles, to dust.
Don't you flat earthers believe in tectonic plates?
Hey, I just read something. They finally reached one of the mantles on Earth's crust or something. I don't know. It was a headline.
But that's deeper than 8 miles, yeah?
I don't know, man. I gotta find the story now. Fuck.
I might have it. I'll look too.
I don't know. It's just a quick headline. I was flipping through the headlines and I saw that and I went, fuck, if I click on that I'll get the next 400 stories will be all about shit like that. That's what happens these days. I'm afraid to click on shit because I know I clicked on it accidentally clicked on something about skiing. And fuck, man, the next day and a half, man, it was just every other story I was getting was about some kind of skier or ski accident or something. It's like, fuck, man. Their algorithms suck, by the way. They don't know if you accidentally click on something. If you know. But anyway.
Yeah, and by the time you click on it anyway, you're finished with it and then you never look at it again. It's like you go to buy a fridge, you look up fridges and then you pick a fridge and you go and buy it. And then that night they start sending you fridges. And you go, mate, it's too fucking late, man. I already bought one. You guys are horrible.
That's happened to me a dozen times, minimum. Yeah, a dozen times. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, Flatsy, did you listen to that music I sang? Oh my goodness, that guy's awesome. Yeah, anyway. So there's this technology. I mean, here's a good example, man. I sometimes I use my map and I'll go, oh shit, and I'll click on it in the car. And it always wants me to go where I've been going the same fucking route for fucking 10 years to get on this certain freeway. And the fucking phone doesn't know it. It thinks I still should, go a different route. And I'm like,
was this the article you saw, dude?
Yeah.
Supposed to.
Oh, there it is. Fucking finally, they did it. It's a record breaking 1 kilometer. The ocean's floor. That's it.
That's it? That's not right.
Yeah.
Don't understand. I don't know. I don't know what's so hard to understand. Earth is flat. It's as simple as that. Like what? What's the big deal?
So they had that Mongo in here.
You know what I'm saying? Like what?
I mean,
people retarded.
Yeah, well,
brainwashed.
Yes, I think that's. I think this retardation thing is maxed out here at this point. And to have what's his name in here today? That Australian guy,
Ruhif.
Rufus Doofus. Oh man, even he said, "I can't believe we're still talking about this shit 7 years later." Like the same fucking argument 7 fucking years later. We're like going over the same fucking. Does it refract? Is it apparent? Is it physical? Is it geometrical?
You gotta talk about it. You gotta talk about it.
It's like fuck, man. I mean, at some point, I would just ask him one simple question, dude. Just give me a straight answer, man. If you walk outside, Do you feel like you're shooting through outer space, spinning on a ball, going millions of miles an hour? And he says, "Well, I can't prove it, and I don't even want to talk to you, man. I'm done. Fuck off." Of course, you can't answer a straight question, man. I don't even want to deal with you. Why do you guys want to deal with these Mongos? Stop it, please. Let's talk to some new people. That was really painful to listen to today, man. Damn.
Yeah, it can easily be said on our side. Why are we still having these conversations? Because you're not getting it, Ruhif. There is no substantial evidence for curvature. You can take a long distance shot and interpret it and inject it in there, but that doesn't prove it. You need to directly measure the curvature. But no, he wants to just make the inference there with with his own confirmation bias, and he's not understanding that.
And he doesn't even do it like he's not even fun.
No, there is evidence.
I've dealt with some Globers that are fun. Even Koso can be a little bit fun. Even Xanax will be fun sometimes, but that guy, man, is never fun.
They're funny. I'm over here laughing at Koso, Xanax, and Ruhif about everything they say because everything they say is so stupid. They don't realize it, or if they do, they're pandering to people that don't realize it.
I mean, I'll ask a straight question like, dude, have you ever been to outer space? And he's like, well, define space. And I'm like, fuck off. I don't play that shit 7 years in. Fuck off. Get the hell out of here. So,
with refraction, don't they believe that what they're seeing is like there's more refraction in the distance, and it's perfectly gradual refraction just to enter your eyeball? Like, that is fucking retarded. If anyone believes that, there's no point in anything else. They're just retarded.
You're not on a spinning ball shooting through outer space. At least you don't feel any movement.
Well, right? Xanax and Kocho are like, your plumb has nothing to do with the horizontal. That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard.
I get you guys want to play around with these Mongos, but I just tell them to fuck off, constantly. And that's just my approach. You guys keep up your approach. I'll keep up mine. It'll work out. I just don't have the patience for, you are just I asked you a simple question you can't even answer. I hate that.
Drop over distance refraction.
At times it does get painful to hear after the third hour.
Dude, 7 years of that shit. I'm like, enough. I'm done. Davey and I will just call them out, and call them assholes, and tell them to fuck off.
Yeah.
At this point, man, we don't care. It's like, dude, you don't realize you're not shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. I can't help you, man. You just at least admit you can't. It doesn't feel like you're doing that. They won't even do that.
Exactly.
I mean, they're like, no, everything seems like we're spinning and shooting through outer space. Fuck off. Yeah, that's not what you experience. It's not reality, man.
Yeah, Star Trek Armageddon says we're just Star Wars. Star Wars says we're fuck out of here.
All right, it's been bugging me lately, man, that there used to be a lot of Globers and flat earthers, both mostly flat earthers, man, that were heavily in doing videos, they busting ass, doing videos every 2-3 times a week, doing live streams. A lot of people were coming and going in these Discords. And I've noticed a trend that, some of the people will come in super hot, man. They're like, yeah, let's flat earth the shit out of this, or whatever. And they'll do it for maybe 1 or 2 years, and then they're fucking gone, man. They just go away. Like, whatever happened to him and her and them? It's like, have you guys noticed a similar kind of thing where people can't stick it out long term? They just, one day they're gone for a couple years, 2 years, 3 years, or they're gone forever, man. There were so many people in this talk, man, back in the day that they're just gone now. I have a list in my head of different flat earthers, from Russian vids to ODD to.
I don't know. I did listen to that music that you sent me, by the way.
Isn't
I'm
that
sorry,
great?
I was in the middle of typing when you asked, and then when I got on the mic, I didn't address what you had said because I forgot. But now I remember. Yes, it was really good. God help us all.
Wasn't he fantastic, dude?
Yeah.
Talk about some truth music. Motherfucking was killing it, bro.
For real, and with the lyric video,
And the lyrics and the video.
You couldn't mistake in what was being said.
So good, man. He's up there with Music Guru. That's how good he is, man. Right up there. I put those two guys in the same, right on the same level for sure. I just want him to start doing flat earth stuff, man. Anyway, it was really good. Some good music. Here, I'll drop it for you guys, man. I'll drop you a little link to some music. That's all. Not trying to promote him or anything. I just ran across it last week. I was like, damn, this guy's fucking good, man. Anyway, check it out, man. Don't believe me. Yeah. Yeah, it's good stuff, man. It's solid. It's solid stuff. There you go. You guys want some good truth music, man? There you go. 25 songs. Right there. I think it's 25 songs. Is that the 20? Anyway, he's got a playlist with 25 songs on his channel there. Check it out, man. Don't believe me.
Hey, Flatsy, what did you think about that guy that came in before? He's gone now.
Which one?
The guy that's we were asking him questions and kind of said 5 miles the boat should disappear.
Was that?
Oh yeah.
It's a different guy. Not Doofus, right?
No, he was. I'd never seen him before, but
all right,
he was VC verified.
Seems all right to me. Are you testing my discernment? Did you hear something I didn't?
Yeah, I'm a suspicious person anyway.
I always rule people's favor until they prove me wrong. It's a good rule of thumb I go by.
I found myself feeling that same way as you were, because I kind of it was interesting to hear him talk, and I thought, wow, this is kind of exciting that he's saying these things and he seems kind of genuine, but it almost seemed a little too good.
Yeah,
a little too good. Careful of that.
Yeah, I kept waiting for the ball to drop on that.
Hey, you guys remember? You guys remember that saying, man? If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. And that
where does that actually come from?
It's like if you were going to buy something, or we're going to give you I'm going to give you a vacation to the Bahamas, man. And all you got to do is sign up for this little thing here, man, and send us $200, and we'll go ahead and if it sounds too good to be true, you're getting scammed for $200 or whatever.
Like a snake oil salesman.
Yeah, it's a salesman term, I think. Is where we can apply the same thing to the globe. Is my point, man? It's like we can say, hey, man, your little spinny ball thing sounds too good to be true, man. What do you think of that?
I don't think it sounds good at all.
Sounds a little too good, man. Shooting through outer space, millions of miles an hour, sounds like a fun ride, man. I'm into that, man. But what evidence do you got for that? I want to see your Dun Bradstreet rating. on that one. Anyway, I'm just pissing around. It's I got one more hour of speculation. We can kick around some ideas of the.
Yeah, get yours in. Get yours in, buddy.
I gotta get some in, man. Dude, there was the big, space alien landing in Vegas, man. If you guys heard about that, but
Audio. I'm just gonna make some soup.
Yep, there you go.
I'm gonna make soup and arepas. What do you think? Yeah. Just gonna use up some veggies, maybe a tuna.
Is that a hot mic? What's going on?
I think he's hot. I think he's hot. Yeah. It's like around supper time for him right now on Monday. Yeah, he's home from work and probably talking about making up some soup.
What were we saying about aliens now?
Anyway, there was the Las Vegas. There was some video of a light that went across the sky. It might have gone boom. I don't know. I didn't watch the video, but apparently I watched some of the. There was a 911 call. This guy's like, "Hey man, there's like these 8-foot creatures that are not human in my backyard."
Mm-hmm.
And somebody took that audio and put it with some other video, and it circled around on like BitChute and Rumble and maybe some of those other places, Rockfin, Twitter. I don't know. It was always fucking everywhere. But yeah, there's aliens everywhere, man, with this story. Anyway, it was just one of those alien rollout stories, potentially.
Well, it's our fault, dude, that they won't make contact because, we're holding everything back because of us dumb flat earthers.
When I used to listen to Art Bell back in the day, he would have a lot of guys on and would talk about, this. They've already dealt, the aliens are already like telling the White House what to do. Everybody knows this, right?
Yeah, I heard of it.
The aliens are on the other side of the moon. The aliens, they got a base on the other side of the moon, and everybody knows this. And of course, Area 51, everybody knows this.
They built the pyramids.
Right. They have all the tech. That's why we have all this technology, thanks to aliens. God rockin', he knows all about this stuff. He lives out there with those aliens. You're out there in Utah.
And they are able to decrease entropy and cause evolution.
And they talk to each other, telepathically, man. They don't speak. And they'd like to do butt probing. I remember that. That was a lot. Like I got abducted and they stuck a thing up my butt. Like, oh shit!
Yeah. I was abducted out of my bedroom in the middle of the night and impregnated by an alien.
That's called exploration of Uranus.
There actually is a place out here in Utah, Flatman.
I mean, I listen to Art.
That's that Nephilim. That's that Nephilim stuff, man. That's the giants. That's the.
There's a place out here in the desert where there's mountains called the Wawa Mountains.
Dude, I was driving home from the grocery store tonight, and the sun was setting, and it was, I don't know, maybe 20 degrees up. It was pretty good. There were some clouds in front of it. You could see the whole silhouette of how small it is, really. And I'm like, that ain't 95 million miles away. Fuck off. I mean, it's right there, man. You can fucking see it's right there. I mean, I've seen mountain ranges farther away than the sun is. Like, damn.
Yeah, it looks
fucking there.
Like you could fly to it in a Cessna.
Yeah. I mean, it's just right there, man. But people don't notice that, man. They don't even think about it, most people. But that was going through my head. I'm like, yeah, it's right there, man. It's so easy to see that it's like, get yourself a pair of, welding goggles, man, and check out the sun. It's a teeny little round. It's the same size as the moon, full moon. It's right there. Anyway, it's close. I'm just going to go with that. I got proof. I did some sticks and shadow measurements with Matthew Learns, and we came up with like 3,477 miles. That's what we came up with. I think it's closer than that, though. I'm going with 110 miles is where I think.
Oh, what's the deepest people can dig? 6 miles, so it's probably not that high, too.
Well, I'm pretty sure planes fly it. Like, I mean, you can get some planes up close to 10 miles, right? Pretty easy. I mean, not pretty easy, but I mean, if you have $1 trillion budget, yeah, you can pull that off. I heard that Richard Branson, his Galactica space thing. I guess they're going to start sending people up again. We'll see. Up for their 10-minute joyride. I went to space. It was 10 minutes. It's amazing. I can confirm that the Earth is round. There was that guy from that Dude Perfect dude. Fuck that manga. Is Earth flat? No, I can confirm it's round. Was that round like a penny? Round like a pizza? Round like a...
Confirm that is round, and we live in an infinite vacuum. I can confirm that. Right?
Infinite. Well, I was in here last night talking about how the speed of the universe expansion is 95 million miles a second. It makes the speed of light look like a tinker toy.
A turtle, yeah.
Turtle. Yeah.
So if the universe is expanding, does that mean we are expanding inside of this as well, or what?
Nobody's expanding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Nobody's expanding. Fuck all, right? Yeah. Nothing. So
I used to like thinking about it, but now it's just like,
dude, I used to fucking dream and think about that all the time. Dude, that star's like 507,000 years old or whatever. I can't believe that's so amazing. You know.
I'd rather leave what's left of my brain for, like, I don't know, gaming or something.
Right. Watch a fucking soccer game or some shit. Fuck anything. Thinking about that star the light that we're seeing in our eye is 5,000 years old. Come on, Bong. You know that. That's provable. We can prove that. What? You can prove that?
The math can prove it.
The math can prove it. There you go. Math will prove it. No, it's a ridiculous concept, man. When you really get down to the nuts and bolts of it, it's absolutely incredibly ridiculous to even think that it's possible whatsoever. And if you want to continue down that road or you want to defend it, that's cool, man. But
math can prove anything. Like, think about it. Like, let's pretend like we're in the world, right? And we lived on a ball, that's a certain size, right? We just, just do the math. Yeah. Use math to do everything.
Do the geometry, bitches.
Yeah. How big is the ball? Well, it all depends. How big do you want the world to be?
Well, refraction's actually making. Did you know that refraction is making the ball bigger? Did you not know
that? I mean, you see how it works. Not now. We're starting to. All right, let's cook this up. All right. So how are we gonna do this? Sir?
I heard that one here today from I call him Doofus, but whatever his name is. Yeah. He's like, well, so I can see they were talking about the black swan. Well, on certain days, it doesn't. You can't see the bottoms of the oil rig. On other days, you can see it, and then, so yeah, it's
which means the ball is getting bigger and smaller.
How do we know it's
days, right?
Oh, geez, man. How do we know it's not high tide or low tide, man? What's up with that?
Oh! I forgot about those.
No, bitch.
Those are good.
What if there were some big waves going on, man? Oh, fuck.
Oh, look, that's different. You know what I'm
6
saying?
foot
But
swells, 10-foot swells. I saw 30-foot swells at a beach here local by my house. I mean, and I couldn't believe how big those waves were, man. I'll be right back.
like that movie, Meet the Parents. Yeah, you can prove anything with math. You know, you can milk. Yeah, you can milk anything. What about me, Greg? Can you milk me? Curvature. I mean, the globe. You know? The globe is like, what about me? Can you prove me?
It's 11:11. Do you guys get a time on the clock that you guys always catch? Mine's 11:11. Don't know
Mine is
why.
4:11. Mine is 4:11. 9
4:11?
minutes for 20. Yeah, I got 9 minutes.
Does anybody get like 1, 2, 3?
It's 3:33.
3:33. Freemason,
3:33.
Illuminati confirmed. 100%.
Illuminati confirmed. I always know.
Old dude gets 7-11. All right. I get 11-11. I don't know. I guess I read into it. It says that I'm still on the right track. I'm like, okay, cool. But
I noticed the number 137 just started popping up all over the place for me. Some like 9 years ago.
137. Okay, cool.
Yep. I mean, like
my buddy's like he gets the 1, 2, 3, and I'm like, oh, that's
Look, nah, man, that stuff only works if you believe it. You know, that's
no. That's not true. That's not true because guess what? My son's social security number is only 1s, 3s, and 7s.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean the social security number. You know what I mean? Like,
no, I mean that came after I knew about all this. Like it came up like an absurd amount. I literally only noticed this number because it showed up so often. It wasn't like this number was special to me before that.
maybe you shouldn't be paying so much attention to numbers. You know what I mean?
I wasn't. I literally wasn't. I wasn't paying attention to numbers at all, and they just started popping up in front of me. It was super.
You know how many times I've seen the number like 2 and 1 and 3 and 4 everywhere? Sometimes I see the number 1 on every single like $5 bill I have. I always see the number 5. I'm like, look, I'm always seeing this number on this $5 note. It's a $5 note, dude. Yeah, but I'm seeing it all the. Why am I seeing it everywhere on every $5 note?
I can't.
But I'm not like that. I've never cared about lucky numbers.
There's that number again, 995. It's everywhere, man. I'm telling you, it's conspiracy. You know what I mean?
And you can dismiss it all you want, but I'm not the type of person who like does that or cares about numbers. Like I don't care about gematria. I don't care about any of that crap. I think keeping track of numbers is like, superstitious. But that number just popped out to me over and over to such a point that I couldn't like ignore it. It was weird.
Well,
when you start seeing the numbers,
giving it
some sort of significance. Oh, I'm sorry, bro.
Sorry, bro.
Go ahead. I'm okay. Let me just add this. The number I think we should be concerned about that we should be seeing everywhere is 666. In my opinion,
Hey,
at least.
they use the 666 things a lot with the heliocentric system
And everything else.
and
You
everything
know,
else, and
I hope
Hollywood, and sports, and
you guys who are
advertising,
looking
and
for
Taco Bell, and Google, and
you guys who are looking for 666. I hope you realize that, like in Hebrew and Arabic, like basically like Aramaic, where it was originally written, a 6 looked very similar to like how a 1 looks. It's like straight with like a little curve on top and to the left. Like if you look at a monster can, that's actually the perfect example of a 666. It's literally the mark of a beast.
drop us a picture or something. Do a screen grab.
Yeah, and what about the heliocentric model? How many sixes? How fast is the Earth moving?
It's spinning around the sun at 66.6 thousand miles an hour. It has a 23.4 degree tilt. Take that away from 90, it's 66.6 degree. What else we got, man?
Curvature, the drop over rate.
39.59. That has to be 39.59. Yep. What?
Now, I don't know how credible it is, but there's some things out there that say that the current name that we call our Messiah, the Messiah, the newer name that he wasn't called back then, is the name that we were warned about when it said 6, 3 and 6. It was actually the Greek letters for the Zeus name. So just saying, I don't know if it's true. It's something that you can look into if you're curious.
Yeah.
But this is why it says those with wisdom can figure out what the number of the mark of the beast is because it actually makes sense logically if you look at it.
Well, the mark of the beast was the mark that gave you the right to buy and sell goods. And that, if you had the mark, you could do it. If you didn't, no, you don't get to buy and sell. And that was what it's all about, right?
You make it sound like it already happened.
Well, I'm thinking it's like on the process of happening for sure.
Yeah.
With the digital IDs and all that shit, I'm pretty sure that kind of, there's the stores in Germany right now that you can't even get in unless you got a code. It's, you got to show them a QR code or something. Yep. So yeah, that's happening. That's kind of like can't buy or sell. I can't even go to your store without some kind of mark on my phone. Yes. Hey, there's other marks that have been handed out for free lately, man. I remember that. So, like the last couple of years, they've been handing out these free marks. You guys remember those? Oh yeah, they're still handing them out. They want everybody to have like 2 or 3 of them.
Yeah, they keep upgrading them.
They upgrade the mark. Yeah, we got upgraded marks. How about that? Yeah, something to think about.
Latest improved. Just improved.
We got the new and improved. It protects and allows you to do things that you wouldn't be able to do normally. Yeah, fantastic, man. That's about as coded shit as I could fucking make it. Without, yeah, that's super coded there. Super code. I got super code in my head. What can I do with it? You guys get it. But the algorithms would never get that. And be like, what the fuck's he talking about? Anyway, keeping it on the earth. Speaking of lying to people, oh my goodness. The government would never lie to us. Why would they lie? And outer space is real, man. We go there all the time, dude. What's wrong with you people? We got like You know, thousands of satellites out there, man. Like 24,000. Some shit, man. Might be 23,901 to be exact. But who's counting? Anyway, it's crazy the amount of satellites that are out there. Apparently it's a problem. There's a cluster of it's like a traffic jam up there at this point. You guys have all seen those pictures of Earth from space. It has all the satellites around, and you can barely see Earth. That's how many satellites there are. You can barely see Earth. It's amazing. I mean, that's how many satellites I got. I mean, I got pictures of it. You guys want me to post a picture for my proof? I can do that. You guys really want me to? I can. You can barely see Earth. That's how many satellites are out there. I mean, it's a big litter fucking shithole, junkyard of shit floating around up there. And they don't know what to do with it, man. They're actually coming up with satellites that would go up there and collect all the other satellites and, get them out of the way because they're no longer working. But Voyager 2 is still working, man. They were able to, do some magic on the batteries, man. That shit's been going since the 70s, bro. I mean, you're talking about... It's way out there in outer space, man. This thing it's way, way out there.
Dude, are you telling me that our elected officials don't love me and care about me and have my best interest at heart? They're lying to me? You really gonna tell me that? Come on.
I'm gonna have to kind of break. I'm trying to break it to you easy. I'm not trying to shoot you in the head with it. I'm just trying to, it would probably be better if I just. Is it better to shoot him in the knee and let him bleed a little? Maybe give him a couple in the stomach, watch him bleed out, or just blast him in the head with it, man. Which way should we go with these things, man? At this point,
just right to the head, get it over with.
Just get it over with. Okay,
yeah.
I'm down with that. Yeah, let's go.
Ain't no sense in wounding them because once you wound them, they'll say anything to get you to, to back off, or they'll make up anything. You can't trust them. They'll say anything. So just hit them in the head, get it over with.
I agree 100%. That's why I'm like, if fucking Doofus came in here right now, I'd be like, dude, one question, straight answer, yes or no. Do you walk out of your door and you feel like you're spinning, shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour? And if the guy says, yeah, well, I don't know, I got some fuck, no. You don't even get the it's yes or no. If you answer yes, man, what's your evidence? If you answer no, yeah. If you are not fucking spinning, shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. You have no evidence for it. You have no scientific anything for it. And because the lights in the sky cruising past every year, it's not your evidence for shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour. Because parallax is a bitch, and all the stars reset every year. So, yeah, it's a simple question, man. Do you feel like you're spinning, shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour? Yes or no? Well, of course I don't. If you say that, man, we're going to get along great. You come in here and say fucking, well, I don't know. I think I'm a brain in a jar in the Matrix. And yeah, fuck off. No. Reality is reality, man. I'm just asking you for an observation of your own reality. We're not trying
to don't understand the science. You don't understand that the Earth is so big, and we're a part of the system and in the system. You wouldn't ever feel it.
It's in the system, in the spinning, and you wouldn't feel it because you were born here spinning. How would you feel it? Fuck off. I love that one, but hey, you were born spinning, dude. That's why you don't feel like you're spinning. What? Did you? What the hell did you? I love that one, man. New Perspective and I used to laugh about that one all the time, man. That was Shout out to Dave, man. So you just want straight answers from an objective reality of your own perception of this earth that we live on. If you can tell me, anybody can tell me that they feel like they're spinning, shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, I want to talk to them, man, and see what rational experience they have to explain their phenomena that they have, that they don't feel, that they think they feel. And that's where we're at. You know, I think I can feel the earth spinning because of Neil deGrasse Tyson. He told me. That's why I believe it.
Well, it's going to be a tough conversation because, you know, their IQ is so high.
Well, yeah, it's true.
That, you know, they have very high IQs and are very intelligent. And
they have a paper that says they have an IQ from a university that definitely back them up. Those people would back them up, just like, you know, if you were in a club, you would back up your bros and your girls, man. You just, hey, why are you fucking with our club? How dare you? Yes, there's only two genders. I had to just throw that in just for fun. But that is, there's only two things, man. Either you're spinning or you're not. Same thing. It's the same fucking, it's the same reality. And they trying to break up the other reality and the space reality and all the other realities all at the same time, man. And that's what they're trying to pull right now, man. They're pulling some cuckoo crazy shit. Like, hey, we just landed a rock on it was a meter wide. We get a satellite. Yeah, they just throw out whatever these days, man. I think it's mostly freaking AI coming up with the stories, but yeah, they get funded.
Yeah, you know, it sounds like that to us though, because we don't understand the science and the math. You know, we don't understand it, bro.
That's the problem, man. We do. That's the other problem, man. I've sat there with Matthew, man, and we did the equations. We did them together twice. I'm like, dude, man. And both times, man, it was like 3,500 miles. That's how far the sun is. Based on
That's
our
awesome. You guys did that.
And some shadows and sticks. And yeah, we did it. And he looked at me straight in the eye and says, that's what the math says it is. I'm like, awesome, man. Awesome. And I'm going to see him Saturday, man, probably. So I might do it again. It's going to be on the solstice here, man. So we know our latitude. We know exactly where high noon is on the solstice. Right down to the minute. Right down to the second, actually. We know when it's going to hit. But so, yeah, we could do it again just for fun. Third time's a charm, right? Maybe we'll get a different result. I'm pretty sure we won't, but he would say the same thing. And he goes, yeah, it'll be off a few miles, but it's not going to be off by 995 million miles.
You still got time left to speculate real quick?
Sure, man. I got 32 more minutes. Let me grab a beer.
You know, I think the problem is that intelligence is really a dual-edged sword. And, you know, if people don't want to accept reality, they'll use the fullness of their intelligence to fight it.
It would be like, hey, man, I want to plant this seed and water it. Do you think it'll grow? And they'll be like, well, that all depends on the exact amount of alkaline in the water. And if it doesn't have the right temperature, and they could come up with all kinds of kooky shit that say that my seed is not going to grow in this,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
it is super powerful, the mind, and it's so powerful you can actually manipulate it so much that you can make a person not even know where they are and not even realize that they don't know
or care.
It's funny though.
That's what gets me, man. People don't care. Like you can walk into 100 people tomorrow and go, "Hey, man, do you know where you live?" I mean, do you really know where you live? And they're like, "I
What
don't
difference
know.
does it make? Hey, did the Cubs win?
I got to go to work tomorrow, man. What's your point?"
What I want to speculate about, if you don't mind, is what's happening when the sun and the moon both in certain times appear so massive.
Yep. That's refraction.
I always found that fascinating.
That's refraction. Dude, I was up camping one time, High Sierras, 9,000 foot. I was way up there on a mountain, and we happened to catch a sunrise, or moonrise, excuse me. And it was like coming up on the horizon, and this thing took up I couldn't believe how much it took up in my field of view. It was huge. I couldn't give you, but it was like 10 times what a normal moon looks like, right? I'm like, holy shit, man. Fuck. I mean, we were jumping up and down, we were screaming. Like, I don't think we even had our cameras or anything. I didn't take any pictures at the time, man. It was back in the 90s, man. I wasn't.
You were howling at it?
We're just fucking howling, jumping up and down. We couldn't believe the view at 9,000 feet up on the mountain, looking at the horizon down there and watching this giant moon come up over it. Yeah, it was totally, I'll never forget it. It was absolutely incredible, man. And I hope everybody gets a chance to experience that. Because once you see that, you're like, damn. It's, whatever that you want to call it, an observation. I observed a phenomena that I only observed it once. And that it was something you never forget, for sure. It's like kind of like seeing an eclipse. It's very similar to that. It's like, holy shit. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, so when the sun comes up on the horizon at certain times, it looks really big too. Or when it's setting, it looks bigger. I've seen, mostly here in Southern California where I've lived is, over an ocean for the sunsets. So yeah, there's certainly some atmospheric refraction and disturbances going on. It makes it look really big and bitching. Other times it's, it's kind of small. So yeah, it's definitely like a lensing effect with the atmosphere is what I think we're seeing. Because when the sun's or the moon's right overhead, man, they both look exactly the same size, especially, the full moon, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, you could put on the welding goggles and look at the sun, man. It looks exactly the same size as the moon. Exactly. But they say it's a rock in space. Shoot, we can land on a rock. Rock and roll, man. That's fascinating.
Yeah.
Hey,
mind is so strong, yet so easily manipulated.
It's so easily manipulated, man. I got a book over.
That's the cool thing, though. Once you know how to affect your own consciousness, it's really easy to improve yourself. You just have to realize, kind of lift the veil a little bit.
Yep.
And realize how easily you can change your own consciousness. Just as easily as they can change other people's, you can change your own. Even easier, actually.
Oh, way easier. You want to live in denial and cognitive dissonance? Or you want, like Rufus in here today, or Rumpus, or whatever the fuck his name is. He wants to just defend every aspect of the globe with the most ridiculous shit. Day in, day out. He's been doing it for 7 years. It's like, whoa, man. Okay, well, that's a different kind of mindset. You and I, Pumpkin Man, we said, look, I can actually discern for myself now. I'm good. It's kind of, what do they call it? Waking up.
Yeah.
And once you woke up, man, you're like, especially flat Earth, and that's why they spent so much money trying to send trolls out, whatever they do to discourage us. And they do a pretty good job. They spend millions of dollars putting us on, making us look stupid on TV and movies and news articles.
It's almost an honor, isn't it?
An honor. It is an honor. Because I watched some friends of mine get interviewed by newspapers, and the guy's like, 8 inches per mile squared, 8 inches per mile squared. My friend Jibby, he kept telling the reporter, man, he must have told him 150 times, it's 8 inches per mile squared, man. You got to get this curvature thing right. And sure as fuck all, man. In the article, it didn't mention anything about 8 inches per mile squared, man. It was, the reporter was cool, he hung out with him. It's a great afternoon. But when he had to go back, I'm sure he got edited, man. You can't put that in there.
Well, we surely are those who the world hateth.
So the article was, it brought out, it was in the Boston Globe. You guys could look it up, Flat Earth, Boston Globe. And you can read it. But yeah, I never mentioned that 8 inches per mile squared. Motherfucker, man. I told him to 150 times, man. It's like, you got to make sure you put that in there. And sure shit, he couldn't put that in there.
He wasn't allowed. Of course not.
Because that would have, and none of the other movies and articles and shit that they've written about, this flat earth theory, none of them actually go into like what we go into around here. None of them. The actual real geometric horizon. Yeah, they don't want nothing to do with that, because that's too dangerous, man. That shit's dangerous. Especially to an educated person that's maybe gone to master's degree level in college, man. They're gonna, at one point, they're gonna have to do some pretty heavy math, man, to understand some stuff. And they can go out and fly in an airplane or hike up a mountain or whatever. They can go check out what they think they should be seeing versus what they actually see. And that's where we got them by the balls, man, because we just keep pushing, man. What do we actually see? Well, this is what we see. And they just come back, well, you're not really seeing that. I'm like, what do you mean I'm not really seeing that? Dude, get out of here. And that's
well, to them,
cuckery. You're roboting, Pumpkin.
She's roboting.
Oh my arigato, Mrs.
I would imagine everybody here would agree with me as well that the globe lie is the biggest, right? It's the most important. And I think once they can get that in your brain, it makes all the other lies so much easier for them to insert in you. The globe is the most important, I think.
Well, it confines you to your it's just, they've spent millions and millions of dollars to try to make us look bad every turn they can. And
the globe
because once you go flat, man, all the rest of it's like, oh, okay, I need to look at that, and I need to look at that. And there's some rabbit holes I went down I wouldn't want any of you guys to look at. Like, whoa. But, I asked for the truth. I got it. And I had to go down and check it out. And it's wicked. It's some wicked stuff. But Flat Earth's pretty fun and entertaining. It's objective reality at its finest. Flat Earth is so objective reality. And people come in and defend it in many different ways, from satellites to the NASA to the sunsets to every kind of thing you can think of. The wind's blowing in this direction. I know it's fucking a globe. Like, what? What do you mean?
I think the globe law is definitely one of the biggest the implications that it has on everyone's worldview.
Yeah.
You have to go from there. Like, some people want to stop here, but clearly there's something else to know, but it's so confusing. My problem is how confusing it is. And I don't want to be spouting off a bunch of things that I'm not sure about, you know?
Yeah, me too, man. But we have a little bit of speculation here and there. Those are what we call like brainstorming a little bit, you know, like, well, what do you guys think about that, or how can we do this better? And but you know, Jay Tolan crushed it, man. I mean, it was 1,200 miles of flatness, bro. And that, you talk about impossibilities. I mean, and they'll come in and defend Jay Tolan 1,200 fucking miles of flat. You know, using a kick-ass camera with a kick-ass infrared, and he's very thorough. He's pointing out the different mountain ranges and how far he was seeing. 1,200 miles. You know, people kick in the Black Swan. Yeah, we got 10 miles. Yeah, fuck off. I got 1,200 over here, man. Ain't nothing but flat, bro. What do you got? I got NASA pictures. Okay, great.
Yeah, but, you know, according to Neil deGrasse Tyson and Bill Nye the Science Guy, if the Earth was flat, you know, well, how come we can't see to China?
Yeah.
The old, why can't we see to China thing? Well, dude, have you ever been out in the fog? I couldn't see like 10 feet in front of my face, bro. I mean, I was driving in some fog a couple of times. I'm like, holy shit, I got to pull over, man. If something comes up on me, man, I'm fucked. I'm just going to pull over in this ditch here. I'm going to hang out until this shit's gone, because it's sure as shit, man, down the road, you know, 10-car pile.
That's such a ridiculous thing to say, too. And it's crazy that they actually use that as proof. They say that as that's proof of globe.
I think
well, it just shows you they don't know how a horizon works.
They used flushing toilets as evidence. Are you fucking kidding me? Timbo, they say if you flush a toilet in New Zealand and Australia, it's different. They're like, it goes a different way. And that is I mean, I love that they wanted to use that one. That's my favorite of all
the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
It's beyond cuck, dude. It's like next level cuck, or whatever that fuck that is. But I mean, you're actually going to use a toilet flush as evidence for your globe? Really? It's your spinning globe? Oh, shit. You're in trouble. That tells us they're in trouble straight away, man. It tells me, anyway. It's like these people are so desperate, they want to use toilet flushes.
So,
because we're flushing their globe down the toilet. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Pumpkin.
Well, since it's Speculation Sunday, I was wondering what you guys thought about this. So, assuming that the sky is a clock, do you think that there's any relevance to the fact that there's a Big Dipper and a Little Dipper?
I like the thinking. Yeah, well, from what I understand, that isn't the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper, for each season, it ends up at 90 degrees, and it makes it 360, right?
Yeah, I think so, or at least the Little Dipper.
It takes a whole year to make that 360, but it ends up.
Yeah, it's the swastika.
It's the fucking swastika, exactly. Right? Isn't that amazing? Hey, Timbo, I wanted to ask you this real quick, man. You can see Orion's belt, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Well, so can I. So
yeah, that's weird.
What the fuck?
Yeah, we see the same moon sometimes as well. I remember speaking to old Hoss a couple of times.
Yeah.
He was just looking at it. It's the we were looking at a spot on the moon, and his was on the other side. So, but you know, it was just coming. It was 45 degrees in the sky, and it was like 6 p.m. for me, 7 p.m. something like that. And he was looking at it from the opposite angle, And it was 45 degrees in the sky for him.
There you go.
He said he's around, and he made a dot where he is.
He's over like in England, right? He's England.
Hoss? No, he's in the US.
I thought you said old dude.
No, old Hoss. I mean, Hoss. Yeah.
Okay. Hoss. Old Hoss. Yes. Where does he live?
I got a feeling he's in the. He just kind of pointed to the center of America.
He's over here. Okay, he's over here then. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. But I always thought it was interesting, man. These guys come in and say, well, why can't I see Polaris from Australia? I'm like, well, can you see Orion's belt from Australia? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I can see it here in America too, bro. What's up with that? I mean, it just kind of balances out. Well, we have the Southern
It's also
Cross.
weird. We were talking about the Southern Cross and Stigma Octantis the other night. Remember that? The Southern Cross last night or the night before was 90 degrees above me.
Right.
Now I'm at 40. Well, I'm at 38 south. So that's fucking weird, isn't it?
Yep. I'm at 32 north. Yeah, man, that's fascinating. But we can both see. I mean, if you can't see Polaris and I can't see the Southern Cross, but we both can see Orion's belt, what's up with that? I mean,
and that just means we're in the middle of it, isn't it? It's in the middle of us.
I'm sure they have some cucky fucking answer for that. I'm sure they do. But they'll be like, well, if you were on the 33rd degree latitude, you wouldn't. Yeah, whatever. They would come up with something. I just know they would.
So. We shouldn't even be entertaining those arguments, though. Those conversations, because we shouldn't be looking up at all. You know.
It is fascinating.
This place is built on not looking up.
Yeah,
you're right.
The sky is fascinating, though.
Why not
looking? It definitely is.
Well, I'll tell you, man. Going back my early flat Earth days, man. You know, guys are saying, "Hey, man, we can see too far." The star rotations, calendars. I mean, there's a lot of information coming into my head, and I had to go out and buy a P900. And how far can I see? I gotta really check this out myself. But every day I was out there looking at the sun and the moon every fucking day for years, tracking it. Where's it at? Oh, it's at the 33rd today. It's at the 24th. I'm tracking this shit. I go, oh shit, we got a new moon coming tonight, man. Check it out. I got to check out that western sky, man. And we got a full moon. Oh fuck yeah, I got to go check it out. And yeah, I just tracked the lights in the sky for a couple of years, and it was like, oh, okay, I see what's happening here. It's a fucking clock, man, guaranteed. Miguel was so kind to put the Prague clock in there.
Oh yeah, clock.
That's a fascinating. My neighbor, I asked her. She went to Prague. I check out the clock. She goes, "Yeah, it wasn't working at the time." I was like, "Oh shit, really?" I got nothing from her. But I would love to go see that clock work, man. That would be bitching.
You guys understood why I said that, right?
Elaborate. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just making that point because we're arguing with Globers about this and that, about everything we see up in the sky. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. That's all. That's what I, yeah.
Wow. They would come in and say, hey, is 69 miles per degree equals a globe? Okay? What do you got for that?
Cool.
Oh, shit. No, 69 miles equals flat Earth too? Oh, fuck, man. What am I supposed to do with that?
Remember we worked out that I'm, well, on the globe, me and you are 120 degrees difference facing down.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hang on, man. Just grab the floor, man. You're going for a ride upside down, man. It's weird. Yeah, man. Yesterday even, I caught a video of some old, I just clicked on it. It just happened to be the one that talks about all the technical documents for like flying machines. And he was just pointing out, like, in the technical documents, from NASA, Boeing, all these different companies that build flying machines, they're all like, you have to assume it's flat stationary plane, man. That you can't build the thing unless it's a flat stationary plane, is basically what they're saying. And there's like hundreds of these documents out there at this point. Hundreds. And all of them say, no, whatever you're building, man, rocket, bullet, all the text, all the specs have to be flat and stationary. Check it out. So I love that. That's great evidence it's not evidence, it's just collaboration. I don't know where I'm going with that, but technical documents are very serious documents, man. These things are high tech, man. Talking about kinds of crazy math in there and whatever. But you can't build a plane that flies over a globe based on the globe math. But with the flat math, you're good. You're good. You go with the flat math, all right? That's what they're saying. Go with the flat math. Or maths, depending where you live. Maths. Go with the flat stuff, because that's going to work out a lot better. And sure shit, man, I don't know. I've flown in a lot of airplanes, and that shit works, man. Guaranteed. love me a fucking good ass fucking plane ride, man. I don't so much like going through the airport, but once I'm in the plane and it takes off, I love it. I just love flying. But I just think it's as close as I'm ever going to get to space is flying in an airplane, for sure. That's it. Yeah. But it works.
My grandfather built an airplane in his fucking garage by hand, by himself, when he was in his 80s.
Holy shit. Well, follow after him, man. What do you build?
Oh, I can't build nothing.
Can't build nothing? Yeah, fuck no.
No, I can. It's just I can. It's just I'm too meticulous, and it takes me forever, and I'm constantly starting over.
That's just perseverance, man. That's all that is, man. You just kind of keep digging at it a little bit. Like, I used to think the same thing. Like, fuck, I can't build a guitar. I don't know what I'm doing. But,
I'm upset that I didn't get to talk to him about the flat Earth, because he had to have known, because he's the one that got me to be, skeptical about everything anyways, and taught me about the fake moon landing and just all the government deceptions. But he never mentioned flat Earth, man. But I wonder if he just knew that he didn't think I was ready for it or something.
Interesting, man. Yeah, some of the old timer guys like that, they're kind of reserved, and they don't want to disrupt their grandchildren or whatever. Like, fuck, man. I can't tell them that. I mean, even my nephews, I was like, shit, I wouldn't even attempt to tell them that I know. I was like, fuck, he's not. I don't think he's ready for that. He ain't ready for that. I don't want to fuck up his groove he's got going. You know, he's 21.
Oh, I was younger than that. Shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, he was the kind of known as the grumpy, crazy man.
There you go. Nothing wrong with that, man. I actually hope to achieve that someday. Actually,
Me too. Me too.
I want to be that
now,
grumpy, crazy dude. Man. Fuck it.
I hope some of those people are still alive and are realizing now that a lot of things he said have come true.
I hope so too, man. That's what I want out here in these forums, man. It's just if we run into some guy that's, just trying to figure out where the fuck he lives. Like, okay, well, here's some things you can check out for yourself. Don't believe us. and I hope they do. That's all. And after that, man, I can't help them, man, really. But if I run into somebody on the street or I'm working with somebody, man, yeah, I might have a little more time with them and see where they're at, see if they're ready for some very interesting information. Don't know, man, but I hope to meet more people that are interested in really good information, because we got all kinds of it around here, man. Really good information. This place is loaded with information. And if you want to know about physics or electricity or distances to stars, this place is going to know it, guaranteed. There's no place like this.
New. Yeah, I learn something new every day when I come here.
Every day,
and not just about flat Earth, but about myself even.
Yeah,
me coming here every day and talking to all of you and hearing the conversations makes me a better person in a lot of ways.
No question about it, man. There's certain objective realities that we can all question, and you want to believe in that. That sports aren't rigged. Cool, man. I believe those athletes are out there trying to give it their best. However, at the end of the day, man, I mean, I think there's somebody, kind of rigging the system, playing that they already know the cards that are going to be dealt. Yes, we actually have an NFL guy that comes in here. He used to play in the NFL.
Really? I didn't know that.
And even he's, he's the guy that just kept doing what he was supposed to do, man. I mean, Mondays were recovery.
Yeah, it's just a job.
It's just a job, man.
Flegman, yeah.
Got to show up. Yeah. You got to show up. You got to do your job. We look at film. How could you have done this better? How can you do that? I mean, he's just showing up and trying to do a better job at what he's doing, running a football down the field and trying to score a touchdown, and that was his job, and he's, most of those sports guys, that's all they think about, man. That's all they do every day. But at the end of the day, man, I mean, certain teams get loaded and certain teams don't. The New York Yankees are a great example of teams getting loaded with talent. They won 27 championships, and, because they got all kinds of money to spend. They spend all kinds of money on these athletes, and they get the best of the best, and that's how they, win 27 championships.
They're in the biggest market too, so when they are winning, it brings in so much money.
Yeah,
so
it's huge, man. I mean, even here in Anaheim, California, man, I go to baseball games, Angels, Yankees. Dude, there's more Yankee fans show up at Angel Stadium than the fucking Angel fans. It's like, holy shit, man. This place is loaded with Yankee fans, man. They're everywhere. So
yeah,
and they're
that money that we see them spending on the players to stack that roster is nothing compared to what they bring in.
Exactly, it's nothing, man. It's like they're making 100 times. Whatever they're spending on the field, they'll make 100 times that. It's like, well, damn. And they don't. Here's the funny thing about Major League Baseball, man, is the television contracts are so lucrative for the owners that they don't even have to sell one fucking ticket to a game or one hot dog, and they're making billions, man. It's just like, holy shit, that's crazy, man. So, is it
Fucking
really?
insurance companies are the same way.
I think that was my.
They take in so much fucking money.
That's my last minute. All right, it's midnight. I have to stop speculating. Hey, the curvature of Earth has been determined at 3,959 miles. Does anybody have any evidence of such said curvature of this globe shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour? But just the globe itself, forget all the spinny stuff, man. That's next level. But just the curvature alone is anybody here from Hawaii by chance? It's only 9 o'clock at night there. Anybody? No. Aloha. So, Earth presents itself as Earth, therefore, it's a globe. How's that work? That's a good one. It's a good question. Earth presents itself as Earth, therefore, equals a globe. I had a lot of guys come to me when I was doing flat smacking on the street. We called it flat smacking back then. And they would say, hey man, the moon looks round, bro. It does look round. I'll agree with you. It looks like a ball. It does. Anybody want to prove it does look like a ball? The moon looks like a ball. But I've also seen video where a flat surface can look like a ball too. And a convex ball or concave ball can look like a ball too. Convex and concave can both look like balls. And when you show somebody, like, dude, man, I got 4 images here that look like balls, but only one of them's actually a ball. You have to agree that you don't know what the moon is, whether it's a ball or concave or flat, but they all can look like balls. But it does, to the average person, look like a ball. And when you tell people you live on a ball, and you think, well, that thing looks like a ball, it's easy to sell that. It's easy to sell it. It's like, hey, that thing up there looks like a ball. You're on the ball. It's an easy sell at that point. It's super easy. It's like, oh, okay. And that's what happened. The moon looks like a ball. You live on a ball. And that's how they sold it. And that's it.
The genius part of it was classifying the roaming stars as planets and then also sticking Earth in that category. Because a lot of people say that, well, all the other planets are spheres. Why wouldn't Earth be a sphere?
I love that one. That's one of my favorites. Hey, Mars is round. I love those guys. Well, dude, Mars is a ball. Come on. Of course you live on a ball.
It's the same thing as like you were saying about the moon. You can look at Mars, right? And it looks round. And they say, well, and I see it rotating and spinning. And I'm thinking, are you really? You really see that?
Yeah.
Because I don't know what the hell I see. I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm not so sure if it's, it's not a sphere that's spinning around and rotating. That I'm, sure of, but
Paul,
it's crazy, dude.
You're going to dig this, man. I have a theory regarding live video streamed telescopes. And I remember back 2017 or whatever, I'm like, okay, there's got to be some major telescope that's being live streamed, right? Hawaii or South America. I mean, there's major telescopes all over the place. I know this guy in Florida who lives in an apartment that has like an 11-inch telescope, and he live streams and he plays his own music over the live stream of this telescope. And you can type in the chat and go, hey man, zoom in on Saturn's rings right now, man. And he'll okay. And he'll zoom in on Saturn's rings. And it looks pretty blurry and kind of not too impressive. I mean, it is what it is. It's super blurry. I'll say at best. It's not high definition by any means. It's not what NASA would sell you as Saturn's rings, right?
All right.
And I'm like, oh, there's got to be some major telescope somewhere in the world that's going to live stream Saturn's rings somewhere, some point. Never want NASA. Nobody ever live streams 100-inch telescope and to zoom in on Saturn's rings. You know why? Because it's not going to look any better than what this guy was doing in Florida with his apartment with his 11-inch telescope. It would not look any better than that. That would be a dead giveaway, as we say in the biz. Dead giveaway. Dead giveaway. And if they were to live stream one telescope zooming in on Saturn's rings, it's going to look blurry, just the same as an 11-inch telescope. It's not crystal clear. It doesn't look like anything they put out before. Oh, we flew the Cassini around Saturn. We got the rings and the ice rings and the rings made of poo-poo, whatever they say. It's not going to look any better than an 11-inch telescope because it's just blurry. When you zoom in on those lights, they're just blurry, man. I don't give a fuck what equipment you're using.
Hey guys, I just checked in Couch Beast, so he's new to the server. So if you guys want to speak to him, go ahead.
Couch
Beast, you're on.
Couch, what's up, Couch?
Well, not much.
Not much, man. I was talking about telescopes and live streaming telescopes, actually.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Do you know anything about that?
What's to know?
What is there any major giant telescopes live streaming their evening of looking at the stars?
You would think there would be with all of our technology, but no.
Right, exactly. That's my point. There is none. Because I know a guy in Florida, man, lives in an apartment. He live streams his telescope, and you can say, "Hey, man, zoom in on the moon or zoom in on Saturn's rings," or he'll do it. And we go, "All right, give me a second." But there's no major telescopes that are live streamed. I just think that's kind of a dead giveaway. That if they were to zoom in on Saturn's rings with any telescope on Earth, I don't give a fuck, 100-inch, 200, 500, whatever, it's still going to be a blurry little shit. It's not going to look like what they sold as Saturn's rings, man. I guarantee it.
Yeah.
Same thing with stars, too. All the images I've seen presented to me by NASA and things of what stars look like, when I zoom in on a star with my P1000, it doesn't look anything like what they show me.
No.
Welcome.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. The aperture of your
office of outer space.
Oops. Hey, sorry, got it. Oh.
Carry on. Talk live streaming telescopes. Somebody find me 100-inch live stream somewhere. 100-inch telescope.
Yeah, that's 100-inch telescope. Okay. Yeah, no.
I didn't hear anything the gentleman said that came in. I don't know if he was directing anything towards what I had said. I missed. He was coming in really low for me, so I apologize if you were speaking.
We speaking of me?
Yes.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay. What was there a question that I missed?
No, I just didn't hear anything you said when you first came in and started talking, so I was just curious.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I didn't say much, bud.
All right, I'm back. You guys still there?
I'm here.
So, on the same line of thinking that there is no live 100-inch, 50-inch, 200-inch telescope looking at Saturn's rings or the moon or whatever, there is no actual camera just like on the moon or in space looking at Earth. Now that they what you think with today's iPhone technology, and I've never seen anybody on the ISS that's an astronaut like take their cell phone and do like a live stream with their iPhone from space. I've never even seen them like take a video from their iPhone in space. It's weird, man. I think that's weird. If I was up in space, maybe like, dude, I'm iPhoning the fuck out. I'm recording you. Hey, man, check this out, man. I'm gonna spin my camera around. Check it out. Like,
well, that's actually supposedly lower Earth orbit, not technically space.
Right, technically. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
floating.
I know. I just
Floating and then like weightless. Yeah. Hey, man, check it out, man. I'm gonna spin my camera and just let it float here and follow me around for 5 minutes or whatever. That would be cool, but that's never happened. Yeah, I haven't seen that video.
You would think if you were an astronaut on the moon too, and you had one of those cameras that they had strapped on their chest, at some point you would turn and look at the Earth for quite a while, and you'd never see any footage of that happening either. And how are you on the moon and you're not going to look at the Earth?
Yeah, they were busy, man. They were like driving around doing buggies and taking 27,000 pictures. That means they took a picture. Somebody worked out the math, and they took 27,000 pictures with all the time they were on the moon, and they had to take a picture every like 12 seconds or something. Yeah, it was kind of ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
And they didn't mention once about when they were shitting their pants or pissing themselves either.
Well, they had little bags that they would tape to their bottom. It's like a double stick tape kind of thing. And yeah, they would poop in the bags. They had little bags. By the way, they left all their excrement on the moon. And there are people who want to go back and get the excrement and study it. That was about 4 years ago. That story came out. But anyway, I want to go back to the moon and get the poop bags they left there and study their poop.
Hey, now that you're on the subject of outer space and all, are you familiar with the planetary defense, the UN?
What? No, man. I know about the Star Wars program, but
So yeah, this is pretty interesting. So I was watching it, and then I also I'm about ready to do a little story on it. But anyhow, it's the planetary defense. It's the UN. It's the 8th one. And they've been doing it for years. Well, they recently just did another one. And this guy gets on there and they talk about how they land these spacecrafts on asteroids that are headed for Earth. Shit, you not, man.
Yeah.
And, huh?
I'm listening. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, and then they say they land these things. They call it a touchdown, right? And they say they land these on here, and then they grab specimens and stuff, and then so they fly the thing back, I guess, with no steering wheel or whatever, just automated, I guess, and it just has no go. Yeah, it's just amazing. Anyways, so then they bring it back, and then they test these samples and everything, and then they tell you what kind of impact it'll happen, and then they relate it with NASA's planetary defense, all of their status, all their it's just unbelievable how much information and data they have on this, which is totally agenda driven anyways, just for the fear factor base anyhow. But the funny thing is if they can land a damn spacecraft on an asteroid that's coming towards us to harm us, why don't they just take care of it when they land it on there? Or anyways, it's just such bullshit.
Well,
they all,
They just had a program this year that it was called DART.
Yeah. That was they actually mentioned that
they wanted to deflect a asteroid from hitting Earth. And apparently they threw a dart at it, and it hit.
They slammed a satellite into it. Is what they did, or they called it a spacecraft, but it was a satellite. They had. Yeah, dude. I don't know how you steer a satellite. I don't know how you do that.
Well, they just do it. I talked to a physicist one night, man. I had him at a party, my friend's house. We're hanging out, and I'm like, "Hey, man, how do they keep track of all that shit in space, man?" I mean, this guy was like, he worked for like Boeing for like 30 years. He knew all this shit, And he goes, "Well, they just do." And that was it. That's what I got from a physicist. I remember like shaking my head.
He probably got a unicorn too, or some shit.
This guy's supposed to know everything, man. He knew all kinds of stuff, man. But well, they just do. That's how they keep track of all that stuff in space. They just do. And so there's no other. We've talked to a lot of physicists in here that will come up with the same answer, basically.
Oh. Well, I mean, there was 3 or 4 guys that got on and talked about it, and this thing was like, 2 hours long, and they were talking about. And then when they were talking and they were showing their information that was popping up, what they were talking about, explaining, right, but from all the data they had received. Now, when they were speaking, this data literally says from 2003, and they're sitting here talking about 2023, and I'm just like, dude, you got to be kidding me. Like, this is a joke. And then this one guy throws out this chart, right? And he goes, well, here's my specs, and here's what I think, and what'll happen, and my whatever. And he has this drawing, okay? He literally has a drawing. And he has the trajectory it's coming in, which is at a 45-degree angle. And I'm thinking, well, that's kind of impossible on a spherical Earth. How are you going to get a 45-degree angle? He literally has the Earth drawn as flat, which is interesting. And it coming in as at a 45-degree angle. And what the impact is and all that, blah, 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 blah. Anyhow, it's kind of silly.
Hey, if I could for a second go back to what we were talking about earlier. And I'm sorry, but I want to say this, but I couldn't get it in time. And I think you guys will like it. Apollo 11, going back to using the bathroom in space, they would say that their urine they would eject it out into space, and that they would actually get a nice little light show because the urine would freeze and the light from the stars would like make it shine and glisten, and it was like a little pretty light show for them. Now think about that. How fast was that thing moving in space?
17,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
No.
So they could see their urine. Really? And
I thought they were drinking
the stars? I thought they couldn't see any stars because I remember when they came back, people were asking them what the stars looked like and all that, and I could have swore they said, "I don't remember seeing any stars."
I don't remember seeing any. What? Wait a minute.
I don't remember seeing any.
Michael Collins.
Because
you were orbiting the moon for like a couple of days.
Moon.
I don't remember seeing any. Oh, that's interesting. That guy was just
not even the sun.
Orbiting the moon for a couple days, and you guys are down there like taking pisses.
But they could see the light from the stars on their urine. Yeah, checks out. Makes sense.
I don't remember hearing that one, but I'm sure they said something stupid like that. It sounds like something that, yeah.
I can link you an article to it if you want to read it.
Oh, it's an article. Oh, interesting. No, what was the name of the article?
That was Armstrong and Aldrin, Buzz. We're pissing
I don't remember the name.
space.
I'm gonna have to find it. I've posted it here before.
Or did they just?
It's all good. It's all good.
Were they just? Okay, I mean, I can imagine. It's like owning an RV, man. Right? You got this little thing you're gonna piss into, and it's gonna shoot it out into space. Right? Like like you're gonna drain the tank from the RV.
Wait, hold on a second. So you said this was in the Apollo that they injected
11.
it
Apollo
out to
11.
space? Now, from what I seen, they had shit bags and piss bags they used.
I'm talking about
they had hoses on them, and they could connect the hose to somewhere, and it would shoot the piss out into space.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Now was that
I'll find the article. I'll post it.
All right, yeah, post the article, man. We gotta double, triple check that one. But I can imagine them doing a piss dump out into space. I mean that makes sense. Yeah, if you're traveling in a tweaker shelter, you'd have a piss pipe going out to outer space, of course.
Yeah. Okay. Now, another thing that's interesting is every single time they do a splashdown, if you ever watched it, that thing's supposed to be coming in like 5K, right? 5 Kelvin, whatnot, or it's supposed to be coming in like
real hot.
Hot, right?
Hot. It's just hot, down. Baby.
No steam, no nothing, right?
No steam, no like.
Yeah, dude, nothing. Dude.
A little steam let out. No, nothing.
No. And that thing's just gracefully, like whisking.
I love that one too, man.
Yeah.
Somebody made a great video years ago about that, and I'm like, dude, it's supposed to be like burning up in the atmosphere, and then, well, it cools down by the time it gets to Earth, and
no.
It's 5K, bro, man. Calvin,
it's supposed to be.
It's so super. It's hotter than the sun.
Oh, and not only that. Yeah, they actually come in faster than 17,000 miles an hour. It's an estimated of like 20,000 miles an hour. It's coming. It's like, really? Like, are you kidding me, man?
It's hitting the air. It's getting hot. It's gonna melt my buddy worked at Boeing, man. He brought me a piece of the space shuttle one time. I still have it. And it's just like, it looks like cardboard made out of carbon fiber. That's all it looks like. I tried burning it up, man. I put it on the stove and shit. And it fucking burned up right away, man. It wasn't fucking anything amazing or anything. It was just like, oh, that's pretty interesting. But yeah, it fucking burned. It looked cool. It looked cool as shit. It was light. It was strong as fuck, man. I tried to bend it in half. No. But it was basically like corrugated cardboard with carbon fiber. That's all it was. And it's like, damn, that's pretty interesting, bro. But yeah, I tried to bend it in half. I couldn't bend it, but could they make an airplane out of it? Yeah, for sure. But is it going to go through 5 Kelvin. I put it on the stove just to see if it would burn, and sure fuck all, yeah, it burned. So it was strong. I mean, it's a great construction of material. Don't get me wrong. Corrugated carbon, carbon fiber. It's strong, man. That shit's strong as fuck. Is it stronger than steel? I don't know, man. I would probably not. But anyway, carbon fibers, corrugated cardboard is all it was. But it burned, and it was. I don't think it was like fireproof or anything. They put all the shingles on the space shuttle to make sure that it was just right. To withstand.
Yeah, that thing isn't going 4 times the speed of the sound either. Let's get that straight right now. You look at what the fastest jet plane that ever made by a man looks nothing like the shuttle.
Not even close, right?
Yeah, this is ridiculous, dude. It's supposed to be a glider too, right?
Hey, didn't you see the movie? Come on, Top Gun, Maverick.
On the new one?
The new one, yeah. He was flying at what was it? I can't remember how fast he's supposed to be going. In the beginning of the movie, he was test piloting some aircraft.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. I forget the name of it. Actually, I have a meme. I don't know if I still have it anymore. I actually made a meme on that.
That's not only one problem because it's going 70,000 miles per hour.
What's the problem?
The Earth is going 66,000 miles per hour.
That's right, Sasha.
No, that's 4 times. That in 1 hour, the Earth is, 1766. That means 47. No, 49.
It's hauling ass, man.
40. That means in 1 hour, 49,000 miles. Earth is far away from ISS. In 2 hours, it's double. In 3 hours, it's triple.
Hey, man, we're moving real fast. Don't you feel it? Come on, Sash.
I cannot feel because I move fast.
You move too fast. How dare you?
If Earth is moving slowly, you can feel it. But when it's moving fast, then you cannot feel it.
What a shit show, huh? Hey, you're shooting through outer space at fucking thousands of miles an hour. What? No.
I just posted it.
Are you kidding me? All right, here we go. Thanks, Paul. How do astronauts use the toilets in space? There it is. Pissing in space. Yeah. All right.
Have you seen the agenda ran through the news stations lately? I've done a couple of stories on it, but where the meteorite went into the lady's house and bounced off her floor into her roof. They said it ricocheted. This thing ricocheted. Went into her home.
Yep.
And ricocheted.
I saw that.
Yeah, I was like, dude, I didn't know those things bounce. But okay, yeah.
Ricochet.
Well, yeah, ricocheted. Anyways,
ricocheted.
And then the one previous to that one was another. It was a guy in Ohio, or maybe it was Ohio, where one hit his place and torched it. It was to the ground. Everything, even his truck was literally melted almost, and his windows were gone. I mean, it was obviously they're using some type of direct energy weapon, but that's what they said. But yeah, they had
I didn't catch those, man.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy.
About once a month, man, I'll come in here and do like a 2-3 hour presentation on what the hell NASA's talking about, and they're doing.
Yeah.
It's called NASA's News. I just
the NASA's.
I've been doing it for years, but yeah, I haven't. I'll run across articles like that. Like, oh shit, here you go. Here's one on this guy just had an asteroid drop into his house and it burned it to pieces. Yeah,
right.
It's out there, man. But there's so many stories about space, and dude, when I growing up in the 80s and 90s, I'm like, they ain't no fucking, like, we got one fucking space shuttle launch every 6 months if we were lucky, bro. And now they're launching shit every fucking day, man. Like Artemis, and we got this rocket and SpaceX and the cars in space. And I mean,
don't forget
it is
China.
absolutely unfucking believable the amount of space shit that's going on. Because 80, I swear to God, dude, there's no, we got 2 launches a year at the most.
We don't even have that. NASA doesn't even have that. They don't even have that.
But now they're just launching shit every day. We got this rocket there, this going out.
It's funny. China supposedly has the space station twice the size of ours already built in less than 8 years.
China's got like a space station, and ESA's launching shit, and I mean it's just like launching shit. Everybody's launching shit all the time, every day. There's a fucking launch
satellites flying around the sky.
Yeah, there's thousands. I was talking about that earlier, man. I saw pictures from space that you can't even see Earth. That's how many satellites there are, man.
Well, that would be another thing too. From the ISS, you would think you'd be able to see one right from there. You know what I mean? You think you'd be able to see a couple of them fly by or something. I don't know.
Just 1 or 2 would be nice. Yeah. But, it's not happening. So the ridiculousness of space and the shooting through outer space. And space itself is expanding in 95 million miles a second? What? Get out of here.
I don't even know.
What's it expanding into? That's my question. What the fuck? If it's expanding so fast, man, which is ridiculously fast, that's 1 astronomical unit per second. It's an AU, baby.
There's nothing on the moon or at Mars that humans need. We live here. The place is for us. Why would we want to go somewhere where there's no water? No, nothing. There's nothing fucking there. What the fuck do we want to go there for?
Couch. Hey, listen, Couch. Before I was a flat earther, man, I was questioning NASA, going, dude, show me like a river and a tree and a beach or something, man. Give me some palm tree. You got a palm tree? Anybody? You ain't got fuck all, man. Why is that? That's weird. There's no place I want to go in this universe, man, other than here, because we got palm trees and beaches and rivers and trees and cool shit, birds but they don't even have a fucking palm tree anywhere, nowhere, not beach, nothing. They got nothing. And yet people will like, oh yeah, I want to go to space. And I'm like, dude, there's no trees or oceans or rivers or camping or there's no.
It sounds like pure terror horror. Like, dude, there's no way I'd want to go.
Why would you think that this is real, to go to some place that has no trees, no water, no air, and that's where I want to go?
Yeah, exactly.
That sounds great, man. What the fuck?
Billions and millions and trillions. Yeah, dude, I totally understand what you're saying. I'm right there with you, dude. What?
What? Dude, show me a tree on Mars, man, or somewhere, something, a river.
If you want to go to the desert, we got plenty of desert here on Earth. I mean, dude.
My best man, he's a scientific kind of thinker, man. And he would be like, dude, there's a planet out there that's like 100 million degrees. He goes, I don't think I want to go there. Like,
Only all those gorgeous alien babes that Kirk was always finding everywhere he went with the double D's. They might have been green or blue, but it didn't matter to him.
If you go to the Mars, take a telescope, and then you will see the trees on the Earth, and that's it.
That's it, man. No trees, no golf courses, no beaches, no tennis court. We got nothing, man. There's nothing on these. Why the fuck are we going there, man? If it had trees, and I think that's where they fucked up, or they had to kind of like cosmically say, hey, man, we can't. We'll just show them rocks. Okay. You can't show them any trees or rivers or water.
Greenland, right?
Or oxygen. Or you can't show them oxygen either. Damn. Because if there was oxygen on Mars, but they can fly helicopters on Mars, apparently. But
on Greenland.
Well, helicopters on Mars, man, with that thin atmosphere. It's like 10% of Earth's atmosphere. They can, but if you go up to Mount Everest, it's like, really thin air. They can't fly a helicopter to Mount Everest, dude. But they can fly in an atmosphere that's even less than Mount Everest.
Check this out, man. So they can land, right? They can land the lunar model on the moon, but yet on the way back into Earth, it's a splashdown and they have to get rescued. How does that work? What the fuck, dude?
What the fuck?
It's so crazy, dude.
It is crazy. We'll keep bringing up these valid points of the ridiculousness of space. And, they love to talk about it. Why? Because most of them bought into the Star Wars Spacehead video game, man.
They can't even do their laundry on the ISS. They can't even wash their clothes.
But if you look at all their live streams, man, their clothes are perfect, man.
I know.
There's no wrinkles.
Yeah.
They don't have any problem with laundry on the ISS, man.
They just throw it away.
They've been up there for like 300-400 days, and if they do a live stream, man, their shirts are perfect, man. It's like Hollywood. It's amazing. Yeah, I just noticed that, man. Their shirts, they don't have wrinkles or stains or any. Like he didn't sip his coffee and fucking blast his shirt with coffee.
Do a somersault. Do a flip.
And you'll watch, man. In the next year or so, man, they'll be like, "Oh shit, we got to put some we got to make those shirts a little more wrinkled and make it look more realistic." Because
they got what is it?
It would be like camping. I'm camping if I camp for like 3 days, man, my shirts are fucking wrinkled the fuck all, man. I mean, I got no chance, right? I'm camping, for fuck's sake, in a tent. Shit's packed in a little bag, a little duffel bag. I tried to fold it, just right, but no. That shit ain't. I put that shit on. It's fucking creases here, creases there. Yeah.
And if you go to space, don't forget puppet, rugby ball, and what else? Tennis ball and
flutes, saxophones, pianos.
Yeah, don't forget instruments because it will be boring.
Bagpipes. Don't forget your bagpipe on the ISS. Oh my god!
Yeah, how'd they get that shit up there, man? What the hell? Ping pong,
dude. A fucking bagpipe, really?
It's like
the worst instrument ever made.
Projects they do,
It's the fucking worst instrument ever made in all of human history, man. The fucking bagpipe, man.
I love the bagpipes, brother.
I do not. You give me I can handle about 2 minutes of bagpipes. I'm like, Okay, man. Gotta switch the beat up a little bit, man. Something, man. It's not gonna work, but that's hilarious. Bagpipes on the ISS.
I came across another interesting article. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Article. What do you got?
It was about why why NASA didn't want to use pencils on the ISS and why they wanted to develop, the space pen. Their reasoning was because they were worried about the shavings from the pencil,
right,
and the lead breaking off, and they were worried about that floating around and getting into the cracks and crevices of some electronic systems, and also the wood shavings could be flammable. But I started thinking, well, what about all the hair from these women that is just that can easily too get into cracks and crevices and maybe mess stuff up, or even lint. Lint is highly flammable.
Or water that they play with. They show it floating around everywhere.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
Space hair.
Ridiculous.
Hold on. Space hair is everywhere, man. And the fact that they, like you said, man, they're worried about the graphite getting into the electronics, but yeah, they just play with water up there, man. Like it's
it's all electronics.
Water everywhere, and I got wires hanging off my fucking nuts over here, and I got wires hanging off my ears. There's wires hanging everywhere, but I can play with fucking water around all this electronics. Isn't that a great idea? And if I was an electronic engineer, doing a sound system show or, major, dude, there's no water allowed around any of the electronics. Zero. You're not allowed to have a cup of coffee or nothing next to the sound system for a concert, right? No. Get that shit. Nothing. So, yeah, but they just play with water up there like it's okay. It's no problem. It just floats everywhere and breaks off. Yeah.
They don't. The funny thing about that too is they don't show any experiments they're doing up there. They always talk about it, right? But you don't ever see nothing. Yeah, it's supposed to be
the ones. The ones I have seen are a little bit, very much fourth grade kind of level stuff. You never see somebody like you guys in here, man. Will go into the most incredibly depths of.
I don't understand what they're doing up there for a year.
Refraction. But up there, man, they treat everybody like they're talking to fourth graders, man. And it's blatantly obvious if you watch enough of their shit, man. There's never anybody that's super fucking smart that knows their shit inside and out. Like a lot of you guys in here, most of you are absolutely 100 times more aware of explaining information than they would ever be. They don't go into any of the physics, the math, how I'm doing this. Yeah.
There's never a scare either, you know what I mean? They're always so damn fucking happy to be in space, living in a room 4x4 for a year, you know what I mean? Living in rat tunnels for a year. A year, dude? What? Are you kidding me? I'd go fucking nuts.
It's a fucking hamster fucking.
Yeah,
hamster habitat. We call it the hamster habitat. I think we used to call it. Really? Oh, fuck. Are you kidding?
Showering for a year,
guys,
dude?
It's called really good engineering.
A year.
Didn't you hear Don Pettit?
I did. Well, it's
really good engineering.
Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, I heard that guy. Yeah,
that's the same thing as that physicist that I talked to. How do they keep track of all the shit in space? He goes, "Well, they just do." It's like that's your. Oh, I caught a physicist off guard, and they just do. Was his answer. That's. I mean, it'd be like, "Hey, man, what's involved in stringing a piano?" I'd be like, I could tell you every fucking thing about it, man. You know, how you have to order the string and who you order from and where you got to get the string and you got to get the right tuning pins. You got to measure the diameter of the tuning pins. And I could go on for fucking days talking about stringing a fucking piano. And I know my shit. And we never get those guys up there in the ISS that know their fucking shit, man. We get actors and guys that are like, well, we're going to grow some lettuce on the ISS today. Or,
30 years
ago. Fuck. It's just not legitimate. It's not real. It's just a Hollywood show, man. It's Hollywood.
Elon Musk just blew up his freaking platform and his rocket ran out of fuel. It's like, dude. Oh man, he didn't make it more than 40 miles out off of Earth's. Yeah, dude, it was crazy. It's like, okay, and yet they were excited about it.
Well, it was successful in the fact that we did it, but it wasn't successful that it blew up. And I want you guys to. We learned a lot.
Yeah, the Discovery. You remember when the Discovery blew up?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, they're definitely still alive. But that was an interesting.
Yeah.
That was an interesting moment. I remember watching that on TV, of course, because where else are you going to see it at?
They did name one of the space shuttles the Enterprise.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't know if you guys, maybe you guys like the original Star Trek, maybe not, man.
I liked some of the movies here and there, but
there was a movie. Really. There was a movie or two.
Yeah, I liked a couple of the
Star Trek stuff, and if you wanted to mind manipulate an entire nation through television, you could do it by saying that space is real, and we'll have these television shows on called My Favorite Martian, and Star Trek.
A moon landing.
I mean, if I was a diabolical cuck, I would say, hey, man, let's get a hold of this information that we can just dish out to people on the television, and they'll just keep on buying it, man. I mean, science fiction movies, man. I would say that at least 1/3 of all movies are science fiction. Like outer space and stuff. Like 1/3 of them. I don't know. I could be off. But there's a lot of science fiction movies, television shows.
For all indoctrined mind programming. That's why they call TV programs. So if you watch TV program,
it's called programming for a reason.
That's right.
And it will program your consciousness to think that outer space is real.
Yeah, television.
It's bitching, man. That shit's hot. We're going to outer space. We're landing on Mars, fuckers. Come on. How dare you deny that? We're landing helicopters on Mars now. Fuck yeah. We got the shit. How dare you question us? We have helicopters on Mars. No, wait a second. So let me ask you the atmospheric question of a helicopter. How high can it go? How high can any helicopter go? Is the atmosphere thinner up there? That's why they can only go so high. Yes. Now, Mars has an atmosphere that's thinner than that, but yet they got helicopters on the Mars. How's that work, bro? Let me know. I'm here all week. You know, if you got an answer to that, that'd be cool. Hey, well,
okay, I do. So what they do is they just point a video camera towards the where they're gonna land it, and then they just show that part, and then that's how they do it.
A drone. A drone.
Drone, yeah, drone. Sorry.
Hey, drones are bitching, man. I remember my buddy, man. He got one of those hot drones. Flew it over my house. It came over my house. Flew it over my neighbor's house. I'm like, holy shit, that's bitching. That shit's cool. I go, can you record that? Yeah, send me the file. And I captured that one, but I was like, what a cool technology that those drones are. But on Mars, where's the atmosphere, bro? It's like 10% atmosphere, what we have here. It's less than what we have on Mount Everest, which they can't even fly a helicopter to Mount Everest. Not even close, by the way. I think that the ceiling on a helicopter is like 20,000 feet.
Less than that.
I think it's less than that.
It's less than that. Yeah, it's. I'll Google it real quick.
But yeah, so helicopters don't fly in thin atmospheres. There's nothing that flies in thin atmospheres. Not even, jet airplanes. Doesn't matter, man. There's a ceiling for all.
40,000 feet. So that's what is that per mile? I don't know. Wait, that's.
I mean, I've seen some rescues up here, like where I live. They got 10,000 foot mountain. I know they've been up there to rescue people at least 10,000 feet. After that, man. Yeah, it's not going to work. The physics aren't there. But they'll claim that they can shoot rockets millions of miles away. What? Oh, man. That's crazy. It's crazy thinking. So, yeah.
So
we're not falling for it. We're not falling for that shit. Fuck
7.5 miles, bro. They can only go up 7.5, about 7.5 to 8 miles.
Yeah. About the same as a commercial jet, I think. Yeah.
Anyhow.
It's not very far, man.
No, it's not very far, dude.
It's
I can probably fly a kite higher than that.
So, yeah, there's no helicopters on Mars, man. But they'll keep pushing that story. They'll keep pushing the stories. The mainstream media pushes the globe as hard as anything, man. And they keep pushing out these stories that have helicopters on Mars. Damn. Yep. And that's
another
they'll
thing.
buy it, man.
So why are we so if that can work, just like anything else, you just make it bigger, right? And then so why are we still using rockets? That's what I just don't understand about the whole thing. Is that too? It's like if we can send that there without I just don't understand the whole. I don't understand the whole rocket thing.
Well, the rocket thing's a bit of a magic trick,
right? It's a balloon.
I mean, my ex-wife, her husband was a big wig air traffic controller for like the Navy or whatever. And she got to go to like a couple of, shuttle launches back in the 80s. And she's like, yeah, I got to sit in the grandstands and watch this thing go up, she believed it at the time. I did too, man. Wow, cool, man. That's fucking awesome. You get to go see a launch to outer space, man. That's so bitching. But yeah, we've gotten down the road here and we've all realized that they basically make this giant parabolic arc. And their excuse for, that's how we conform to the curvature of the Earth in order to achieve orbit. And that's their explanation for the big arc that we've all witnessed in many time-lapse videos.
Right. Or when when they take the video of it going up, right? They always change the angle of it to make it look like it's not actually flat, like parallel to the Earth, right?
We see it kind of going down.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like
really pointing down.
Man. But they explain that as like, well, they're following the curvature of the Earth, and we are just like, no, man, that's just going away from our perspective, and that motherfucking thing is going down.
Right, it totally is going down.
It's totally going down. I mean, it looks far away, but it's going down. It's not.
It's like, yeah,
curving to the Earth.
Another thing is what camera is filming that? That's what I want to know.
Well, we've had.
Yeah, when it gets way up there, it's silly.
So yeah, rocket launches is a big magic trick. That it's definitely a thing, man. This thing does lift off and go away from us. Yeah, is it a big giant helium balloon? I don't know, man.
Yeah,
there's evidence to that. But yeah, their evidence is just as good as our evidence. It goes away and it makes a parabolic arc away from us. We all observe the same thing, guaranteed.
But the thing is they've never showed anyone going inside. You've never seen inside. You've never seen the satellites being loaded. You've never seen anything being loaded into the thing. We've never seen anything other than 5 miles away. That's the only best time and you can't watch it unless you're 5 miles away from it, right? Because I think I
think it's 10 miles. I think it's 10 miles.
Is it 10 miles? Okay. Well, anyways, 10 miles, 5 miles, whatever. I mean, even the best pair of binoculars is going to get you. I mean, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
You see something going up and going away from you. Yeah, that's perspective. That's what we will witness. And they hijack that. That's how they hijack the sun and the moon and everything else.
Another interesting fact. When it goes down, right? You're talking about when it goes down into the Florida ocean or the ocean over there, right? That's where the Bermuda Triangle's at too. That's where the Bermuda Triangle's at, bro.
Hey, you got to stay away from the Bermuda Triangle. That's dangerous. We got to keep everybody away from this area because we've lost hundreds and hundreds of ships out there, and we don't know what's going on out there, but. You stay away from the Bermuda Triangle. Whatever
you see a rocket coming down, we're gonna have to kill you.
Yeah, I did see some video from some fishermen that were out there, and ran across this a small island, and there was a bunch of what do you call rocket booster things just floating in the water there, and I was like, yeah, okay. I don't know. That was years and years ago, but yeah, there's probably some little island out there that they just take these things to and dump them. At least now, all the rockets that go up and all the boosters that rock them into space, they all come back and land exactly where they took off.
That's Elon
so much for your Coriolis effect, bro.
Right, and not only that, he lands it out in the ocean to where nobody could see it. Right on this little pad.
Right, and it always cuts. And the internet went out, man. My bad. And then it landed. Oh, perfect. Oh,
yeah, right. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Because it totally cut out because of all the smoke and dust and shit. I know exactly. And all of a sudden, boom! Oh, there it is.
Yeah, this is the kind of shit show I like to bring up to these anti-fucking flat earthers, man. I'm like, give me a fucking break, dude. Man. Quit dicking around with me and us.
That's just pure nonsense, man. And that's just trickery. I feel like that has nothing to do with it. Yeah.
They're
what do you call that? That's magic,
Magic with the K. And yeah, they love to go ahead and put the magic tricks out there, man, and they're really good at it, man. They're really good. So, are there guys in the rocket department building rockets? Fuck yeah, I know those guys. I've golfed with those guys. I've hung out with them. I've drank beers. Like, yeah, man, they think they're building something that's definitely going to space, man. 100%.
Yeah,
If they
of course.
didn't, man, they wouldn't fucking do it.
They grew up in their mom's basement or in.
They build something. Is it capable of lifting a payload to outer space? I don't think so. But does it go up and away from everybody? Yeah, they can build that shit. Fuck yeah, that's magic.
Yeah.
I mean, they can build blimps and airplanes and fucking 747s and all that shit. Yeah, they can build a fucking rocket that looks like it's going up to outer space. Hell yeah.
What'd you say about a 747?
A 747 is a real thing, man. I've flown on one.
Yeah.
It's a badass.
Yeah, you can skydive inside of those. You can skydive inside of them.
They're incredible.
Yeah. You can literally skydive inside of them. They do a 0G is what it's called.
Yes. Well, I think they used the 707 for that one. It's a little more tubular. It's not 747s. I don't think it's not built for that, but
exactly. It's like almost the same specs as that space station too. Like the space in there. It's kind of interesting how to go from one area to another. It's kind of.
But you have to take an incredible leap of faith to think for 1 second that if you're far enough away from the Earth that you're going to float. And that takes an incredible leap of faith, man. And we've all seen them getting busted using CG, multi-layered, whatever you want to call it, video. They gotten busted. Getting busted on with their harnesses, their freaking trickery videos. And they even actually talk to children and will make like dolls appear out of nowhere on the ISS. Hey, I got this little doll here who wants to talk to you.
And they can use rinseless shampoo for months.
Yeah, for months, for years. Yeah, for months. Oh, fuck off.
Can you imagine not being
How do you cut your hair in space, by the way? I mean, if you're up there for fucking 300 days, man, you're going to have some long ass hair by the time you get back. But, you look at Scott Kelly, well, he's bald, but you look at some of these other guys and they look like they just groomed themselves out of a Hollywood studio when they land. Yeah. You and I would be like, I couldn't cut my hair up there. If I cut my hair, it's going to float all over the station. It's going to be bad, man. It's going to get into your food and it's going to be bad.
I couldn't even imagine, dude.
It's ridiculous.
Honestly, it sounds like pure hell. That literally sounds like hell. Like, I'm not even joking. It literally sounds absolutely horrible.
I bought a sailboat and I was next to this guy that lived on his sailboat, right? And he would invite me over for beer or whatever. And I'd be like, all right, let's hang out, bro. Yeah. And he lived on the boat. And he had full ventilation, everything, man. And his boat smelled like shit, man. And,
it smelled fine to him.
Yeah, I'm like, dude, man, I can smell the shit, man, right here. I don't know how long he was living on the boat, but dude, man, you got to fix this, bro. You're going to have people over. You got to fix this shit smell, man. It's horrible. I mean, he had it all, all the windows open. It didn't matter, man. Can you imagine living up there? Yeah, that shit smell would be like, we're doing a live stream today. We got to talk to some 5th graders. Okay. Fuck, give me a minute, bro. Man, this place is bad. My eyes hurt. I need some sleep.
And there's only one laboratory for what? How many? 8 of them? Dude, I couldn't even imagine, bro.
Eight of them. Yeah.
Because I work construction my whole life, bro. Like, so
there you go. Same thing.
Yeah, so
right?
if one portal potty is for 12 guys, dude, one day, like, come on, man. Really?
One porta potty, dude, for like a 6-8 week construction job or whatever. Yeah, that thing's reeking by the time you're done.
Yeah,
oh fuck! I don't want to go in there. Fuck! I'm gonna go piss around the corner. Fuck this.
It's always so clean too. It's like, dude, there's no way, dude. I mean,
it's always so clean.
I don't even. What would you do if you actually shit yourself? Like, how would you clean that? You know what I mean? Like, dude, come on, man. Like,
Jin from Japan, Jin CBR. Yeah, him and I have talked about that for a long time. At least 5 years. What if you had explosive diarrhea, man?
Wait.
That place is going to become a toxic farm. Because if you get diarrhea in your eye, you're fucking got pink eye. I mean, that's it, bro. You got to be wearing goggles and fucking face mask and whatever else. I mean, you will get, cholera. I mean, you can get some bad shit from people's poop, man. And we would always
talking about that last night.
What's that?
He brought up a good point too. Jen was in here last night talking about some of this stuff, and he brought up a good point about the 0G plane, and that its nickname is the Vomit Comet. Yeah, and so he was saying, imagine how awful it would feel and how sick you would feel being on the ISS for 6 days, 7 days,
300 days. Yeah.
Yeah. It'd be
eventually
horrible.
you'd be like hurling.
It'd be worse than horrible. It'd be, dude, unlivable. It would be, you couldn't even, it'd be unlivable, literally, uninhabitable. It's just ridiculous.
But every time you look at them, they're doing a live stream.
And they're doing somersaults, and they got smiles.
They got perfect shirts. They're doing somersaults, and they look so happy, and their hair stands straight up if they have hair. But how do you cut your hair in space, man?
You get a perm.
I've never seen that one. They talk about taking a poop in space, but I've never seen the haircut in space, man. I mean, you'd have to have a special,
I think,
little vacuum thing. Yeah, vacuum.
Cutlass shears.
Vacuum.
Paul had a good point just earlier. I was listening on YouTube and he was saying, what about all the women's hair just falling out? I've got a wife and 3 daughters, and when I vacuum the house, my vacuum is clogged, man. It is terrible. And the drains and the sinks, and when they're brushing their hair, it's insanity, man.
Insanity.
And floating around in there. Come on.
Yeah, no thanks.
Right on.
I couldn't imagine just not showering for months. I mean, that would just that alone. I mean,
if you had to take sponge baths for like 6 months, oh my goodness, you'd be like disgusting, bro. I know you.
But then, how are they washing their clothes and doing all that stuff? What have they got? Washers and dryers in there, or what? What's going on there?
No, they don't. They say they throw them away. Wear them for. He said he wears his socks for about a month or something, and he changes his underwear. Yeah, something silly like that, dude.
Imagine changing your underwear after a month. You'd peel them off like a cardboard box.
Dude.
It would smell so bad.
Oh yeah.
How do you wipe your ass in space? Fuck.
You don't. I don't know. Space.
You just stick your butt out the little hatch and the vacuum sucks it straight out.
Oh man. Supposedly they drink their own piss up there too, right?
Oh yeah, they supposedly have a filtration system now or something that turns the piss back to water. Purifies the piss.
Yeah, you don't ever see them fixing that machine. I mean, everything. And it's funny how nothing breaks down up there either. It's quite interesting.
No, within them harsh conditions and asteroids and meteors and rock showers, and we see a bird hit a plane here and it's destroyed.
Yeah, literally destroyed. Oh yeah,
Whatever it is, I have no idea, but I have seen something float over. Maybe they need to have a loudspeaker to pump their bagpipes out to prove it's them up there with their bagpipes as they come across the sky.
Well, another thing too is they designed this thing to where they have to do any like repairs that supposedly they're repairs or any additions to it. They all have to go on some long voyage of a spacewalk. It's like, why wouldn't they design it to where you literally just stay inside? Like, it's just silly.
You just got to look at the wiring and the control panels. If you believe that some professional wired that joint up, you're kidding yourself. I've seen better wiring done by apprentices.
Yeah, I'm just saying, I just don't understand why they made it to. Well, we understand. I mean, from my perspective, and anyone with the fucking brain would design it to where you wouldn't have to go on a spacewalk to fix anything. It's like you could just you should be able to literally be able to open a panel and get to it from there. Doesn't make any sense. Anyhow,
well, nothing makes sense. But everyone believes it. Like my kids, when they were in primary school, they got a phone call at the school for them to talk to the people on the ISSs that flew over.
Right. Yeah, I remember when that happened too. I was like 12 years old or something, and then guys came from NASA and we ate the freeze-dried food or whatever it was. I remember that. I thought it was horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, it's only young too. Primary school, they went to this observatory. They didn't really get to see much, but it was all about space and the space suits and the planets, and they're probably grade 3, something like that. The indoctrination starts pretty heavily.
Yeah.
Yeah, in my time it was the space shuttle, so it was all about Tang. It's like, wow, we're drinking astronaut juice. Astronaut powder juice.
Oh, yeah. I think there was some sort of sticks or something back in Australia back in the day too when we were kids that apparently that's what they used to eat on the space station. Everyone had them at school. It was back in the 80s.
What now?
80s.
Yeah, it was 80s, 90s, I think. And they used to have like some food stick, like a fruit stick or something. And I think they claimed that it was what they used to eat in space. It was space food. It wasn't a roll up. It was like I don't know. It was like a fruit stick thing, but yeah. Probably wasn't, but that was probably just the advertising, but everyone loved it.
I think that's how it came about, actually, was that whole thing, wasn't it? Or because it was all about they can't have, or they wanted to, I don't know, freeze-dried was the whole, I remember freeze-dried was like a big thing or something. Right.
Yeah, the freeze-dried food, the Tang. Also, it's all about the space shuttle as well. Like the Transformers. What was the space shuttle Transformer? Man, that was cool. All about the space shuttle in the 80s and 90s. Good times. Pity was all right.
I wonder how they water those plants that they supposedly grow. Because how would the water, the soil absorb the water?
Well, there is water. There is air bubbles outside, so maybe they just collect a bit of space water.
It's crazy. I guess I'm thinking about the grime. Just when you touch things around the house, if you don't wash it for a while, from the oil from your hands, and then all that shit up there that they're constantly touching, how grimy it would be.
Yeah, well, you don't even, like you said, you don't even need to be dirty. You just got oily hands.
Yeah, it really builds up over time. Maybe they take Clorox wipes up there with them and they wipe everything down.
That's a funny thing too. They never show them complaining or anything ever, or like, anyhow. Every time they show a video or they do a what do they show you around or what, a tour, always smiling and or eating, smiling and eating and doing somersaults or tricks. That's about it.
Think about how serious that programming is. It's a train and a space shuttle, and it transforms into a robot. It's like every boy's favorite toy. Train, space shuttle, and transformer robot all in one.
Something or nothing. Anyway, maybe later.
just to fill some dead air, yeah, with this whole Ruhif thing about 4/3R, I know Jedi was going through about line of sight and so on, but I was just looking up again, just to fill some dead air, the 4/3R, what they claim is that the kind of effective distance or zone is based on the so-called R value, radius of Earth, of globe Earth. And then they conveniently say, oh, after a certain point, the 4/3R, it starts to kind of like get weaker or whatnot. It doesn't stop. Like, it's not like a hard horizon. So there's no way that that claim in and of itself means that suddenly it's hitting the horizon or something. Because even if it extends further, then they're going to say, okay, it's going beyond the horizon because then it's going beyond the horizon, it's hitting the clouds as the ground beneath drops away. And so therefore, Earth curves, and whatever you get beyond that is because you're getting whatever ionospheric bounce or refraction or whatever. So that's still a pretty weak claim. Then supposedly the measurements of heights, and so then that's been debunked because there's no right angle triangle, number one, and it still presupposes the R value to then get to calculate what the drop is in the first place when it was never measured. So they still don't have an axiom. They don't have an axiom for the radar's geometric, hitting the whatever horizon, geometric horizon. They don't have an axiom for how the R value was measured. They don't have an axiom for drop value of a distance. What else is he bringing up? I mean, those are the things I can think of at the moment. I mean, and that's only on the first point of actual curvature and radius. I mean, we still haven't even looked again at the axioms, in the globes that have come in recently for rotation. Because if everything is rotating supposedly from a blade of grass on the ground to, I don't know, the lava underneath supposedly, to a butterfly to, 200 kilometers, they're not able to demonstrate the rotation or give the granularity of they're not able to give the granularity of, is it moving by 1 centimeter? Is the butterfly rotating with the earth, or is it rotating with, maybe 1 millimeter away from the earth and the butterfly is experiencing Coriolis? And then let's say if a plane, at 2 kilometers or whatever, how high, what is it experiencing? Or, an avalanche in a mountain in the average 6-7 kilometers, what kind of rotation is it experiencing? So they still don't have an axiom as well for rotation, because just like the geometric horizon, they can't say where it is because refraction this, refraction that. So they have to show the geometric horizon, have to demonstrate where it is. And the same thing with rotation, they have to show the rotation and then demonstrate the differences in rotation or the rotation experience, supposedly. And I think what they've done is, they have the sort of a more clever, well, it's sophistry, because now they've got all these fudge factors, right? So some of them coming in, they know that they've got a certain wiggle room where they can argue, okay, the refraction is making it this or that. So the geometric horizon may be there, may not be there, but if it's refracting the right way, then we'll see it. If it's not, so they're building in all these fudge factors into their argument. So with the curvature, then with the rotation as well, they're building the fudge factors like, okay, well, some things stick to the ground, like say the drone, which is moving in lockstep, but certain other things like orbits and certain other things like cyclones or hurricanes or whatever. So they're now sort of like shuffling all the pieces around with the fudge factors, moving goalposts, as it were. Then gas pressure without container, I think they're still stuck on that. I don't hear any. Well, I don't think we've heard any convincing anything from that. Although I suspect they might sort of put in a new fudge factor where they might start saying, and I know I'm sort of giving away the game here, they might say that, well, certain gas particles are leaving the atmosphere, but some come back. So they're probably going to say that, well, gravity is the container. Yes, particles do move in different directions, but some particles move back and come back into the so-called atmosphere. So therefore, gravity is a container. I'm guessing that would be their arguments against that. And I know I've kind of given it to them, but at least we know what they're probably going to come back with. Some gases are leaving, some gases are coming back, but in equilibrium, blah, blah, blah. And of course, there's a lot of articles there that are quantifying the supposed gas particles that are leaving the atmosphere and leaking, as it were, into space.
Add to that, sun is made of gases, particles itself. Only hydrogen, the gas form, not an actual liquid. Interesting in itself because, yeah. I don't know how that thing burns, supposedly with so does the sun have its own? Because the sun supposedly has electronically charged plasma.
Everyone's quiet.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
So Ruhif, you got Globe Earth roles got onto you, so you should be able to talk. You're locally muted right now, so just unmute your mic.
There we go. Good morning, everyone.
What up? What up?
Hey.
So Wendick was texting me in the DMs, and he says that you have drop over distance measurements. Is this correct?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Okay. You know what? Let me give you some perms. Don't fucking post any like rugged images in my live stream voice text though, because you'll be swiftly taken away. So I'm gonna give you image link. I'm gonna give you image link perm so you can start posting stuff in the live stream voice text.
Yep.
All right. So you have image link perms, Ruhif. Go ahead and post the relevant info. You got it like a spiel you're gonna go into?
Oh, not particularly. But the basic idea is you get on top of a mountain and you point a theodolite at another mountain, both points of known elevation. You can make a prediction for what that angle will be if the Earth is flat, or you can make a prediction for what that angle will be with a globe and factor in the drop. The angle that you do measure matches the one with drop. That's it.
Let me read this here. So if I'm standing on the top of a mountain that has an elevation of 1,000 meters, and I point the theodolite at a mountain that is 30,000 meters away, and that has an elevation of 1,200 meters, what a vertical angle will I measure? ? Make any assumptions about that atmosphere that you require, or any assumptions that you believe are required to calculate this predicted angle. Are you willing to test your prediction in reality? You're making a question. Are these questions in lieu of this test, or what?
No, I've done the measurements, but that slide is more to get you guys to understand the geometry of it.
Brandon debunked this years ago.
Yeah, I mean, just go ahead and post your method, I suppose. Go through the method, post your method, and then go through it, and we'll see.
It's in video form, so if we can stream.
Oh, shit, dude. Are you serious? You don't got it? Well, we're gonna need something else so you can bring some context to it. Put your video up, anyways.
Yeah, we'll do. One sec.
But I'd say put all the information up.
Okay, 1 second. Excuse me. The link is in the chat for my video. So I went up to the Californian aqueduct. Took a theodolite up there.
Hold up, it says Epic doing it fucking properly. What is that? Why did you? This has got a fucked up title, but yeah, go ahead. It says doing it fucking properly.
Oh, that was in reference to. That was in reference to Jay Tolan Media.
Okay, so you're rebutting Jay Tolan in this video.
Yeah, and doing my own measurements where he did his measurements. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I went to LA.
Max distance that you're doing, because is that you on the thumbnail?
Yep.
Is it okay? Go ahead.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, George.
What's the maximum range for a theodolite?
If you can see it, you can measure an angle to it.
I was going to ask yeah, you're right, but well, just finish your spiel, but we'll go ahead and get into that, George, after he's. Yeah. I want him to finish his kind of like whatever he's going to present.
Yeah, so I went up to the Californian aqueduct. It's a known elevation. There are survey benchmarks all around it. Pointed the theodolite at various mountains around, in between 30 kilometers and maybe 60 kilometers. Made predictions for what the angle would be on both a globe and a flat Earth, and the measurements matched the globe one, and contradict the flat Earth prediction.
What was the flat Earth prediction?
It was assuming no refraction and just a right triangle between the 2 points.
So assuming
I'll take some screenshots. Yeah, because that actually works against you. So I was being generous. I'll show you a screenshot. There we go. Screenshots.
What was Jay Tolan's? Because I just need some context here. You're rebutting Jay Tolan's. What I would say it's a video that he had up.
He did a video.
Infrared, right? Infrared camera.
Yep.
Okay, and
But
what,
he
what
set
is
up.
Go ahead.
Okay. He set up an inclinometer strapped to a telescope, and made a couple of measurements over about a mile. And just in short, his instrument was first of all not able to be calibrated to horizontal, and it just wasn't accurate enough. His instrument was bad.
What was he? What was he using? By the way, what was the instrument that Jay Tolan was using?
An inclinometer strapped to a telescope, so he couldn't actually level the device properly like a theodolite.
I get it. Yeah, so I see what you're saying. You're in contrast to what you did. Is that what you're saying? He's using something differently as far as equipment goes to what you were using. You're using something different. Okay.
Yeah, I use something better, so more accurate and able to be leveled. So I've just posted in the chat a screenshot from the video. That is basically the flat Earth prediction. So, it goes through where the observer is, the elevation of the mountain we're looking at, and the distance, and works out a predicted angle. If I had incorporated refraction into that, it would be worse for flat Earth. So I was being generous.
But if you use that equipment, how do you determine level?
George, go ahead, George. Wait, did you finish, Ruth, by the way? Because I don't know if you have more to add.
Oh, we can go through
the end of your... No, I want you to finish your presentation, dude. Because if I want you to give me your A game. Let's say I
can post the formula for the globe. The globe formula is a bit complicated.
Yeah. Put everything up there. Because you're coming into a place where, in just a moment, you're going to find out. Like,
oh yeah, I've been here before. I've been banned here before.
I know.
Understood. Yeah.
But I'm just saying, you got to, because I don't want there to be something that's left out, and you'd be like, "Oh, I didn't get to fucking post this." So go ahead and post what you.
Yeah. Where are we? Live stream voice text. All right, so I've just posted the formula for a globe. Well, sorry, the top formula there is the formula for a flat Earth, and the bottom formula is obviously more complicated because it takes into account curvature and refraction and blah blah blah. Yeah, so it's a bit more complicated, but that's the expected angle on a globe at the bottom.
Okay.
All right.
So we got the formula. We got the expected. Wait. Is the angle measurement that's above that image you posted? What's expected on a flat Earth?
Yeah, without refraction.
Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Without refraction.
Yes.
Okay.
Like I said, with refraction, it would be worse.
Oh, you're using your video as a presentation slide, I guess. Okay.
Yeah.
Anything else? Because I'm going to open up to the panel and I'll let one by one ask you. Okay. So George or Sasha, any one of you guys want to come in? Because I'll wait to the end. I'm patient. Anybody wants to jump in, you guys can come in here and ask Ruhif anything about this test that he's done. And of course, we got context, so it's against Jay Tolan's video. But he says, on his thumbnail.
Yeah,
it says epic doing it fucking properly. So
I have a question. Okay, if is that equipment working on Jay Tolan and it's okay, can you do that also on Santa Barbara, or in Croatia, in Italy, in UK? All that things, the same equipment, the same theodolite, and then we put the same things, we level that, and then we make an experiment again. Experiment testing.
Yeah, theodolites are the most accurate thing we can use, to measure elevation angles.
And why we have the horizon then in Santa Barbara 10 miles behind it?
You're talking about the oil rigs?
Yeah.
Black Swan? Yeah, I mean, do we want to talk about Black Swan? We can, but I mean, it seems a little bit off from this.
Yeah. No, I'm saying if you put now your equipment, does that will change that observation?
No, you just get a very accurate measurement of whatever you're trying to measure.
Okay, that means that, can we call that 10 miles flat there?
The Black Swan?
Yep.
No, unless you make a measurement
I'm making measurement. It's a sea level. I see the oil rig. Oil rig is on 10 miles. You see the bottom of the oil rig. You see the water between the two oil rigs. Is it that water real? Yes, it is, because it's ocean. You see the water behind the oil rig. Second one, why? Because the oil rig is in the water, and that's the water. And then you see the horizon, and then you see the horizon behind there. Who knows where it is, because that is a apparent place. But the water, what making the horizon visible, it's still physical. It's not optical.
Okay, at the thing that I posted at 13 minutes past, where I posed the question to you guys.
Now my question is,
answering your question.
When you put your equipment, how that will change now the angles?
It's just measuring the angle. It's not going to change the angle. Right? But there's a reason.
That means that I will see again the 10 miles flat.
Depends on the day. Depends on the day. Depends on the gradient.
Sometimes I will see the 4 miles, but surely I will see also 10 miles.
Maybe. Depends on the gradient on the day.
Maybe. Not maybe. It is there, and I saw it in my eyes. It's not maybe.
Okay, but the graphic that I posted at 13 minutes past, there is a reason why it says if I'm standing on the top of a mountain looking across to another mountain. And that reason is if you are looking over air that for the most part is a decent height above the surface, right? So it's not close to the surface. If you're looking through air that is above the surface, then refraction is quite predictable and stable. If you are looking at through air very close to the surface, like the black swan, then refraction is very unpredictable.
There is no refraction in black swan example.
I don't know how to respond to that. There is.
There
cranes.
Yes, cranes. I'm not speaking about cranes. Yeah, there it is. Distorted cranes. But there is no refraction doing anything with physicality of that water.
How do you explain a bent crane without light bending?
The bent crane has nothing to do with the physicality of water, what I see and experience with my eyes. And not only that, you can take a boat and you can see that boat will reach the second oil rig, you can travel there. And that water, it's real. Nothing is happening with that water, Only crane ups, they are distorted, They have nothing to do with the physicality of the water. And the physicality of the water has to do with the shape of the earth, but the cranes has nothing to do with the shape of the earth.
The crane is clearly distorted. Is that due to light bending?
Can I tell you what is the crane?
Yeah, is it due to light bending?
No, the crane is this. This is the big screen. Listen to me very carefully, simple. It's very big white screen with written 6 point some miles. And second one, it's also big screen with written 9.2 miles. And now maybe that 9 miles written, it's bending, Letter.
Okay. Do you know what an inferior mirage is?
Do you understand me? I will translate you again. It's written big screen, white one, with the black letters, 9 miles. And that now letter, number 9, it's distorted, Do you understand me?
I understand you. I'm just asking, do you know what an inferior mirage is?
That's about oil rig. That is the number 9. It's distorted. Do you understand that? It's written there. Okay. Now we are speaking about physicality of water. There is nothing distorted there. There is real water. Do you understand that?
I hear you. Right. I'm asking, do you know what an inferior mirage is?
There is no inferior mirage there, because inferior mirage needs object on the horizon. There is a horizon itself.
Right, but do you know what one is though?
There is only one horizon. In my life, what I experienced and learned, there is no 2, 3, 4, 7 horizons.
Okay. Do you know what an inferior mirage is?
Doesn't matter what it is, inferior mirage. There is a real physical water you can see.
I agree. There's physical water. Do you know what an
Do you
inferior mirage
agree
is?
that on the Blackstone example, it's water there behind the first oil rig?
Right.
Is that water physical or optical?
Physical. All physical.
Good. That means that is no drop over distance after 1.2 miles what should to be, you know?
Okay. Do you know what an inferior mirage is?
Do you know what the drop over distance is?
Yes, I've measured it. Do you know what an inferior mirage
if you
is?
measure
It's a
it, that
question
must...
that you're avoiding. Why are you
No,
avoiding
I'm
the question?
telling you, if you measure it there, it must be also here.
Right. And as I've said, my graphic at 13 minutes past specifically says if you're on top of a mountain, because I know that's where refraction is predictable.
That's all right. It's there. Now, if it's there, it must be also in Santa Barbara.
Right. But you're close to the water, right?
Right.
You're close to the water in Santa Barbara. Yes, refraction is unpredictable close to the surface.